to our phones at 877-365-3636, since the stuff is happening here in New York, where we are today.
And in Washington, D.C.
And back at home. So plug our phones in, Rob, because this is a lot of times when we've been on the air in these situations, this is the best way to find out stuff that's happening, because we know people who are by the Pentagon.
If the phones are working. I know that here in New York City, a lot of people are without phone service because of what has happened.
All right, let me see if we got service. It. Hold on, Mike. All right, well, we can call out.
Let's see what's going on.
All right, flip the switch at 877-365-3636. You can call us on that line, or you can call the... do we have the NEW lines up also? Hey, Johnny, what's that number? Hold on a second. 877-692-1027. You can call us on either lines. Let me see. The planes have crashed at the World Trade Center. Christ, it was a mess watching this thing on TV. I got the call that there was a first explosion, and then you could actually see the second plane fly into the building. I mean, it's clear as a bell.
Now, what is the latest we have on one of the towers at the World Trade Center? This has happened. News is breaking on this as we speak.
It collapsed. I saw it collapse.
Well, we don't know that for sure yet.
Yes, yeah.
Do we know that? Has that been confirmed?
I have seen it, yes. Right. The first World Trade Center building that was hit this morning, which is Tower Number 2, the South Tower.
That was the one that was hit by the 757.
That's right. That has collapsed now. We've seen some of the most horrific things you can imagine. Dozens of people jumping to their deaths out of the building, trying to escape. And as Don alluded to, problems in Washington as well, including the reports of a crash or a fire at a helipad at the Pentagon, as well as a fire at the Washington Mall, where the monuments are located. The nation is on full terrorist alert. The city of Los Angeles is under full tactical alert. And this is considered a nationwide terrorist attack at this point.
And here in New York, if you're not in the city now, you're not going to be able to get out or get in. All the tunnels are closed. All the bridges are closed. And Buzz, you and I just heard, have we closed on every airport in America now?
All airport takeoffs have been stopped across the country in the United States. No planes are taking off in the U.S. until further notice.
All right, let's go to Tom here from New York, who was at the Trade Center and saw the collapse. Todd.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Tom, good morning. Hi, buddy.
Hey, I'm a little on the shock side right now, but
yeah.
I was about maybe Chambers Street, which is about 10 blocks away, and I saw maybe 4 or 5 bodies jumping out, and all of a sudden, the South Tower just collapsed, and I never seen anything like it. And there were tons and tons of people seeing all this, and then all of a sudden, this debris starts coming down West Broadway, and then everybody starts running. People
Buzz, are you monitoring right now? All right, Buzz wants to break in here.
I'm sorry.
All right, what you got, Buzz?
We've heard reports, and those reports have now been confirmed, that the collapse of that first building was caused by an explosion at the base of the building. So apparently a bomb in the building collapsed what remained, causing a third explosion and the collapse of the first building that was hit today.
Yeah, I see
that was a theory, and now that's been confirmed.
I see on Channel 2 it says a third blast brought down building.
Right.
Christ, what a mess this is. All right, Tom.
Yes, sir.
You saw people jumping out of windows?
Yes, sir. On the North Tower, we saw at least 3 on the North Tower. And before I got there was one before that. But the thing that's really knocked me out was the way the building collapsed. It was incredible. I've never seen anything like it in my life.
All right, thank you, Tom. Thank you for the call. Now, listen, you got to bear with us on the phones here. We're trying to get our regular number, 877-365-3636. New York, you can call it 212-757-1027 or 877-692-1027. This is like something from that Denzel Washington movie.
This is beyond anything.
The Siege.
I think really what we're looking at, and when this is all sorted out, this is something beyond what you would see in any movie.
The nation's under attack.
The nation seems to be, right now with we don't have. Do we have updates on what the situation is in Washington? Don, you had mentioned the Pentagon right now.
Yes, there was a plane flew into the Pentagon also, Buzz?
Yes, that's the report that we've heard, and now the White House, the State Department, the Treasury Department, and the U.S. Capitol have all been evacuated in anticipation of possible further terrorist attacks.
I know the mall is on fire down by all the monuments.
Now, when you say the mall is on fire, you're talking about some of the monuments, some of the monuments down there?
Just fire at the mall. We don't
And Don,
have a picture.
The mall is an open space with...
on the bottom of the screen, a crawl on MSNBC, it just says on the bottom, National Mall on fire.
CNN has just reported there has been an explosion on Capitol Hill as well.
Christ's sake!
You know, the news is breaking so fast right now, it's very difficult to keep up to date on everything that we're getting.
Now, are we getting the DC lines going here?
Engineering is working.
Engineering's working on it right now, because that's going to be right now. We have a bunch of people from New York who can tell us about the World Trade Center.
Right.
Mm-hmm. But we also have the lifeline to JFK in DC, where we're on live right now. Let's, hold on, let me take this call. Excuse me. Hello, Donna Mike Show. Hello.
Are we able to get any, have we, we've gotten one phone call through, and that surprises me, because a lot of the cell phones are shut down here in New York City.
Let's try another one. Hey, Josh.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, you're on NEW and JFK. Hi.
How are you? I just want to let you know on the president's status. He took off from Florida and was heading back to Washington, D.C. There were some questions about what the president was doing.
And I would imagine with another explosion on the Hill, on Capitol Hill right now, that security precautions for the president are at an all-time high also.
Now, didn't I see him on TV, though, about an hour ago?
He was probably doing that from Florida when he said, that was when we had the initial attack, when someone had flown this plane into the World Trade Center, and he was ordering a full investigation. And that is before what has developed in the last, I would say, half hour. Occurred.
There's so many questions I have, and I know Buzz is monitoring our sister station, Winds in his ear. The planes that flew into the World Trade Center, they were hijacked planes?
The first one was for sure. We still don't have details on the second one, but the first one was an American Airlines jet out of Boston's Logan Airport, and apparently pilots have a way of sending a coded message to air traffic control to let someone know that they are being hijacked, and that message was sent just before the first plane. I also want to mention that witnesses say that on that second, apparently sort of unmarked or not clearly marked plane that crashed into the second tower, just before it hit, did what's known as a victory wave, where it rocks its left and right wings back and forth before actually crashing into the building.
And Mike, you know a lot more about these planes and stuff than we do.
The 757 is a long-range twin-engine plane that is not as big as a 777 or a 747.
So
but this is a long-range plane.
Give it to me in layman. How many seats in an aisle? Is it one of those 3-seat jobbers?
No, it is not a 3-seat jobber. I think you've got 3 and 3 in a 757.
So that's a big plane.
It's a large plane. It's not as large as a 747, but it is, as I said, it is the type of plane that goes cross-country, and it is the type of plane. It is a large plane. It is not as large as a 747, but it's a big enough plane to do an incredible amount of damage, as obviously it has.
And has anybody even started, I hate to be the one to bring this up, but has anybody even started to, at least here in New York, to think about the amount of people who have been killed, injured in this thing? I mean, 40,000 people work in the World Trade Center, right?
I think what you're getting right now is a situation where this is happening so fast that hospitals and ambulances and emergency service people are trying to deal with this situation as it happens.
Buzz, CNN has just recanted. They now say there was no explosion on Capitol Hill.
Okay. Well, you know how it happens, and I think we have to be as careful as we can also, because in the hours when something like this happens, what you do get is a situation where a lot of erroneous stories come through. And, Buzz, I think it's important because people at this time of day are turning on their radios immediately. And, Buzz, can we get Buzz to give us an update on exactly what's happened so
far?
Please
do, Buzz.
Again, it started this morning in New York, what appears to be a full terrorist attack on the United States, when the American Airlines jet out of Boston, hijacked, slammed into the World Trade Center, one of the two towers, the South Tower. It hit at about the 70th floor of that building. About 18 minutes later, a second plane crashed into the second World Trade Center tower. Since that time, we've seen people jump. There have been explosions and fires reported out of Washington, D.C., and then since that, the first World Trade Center building that was hit by a plane this morning, a bomb went off at the base of that building, causing the entire building to collapse. There were obviously rescue workers and reporters and other people below, medical technicians standing by to help. We don't know how many people we've lost in that respect. We don't know yet, and it will be some time before we'll know how many people we've lost in the crashes into the buildings.
What about the Pentagon? What do you know about that situation?
The false report from CNN information about the explosion on Capitol Hill apparently was actually a reverberation from the Pentagon explosion. And
now that's another plane that they indicate has flown into the Pentagon?
Yeah, a small plane at a helipad there at the Pentagon caused the fire and explosion there. And
not, of course, nearly the damage we're talking about at the World Trade Center.
But it's very scary. I mean, I don't have to underscore this, but it makes us, and for that matter, the world, realize how vulnerable we are if our own freaking Pentagon can be attacked.
Yeah, now, I got all kinds of questions about airplanes coming in. I know in D.C. that there are restrictions that you can't fly over certain areas, that you can't fly over the monuments, you can't fly over the White House.
Those same restrictions apply to when you're flying into New York airports as well, with the city center. So
then how come we don't have guys up there shouldn't we have guys up there to shoot these planes down?
I think what you're dealing with in the situation of Washington, D.C., when you're talking about a much different security situation, you have people ready that if a plane breaks its flight path, that is, there are jets that scramble in a situation like that. But, when you've got a madman that has hijacked a plane, and he has a plane the size of a 757, I'm not sure. What I don't understand, I'd like to know, so many unanswered questions about when the code went through, whether there was anything that could have been done.
And this is obviously something that whoever's doing this has timed this out pretty well, that they've got the two things happening at the World Trade Center, they've got the deal happening at the Pentagon, they've got whatever's happening on the mall. Let's go to Eugene here in New York, who was around the tower, saw the second blast at the World Trade Center. Eugene.
Yes, hey guys.
Hey, you're on the air on NEW and JFK.
Yeah, I was going with my friend to Midtown. I work on 41st and 3rd.
Yeah.
And I'm going on the FDR where Pier 17, where the big boat is. And all of a sudden we're driving and we see like a bunch of papers flying in the air and we're like, what the hell is going on? There's like a big pillar of smoke and all of a sudden it's like boom, like a huge blast. I turn around and I see like fireball, like one big fireball coming into a second one from the second building, and it's like a curtain of fire was on the second building that got hit, like all across the surface of the building, like on the 65th floor about, going straight up. And the other building was like Godzilla took like a huge bite out of it.
This is absolutely.
Thank you, Eugene.
Probably one of the most terrifying things that's happened in the United States.
And for those of you listening, wait to hear our regular show today. We ain't doing it today. This is the Don and Mike show. We are on WNEW. We are on WJFK in New York and in Washington. I think the other stations on our network will pick us up soon. The engineers. Listen, it's only the biggest catastrophe in the history of America. How long till they can get our telephones up? Do you know? They're working on it, Robbie?
They are currently working on it. I think one thing that's slowing them down a bit is that about half the phone service in New York is down right now.
I've just lost the internet service.
So they're doing their best to do it, and we are in touch with JFK via internet because there's no other way to get in touch with D.C. right now.
So, Buzz, you're still monitoring the sister station here at WNEW-WINS.
1010 wins.
And they are giving you updates. Buzz is going to be giving us updates as he gets them as to what the very latest is.
All right, so this goes from this morning when I'm watching the Today Show, and I had a whole rap on Katie Couric today because I saw her on the train yesterday, and we had a conversation.
Right.
I'm watching, and I'm thinking to myself, hey, this girl looks pretty good considering that she was on a train last night at 8 o'clock. Mm-hmm. They come in with the breaking news that the plane has crashed into the World Trade Center. And, you think, tragedy, this is awful. Then 2 seconds later, while they're still on live TV, you see the second plane come in. Then you get the thing with the Pentagon, and it's unfreaking believable. And I don't think that people have yet felt the realm of what's going on. I left my building today, and the doorman was standing outside, and you could see the smoke. And I live down by 67th Street, by Amsterdam Avenue. You could see the smoke from the World Trade Center all the way from there. And at that point, it was just registering with him where he said, do you realize that these guys on purpose flew this is like about an hour and a half ago, on purpose these guys flew the planes into the World Trade Center.
It's truly amazing, and to give it some perspective, even having breakfast about an hour and a half ago, the waitress who had a mother that worked in the World Trade Center, in the building actually next to the World Trade Center, on the phone trying to get information. My brother-in-law, who works on a semi-regular basis, comes down to New York, does his business at the World Trade Center. Anyone, when you have 40,000 employees that are working in this environment, this touches so many people immediately. It's truly a phenomenal tragedy, and that's why I think as this goes on, we're at the very beginning of this right now, and as we get more information in, the magnitude of this tragedy is going to prove to be. I don't see how it couldn't be the greatest tragedy in the history of the United States.
And who are the MFers who did this? And I mean, there's going to be there's got to be retribution. I mean, someone's going to.
Well, you're talking about suicide bombings, and you're talking about retribution that is. It probably is the same terrorist that we hear about occasionally, but that is also going to. It's going to be a long time before all of this settles down and we find out what's going on.
I see now that
if indeed it's over,
all flights to D.C. and to New York are now being sent. All incoming flights are being sent to Canada.
Wow!
So the planes that were in the air that were on their way either to D.C. or here to New York, they got to go to Canada.
It's probably for the best.
That's where to go now. Go to Canada. Our phone line is 877-365-3636. You got to bear with us because the phones are crazy. 212-757-1027 or 877-692-1027. Although I've been told now if you pick up the phone virtually anywhere on the East Coast, I don't know how it is on the West Coast, you can't even get a dial tone in some cases.
Right, absolutely.
This is like a war, and we don't know who the enemy is just yet. As someone mentioned, it's probably the usual suspects. The World Trade Center was the target of an attack by terrorists in 1993, but no one has yet claimed responsibility, and in many cases, nobody does claim responsibility for attacks like these.
I do think, the United States has been aware of the threats from certain fundamentalist groups that have targeted the U.S. before, but I do think what you're saying right now will be a fundamental change in the way our borders are looked at from this point forward. You are never going to see security in airports anywhere else be the same after today. This is amazing.
I know that you got on me when I kid about this, about building that giant wall around America.
Well, you know what? You might not be too far off there.
It might be time. And let me give you a perspective. As someone who was born and raised in D.C., and now we live in New York. We live in both places. I think the feeling in New York is that when the first news that this happened at the World Trade Center, it's awful, but it's happened before.
Right.
I think in D.C. people have a feeling that if you live in D.C. you're invincible because you've got everything in the world there. You got the Pentagon there. You got all the juice there. You got the rules that no one can fly anywhere near. And I got to think back at home, those people in D.C. are flipping out more than the people in New York are.
I don't think anybody could flip out more than the people in New York right now when you're talking about the magnitude of what has just happened. The pure numbers that we're talking about here.
Hold
in New
on,
York
we got
City.
some more. We got some more.
The other building's down.
The other trade center's down?
Both of them down.
Unbelievable.
Jesus Christ.
Was that the result of another explosion or just the stress on the building?
I just saw it fall.
All right, thank you.
It would certainly seem so. That's what happened with the first one.
I mean, this is like Armageddon. This is too weird that this is happening today.
You're talking about how New Yorkers are reacting to this, and I think they have a certain feeling of invincibility, too. And when that first plane hit, they thought, well, a bad thing has happened in New York. This happens in New York. But to see this orange-colored smoke sweeping over Lower Manhattan and to stand next to New Yorkers, lifelong New Yorkers watching this, gasping as they saw this happen.
I really, we're doing our job here. We're trying to pass along the information, but I got a sick feeling in my stomach that I've never had doing a broadcast before. This is, I don't think this can be described. No, the amount of, the magnitude of what has happened today.
It is so surreal, and I can almost equate it with the movie Independence Day when they blew up the major things that are that mean America. I believe they blew up the Empire State Building, and to see the World Trade Center actually fall, it is the most horrifying thing, and you're mixed with fear and sadness and disbelief.
But get back, you're right, Mike, that it's bad for everybody. It's bad for the people of New York. They feel awful. It's a tragedy. But back in D.C., where we're from, we've never had anything like this happen. I mean, the closest we've had is when, like, a nut will jump the gate at the White House, or when the one guy did fly his small plane into the White House. We've never had it. I mean, haven't you guys, like me, always thought the Pentagon is absolutely like Superman's... I hate to bring Superman. It's like the Fortress of Solitude.
Our Defense Department, for crying out loud.
Impenetrable.
I mean, I know.
And that, just so we update on that situation, we're talking about a fire at the helipad, right?
Right.
That's what happened at the Pentagon.
That's what we've heard.
And for you guys who aren't from D.C., you should know, I mean, you see the pictures of the Pentagon. You see the weird shape of it. But for those of us who live in Washington, You drive on 395. You drive through Arlington. Yesterday, when Rob and I were making our way to the airport, we eventually had to take a train. It is no big deal to drive past the sign that says Pentagon, and it's right there, and it's a normal building.
Well,
and
things are going to change right now.
You look at it, and you think it's invincible. Buzz, what do you have?
Nothing new. We're still waiting for more information, and I'm still having a hard time. You talked about the phones being tied up. The Internet is a difficult maneuver as well today.
Well, it would be nice if we could get some phones working, but I understand the gravity of this situation.
We're talking about major communication centers on top of the World Trade Center. Buzz, what do you have?
A Washington, D.C. police airplane has been hijacked. A Washington, D.C. Police Department airplane has been reported hijacked by 1010 Winds.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, wow.
So this is a major deal that some organization has put together, and the pieces are falling one right after the other. I'd say, although, let's say you live in Chicago, which is another town I've lived in for a long time and worked in. You got to think that if they're hitting New York and D.C., Chicago might be next. How the hell do you stay on alert against something like this happening?
You don't.
That hijacked D.C. plane is headed for Washington. What its point of origin is, I do not know, but the hijacked Washington, D.C. police airplane that has been hijacked is now headed for Washington.
It's headed for the city?
Yes, for the city of Washington, D.C. That's all the specifics we have right now.
All right, you're listening to the Don and Mike Show. Right now we're on WJFK 106.7, Washington, and in New York City, 102.7 WNEW. Obviously, we're not doing our regular show because
we're trying to keep you updated on all the information we have.
Because we're at war, and I mean we can't even take telephone calls because the phone lines are down. And I've got to think, I know that we all, before we went on the air today, we were going through the same thing, trying to call our families.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to my family and my extended family in particular.
You know, maddening trying to get a cell. Trying to not only, well, I was trying the apartment here, I was trying the house back at home, trying the cell phone. Maddening, everybody's doing the same thing at one time. Buzz, what are you doing? You're monitoring?
I'm constantly listening to both you and to 1010 Winds as we also watch CBS television. And I also tried to contact my wife and was unable to do so. So I called my dad back in Kansas and asked him to try. Maybe he'll have better luck than I have had.
You know, I'm looking now at another picture here of New York, and the smoke now from both of the towers that have both collapsed is incredible.
Unbelievable.
Let's go to Tom. Hold on, we do have someone on the phone.
Good.
We do have Tom on the phone. One guy managed to get through. Here's Tom from New York. Hi, Tom.
Hey, guys, this is Tom again. I told you that I saw the first tower.
Yes, Tom.
I saw the second one go down. Incredible.
Where you at, Tom?
Well, I'm on West Broadway and about 2 blocks north of Chambers, and on my block, we saw it from the back of the building. I ran to the front of the building, and the debris is just coming down, just like that Independence Day. Incredible. I'll never forget this day. I will never, ever forget this day.
Yeah. Thank you.
For 2 beautiful towers, it's gone.
Yeah. It's beyond words.
It's incredible.
The thought that this has happened, and you know, again, not to reiterate the obvious, but that it's happened to the 2 greatest, most powerful cities in America.
I'm sick to my stomach with looking at this, and if you see the skyline of New York City, it is, and the Statue of Liberty, dwarfed by the smoke. It's amazing.
All right, thank you, Tom. Now it's to the point. Now I'm getting handed notes by the general manager about
what he can hand you there.
Oh, it's a personal note.
Okay.
It just says I love you.
Yeah, right.
Well, it's nice to have support in a time of need.
Let's go to Wally in Brooklyn. Wally.
Hey, how you doing?
Wally, you're on NEW and JFK. Hi.
Hey, how you doing? Listen, I was just driving through Brooklyn. I was in Red Hook when, right after the first building fell, and I tell you, the suit's falling down all over the place. You can't even breathe out here.
Yeah,
you think it's bad in the city? Wait till the winds start pushing everything over.
So in Brooklyn, it is also very, very, very smoky.
Oh, smoky suit. I mean, it's all over the place. It's like Grandma's old shelf. You know, it's dust all over it.
You know, this is beyond.
Beyond my wildest imagination.
The realm of imagination. And all I can think of, again, is that movie with Denzel Washington,
right.
the movie The Siege, where there were terrorists that were blowing up stuff in New York City, and Bruce Willis came in with the army. And at that point, I remember watching the movie and thinking it's a good movie, but this could never really happen.
You know, it's amazing to think this has happened to everybody. This is not the people that are directly affected right now. Everybody is experiencing this, especially everybody here in New York City. And I've never seen anything like it, and we're getting updates as we speak, but it seems to me if the other tower collapsed, there may have been another explosion. Buzz, are you getting any update on that?
We haven't heard that yet, but because of the location of the explosion and the result that it brought, it would not be a leap of faith to believe that the second building was brought down by a bomb just
and
as the first building.
You're going to have information play out as this thing unfolds.
AP is now reporting there's the car bombing at the State Department. A car bombing at the State Department.
The State Department, fortunately, had already been evacuated, but that still is not good news.
So whoever the guys are behind this thing,
man,
you know, again, you're talking about
the scope of this is unbelievable.
A hell of a lot of preparation, and then you've got to wonder at some point. Were any of us in on it? Were any of the good guys in on this? I've got to think. You could. All right, let's give these guys these morons the benefit of the doubt. But you could hijack a plane from Boston and get through and fly into the World Trade Center. Maybe you could do it twice. But then you hijack a police plane. You get the fire at the helipad.
There's not the latest on that. We don't have, correct? We don't know what the latest is on that hijacking of the police.
And I want to tell you something.
We're still waiting to hear.
Guys, I'm looking at CNN right now, and for what you described as a helipad fire, the smoke coming out of the Pentagon is similar to the smoke that was coming out of the World Trade Center when the second plane flew into to the second tower of the World Trade Center. Mike, can you see the?
I'm going to switch over.
You see the picture of that? Can you see that?
Yeah.
Look at that. That's 395 over by Route 27 in Arlington, where the smoke is just billowing out. Offices in D.C. all over are being evacuated now.
Buzz has another update.
That D.C. plane, that D.C. police plane that was hijacked, is now en route to Washington National Airport. It's flying just south of Reagan National Airport right now. Obviously, it's being tracked. It's got to be one of the few things still in the sky right now.
All right, so here's a question, guys. If there's this plane that has been hijacked, at what point do our guys in charge make the decision there are lives on that plane, and you don't want to endanger the lives on the plane, but if you've already had the instance of the Pentagon and the World Trade Center, do you scramble your jets? Do you just decide, okay, we're going to take that plane
Nobody
out?
can answer that question. You don't know what the circumstances are. You don't know what the radio communications are on that plane. It's impossible to tell.
It has been confirmed. It is the D.C. Police Department itself that reported the hijacking of the plane. And as difficult as a decision that it would be for anybody to make, it seems pretty obvious that if you could save 1,000 lives by taking out 2, you might have to do that.
All right. Hey, Joe Ardinger? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Are you running our board back at JFK? Who's running the board? We should really take a break and try to get our information together.
Let's try to get things together.
Okay, hold on. The phones in New York are completely dead. Fat Johnny, we can get no phones at all here?
We don't even have dial tones to dial out to anybody.
We can't dial out? I guess that means... What about the phones from D.C.? Equally dead?
Our lines are switched, and I'm getting dial tone when I pick them up. However, no calls are coming through. I don't know if the phone company hasn't gotten them switched yet or is having a problem rerouting them here.
All right, then the only phone number right now you're going to be able to get us on that we think we have a chance of working is 877-365-3630.
Yeah, Buzz.
A portion of the Pentagon has now collapsed. And, yes, it was a plane that crashed into the Pentagon. Part of our Defense Department, our Pentagon, has collapsed.
Jesus.
I'm watching this on CNN right now. This is, and I think, I don't think we're wrong to say we're watching this on television for the many people who are stuck in their cars, like the millions of people who can't get into or out of New York. I'm sure D.C.'s roads are just as bad. The Beltway's got to be backed up forever.
There's just been the report of a large plane crash in western Pennsylvania.
All right, listen, I mean, I am not being facetious when I say that the world is coming to an end.
Hey, Don?
Something's happening today, folks. This is bad stuff. Hold on.
Let's get our act together.
Well, let's go to line number 1. Hello, Don and Mike Show. You're on NEW in JFK.
No.
You know what it is? Oh, hold on.
Hello, are you there?
Hi, who's this?
Hey, what's going on? It's Victor in the Bronx.
Hi, you're on the air. Good morning.
What's going on?
I guess now the engineers have worked the magic. You can call 212-757-1037. 1027 to get through to us at WNEW. What can we do for you?
Yeah, my TV's a blacked out. Any question on that? What's going on?
Yeah, well, I know that Channel 7 had their tower on the World Trade Center.
Yeah.
So Channel 7, Regis is going to be pissed. Channel 7 got knocked off the air this morning.
No, that's a minor thing.
I know that our tower is on the Empire State Building, right? NEW. Hello, Don and Mike. You're on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, you're on the air.
This is David out in White Plains.
Hi, David. What's happening there?
Actually, nothing. It's just that there's a lot of concern.
Yeah, there is.
Even being this far out of New York, and I tried calling Brooklyn, and I couldn't get through. The lines are down. I tried calling my house in Brooklyn, and it's down. So,
yeah, now, I see our producer, Lisa, in the next room. Lisa, are you able to instant message on AOL? Is AOL still up? I mean, that would be a viable alternative, I guess, for some folks. Sure. If your phones are...
You're still monitoring WINS?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So you're on AOL?
Yeah, I'm able to get an AOL connection, no problem, and I'm keeping up with people at home. Kate says, who I'm communicating with at home, says that Joe was speaking to us over the microphone and that people in the studios could hear him, but the line wasn't coming through to us. So there's now a problem, some kind of problem with the line between home and here.
All right, well, whenever we got to go to a break, they should just be advised. But
hey, can you hear me?
Up, let's go to them. Our New York lines are working at 212-757-1027. It's the Don and Mike Show on WNEW in New York and WJFK in Washington. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, you're on the air. Who's this?
This is Bob.
Bob, where are you from?
From Long Island.
All right, Bob, what's happening on Long Island?
Well, I happen to be on 38th Street and Broadway, and I just saw both of the towers go down. But I got to ask you, is there any way you're getting out of the city right now, either by the railroad or by subway?
What does INS say about that, Buzz?
I know this. Let me just tell you this, that my wife was coming in today on the train, and I called her. I was able to get a cell about right before we went on the air to tell her the train had just stopped in Newark. To tell her, turn around and get the hell out of here. Go back home. So I think trains are still operating. I know if you're going to try to drive into the city today.
No, I'm not going in. I want to go out.
You want to go out?
I think everything going into the city is now shut down. I think I'm more concerned about going out of the city.
I don't think you can get out today either. I think it's the same thing, unless the subway is still running.
Yeah, you don't know. The lower Manhattan subway is shut down. All bridges and tunnels throughout New York City are closed right now.
All bridges and tunnels are shut down?
All bridges and tunnels in New York City are closed.
Yeah, so if you're here, you're here.
That sounds... I just want to say one thing, that you had a gentleman that just called on the phone, and he's worried about his TV set.
Don't worry about your TV set.
I mean,
this goes beyond that.
Can people be?
I agree.
Well,
I mean...
welcome to it. We're going to be here for 5 hours.
People die, and he's worried about his TV set.
Well, it's communications, and people are trying to keep in touch. I understand what you're saying, but people do want to know what's going on, and they are concerned about their loved ones and the safety of them as well.
Shannon, you are on the air. Don and Mike Show on NEW and JFK. Hello.
How are you doing today, Don and Mike?
Hey, we're doing all right, Shannon.
Hey, I'm down here in Fort Belvoir, Virginia.
All right, so we got a call from back at home. What's happening in the D.C. area?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I just tried to go through Fort Belvoir down here. They're in a level B. They've got, roads shut down. You can't go through Fort Belvoir. Obviously, I'm not with the military, so I had to divert and go around. I heard you say that report of a plane just went down in Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my question is, you made a statement that all planes are being diverted to Canada at this point.
Mm-hmm. Right.
How in the world are planes still coming down?
Yeah, it could be a plane that had been diverted.
Planes that were in the air already. I think, didn't we have a report they were going to try to send all those planes to Canada?
Absolutely.
At least it was the planes that were incoming to either one of the 3 New York airports or one of the 3 D.C. airports.
Right.
So it's entirely possible that if a plane left 2 hours ago from Los Angeles, for instance, before this happened, they're still in the air, man.
Right. They may be on their way to Canada.
All right. Thank you. Buzz.
For that guy who was asking how you get out of New York City, you walk. Right now, thousands and thousands of people are walking across the Brooklyn Bridge and out of New York City.
All right, let's see. I understand now that we can take calls from D.C. if Joe pots them up on WJFK, right?
We can try.
We can try.
I think this is a way we can.
All right, Joe, give it a try. Punch one of the phone lines and let me see if we can take a call from D.C. Hello, can you hear us?
New York City.
All right, let's see. I understand now that we can...
No, that's the delay we're hearing here.
Forget it. All right, let's go to Rob, who's down on Wall Street. Rob, hi, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. I'm down here at 40 Wall Street, approximately 3 blocks away from the site, and it's almost midnight outside.
Because of the smoke and the debris that the dust that's been kicked up.
Exactly.
And you want to talk about the guy who called and said the thing about my TV's not working. I think Buzz had it right that he was concerned he's not able to get his information.
Right.
I had a guy today when I was walking into the building stop me. I had my little pager thing, and he said, "Do you know if Wall Street is open today?"
Yeah, right.
No, they've evacuated everything.
Yeah, and that struck me as incredibly
truly amazing,
asinine. That while this is going on, you're concerned about your AOL stock.
And while we're on the subject, today's New York primary election has also been postponed, as has, by the way, tonight's Yankees game.
No surprise that perhaps who knows what the timing was. I think we'll find that out later.
All I know is when the towers went down, a solid wall of black came across Chase Plaza between on the backside of 40 Wall, fronting Pine Street.
Mm-hmm.
People were sprinting at Olympic speed, and then right behind them, it was a scene, out of a science fiction movie.
Yeah, it's awful. Thank you for the call.
All right.
You're listening to us. We're Don and Mike on WJFK in D.C., WNEW in New York. We do have... I know it's busting balls, but our engineers have done a great job
they have.
To get our phone system working for us. Here's the number today, 212-757-1027. Let's go to Milt. He's calling us from Arlington, maybe right by the Pentagon. Milt, hi.
Hi, Don. How you doing?
Hi, we're doing great. What's happening?
Down in Arlington, down in Roslyn, they're evacuating all the buildings. Everyone's got to get out of... everything is completely done. And some of my friends work on Capitol Hill, and I just got word that there was a car bomb out by the Senate building.
Oh, yeah.
It went off?
Yeah, it went off. The car bomb, they're all up in they put it up in the Hilton, and a car bomb went off by the Senate building about maybe 8 minutes ago. None of the phone lines work here. I tried like 3 different cell phones. I finally got through. Everything is down. You can't get through to anybody.
I know. So what is we know what the feeling is in New York.
The feeling in New York is not only sick to your stomach, but fear. There's fear in this city right now.
And I'd like to know, out on the roads, for instance, what road are you on? Are you on 395, 295?
No, I'm actually back home in McLean, right off the 495.
All right, so you're right off the Beltway. How's traffic on the Beltway? Are people leaving the government offices? Are people going home?
Everyone is evacuating D.C. Everyone that can get over, they're trying, but it's completely gridlocked. You can't move anywhere. It's none of my friends. I've got 2 friends I talked to that are up in the Hilton building. Up in the Hilton, they can't get out of D.C. They've evacuated everything, but nobody can move. The whole town is completely shut down. None of the phones work, so no one can call and talk to anybody.
All right, hold on. We're going to go to Rob in D.C., who's going to tell us now that 395 is shut down in D.C. Rob, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Rob, why is
395 and everything's locked? You got to go around.
Hold on, Buzz has an update. What's up?
I'm simply speculating that the reason that 395 is shut down is because
it goes right by the Pentagon.
Approach of that hijacked D.C. police plane.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Mike, it could be either one. It could be on the way to the Pentagon or towards National Airport where that plane's going. So 395 is shut down. Where are they turning you around?
They're turning you around. You got to get on the 495, either south or west, east, to try and get you out of there. Going to Richmond or going to Baltimore. Traffic is back to back.
All right, thank you. Let's go to J.R. Hello, J.R. from D.C. Hi.
Hey, Don.
Hi, you're on the air with us.
Sorry, guy. They just said that, all federal personnel have been instructed to leave work immediately. This is on News Channel 8, our rinky-dink channel here.
Right.
But they're also saying that a car bomb went off by the Senate building, and also the State Department, and they've called in all of the firefighters and EMS people in the metro region to come into work immediately.
All right, thank you. Now, here's a thought. I know that everybody who's working downtown, the government people, they've got to be let go. Are you creating more of an opportunity for disaster by letting a million people leave at one time?
So. I don't think so. You're talking about the buildings that are targets, and that's what you have to do. You have to get people out of there.
Because there are symbols. That's why they're targets. And, I think it's a smart thing to do to get people out into the burbs where there's less likely to be an attack.
And again, my only thought about that was when there was the blizzard in '78 in Providence, when the mayor, I know it's nowhere near a similar situation, the mayor of Providence gets on it and says, hey, everybody, there's a blizzard, leave right now. And you had a million people leaving the city at once.
Right.
But you guys are probably absolutely right that those buildings are the targets. Here's a weird thought. What if they know that those buildings are targets and that we're going to let everybody go?
You never know. You can't speculate. You really can't, because it's impossible to know where this originates from and how large a scale it's on.
Yeah, you're right. All we're doing is guessing here. We're doing the same thing now that we bust balls on when we watch TV.
Well, but what can we do? Until and Buzz, you have more information.
I just wanted to say that the reason that I've been so vague about exactly what happened at the Pentagon is because everyone else has been as well. We now know, thanks to counterintelligence, spies from other countries have now informed us that it was in fact a plane that crashed into the Pentagon this morning, and it was a small plane that crashed at the end where the helipad is. So the pieces of information that we've gotten so far are coming together, but the south end of the Pentagon has crumbled, and we've seen a tremendous amount of smoke there as well. Nothing, of course, like what we're seeing in lower Midtown Manhattan.
All right, let's go to Pip. Hi, Pip, you're on the air with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hi, Don and Mike. How are you guys?
We're doing all right, thank you.
The thought I had was that if you ever seen the movie Gone in 60 Seconds,
yeah,
the whole idea of the stealing of the cars at night was to boost all of them. By the time they found the first one, the job would be done. So that maybe the flurry has been done. Maybe there's not a fear of being attacked anymore, and that they have this concentrated attack, and then it's over.
All right, listen, I will give you this. What's your name, Pip?
Yeah.
I'll give you this, that perhaps that's a valid theory, but working it into the plot line of the movie Gone in 60 Seconds with Nicolas Cage is a bit of a stretch.
That's a little shaky, and there's a feeling right now in New York City of fear. I mean, everybody is feeling uneasy.
The airport in Newark, New Jersey, Newark International Airport, is now being evacuated. We don't know why. We simply know that it is, I guess, because it's a possible target. And just an update that D.C. police plane is still in the air, still south of Reagan National Airport. What it's doing, where it's going, I don't know.
All right, you're listening to the Don and Mike Show, and we're on WNEW New York, WJFK Washington. The only line you can reach us on right now is area code 212-757-1027. We do have a ton of lines, and you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, who's this?
Jared.
Jared, where are you from?
New York, right in Manhattan.
All right, what's happening, Jared?
I was just looking at the news, and fighter planes have been scrambled in Washington, D.C.
About that time. Yeah, they're probably going after the situation we discussed a while ago, that police plane that they hijacked.
Yeah, and the D.C. police have confirmed that their own plane has been hijacked, and as sad as it is to lose whatever police personnel may be on that plane, at this point, I'm afraid we got to do it.
All right, thank you.
I don't think everybody's fully taken the whole picture into view, in that when those two buildings collapse, they also hit other buildings. So you don't only have the World Trade Center collapsing, you get other buildings hit and higher casualties.
For New Yorkers, let me say there are 3 high schools nearby the World Trade Center. The students were all kept inside, and they are all okay at last report.
Well, thank you. It's nice to get some good news.
I'm still looking at the pictures. What they're doing now is they're replaying. Oh, they're going to love doing this for the next 3 days.
Oh, yeah.
They're replaying the building crashing. Let's go to Chad from D.C. on WJFK. Hi, Chad.
Hey, Don, how you doing?
Hey, we're doing okay, Chad.
I just heard. I had heard that the State Department bomb. The State Department was denying that there wasn't a bomb that went off in front of the State Department. Now I don't know about the.
Now we had a story. CNN came in and said that they were recanting that. So this is going to happen in this situation where there's there's stuff that gets reported by CNN or MSNBC, and they just go on the air with it, much like we will if we hear it, because everybody just wants to know as much information as they possibly can. Oops. Sorry, go ahead, Buzz.
The State Department was evacuated. The Capitol's been evacuated. We have, since all that discussion, had the report of a car bomb at the Capitol. We're still, of course, waiting for more information.
All right, let's go to Frank. Hi, you're on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hello?
Frank, good morning.
Hello, Don and Mike.
Turn down your radio, please, Frank.
Go ahead, Frank. Frank, turn down your radio, okay?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I just think that, I think this may be a warning.
If this is the warning, I'd hate to see what's really going to happen. Well,
I think next time that now we're going to be on alert. I think they may have some serious business here.
Well, I think you're never going to see security in the United States the same, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Hello there, Don and Mike Show. You're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, it's Joel from down in Seabright, New Jersey.
Yes, hi, Joel. You're on the air.
Yeah, you could see the smoke from these fires all the way down Asbury Park. It's into the neighborhoods down here. Starting to get a lot of police activity along Seabright. Looks like they're starting to close the traffic off and heading up towards the Sandy Hook area.
Yeah,
a lot of people trying to get up there to take a look at it.
Well, don't you get the feeling that at some point New York itself is just going to be closed down, that you're not going to be able to go anywhere in New York?
I don't know. Who knows what's going to happen? I mean, this is a tragedy of the magnitude that no one's ever seen before.
All right, here is Al in Manhattan. Al, they just evacuated your building in Midtown?
Hey guys, yeah, what happened was I was actually saw the whole thing happen right from my office. I could see it, and I look out there and I see the smoke, and then I saw the second one hit. Everybody freaked out, and because a lot of people had family that worked there,
right.
And so they started to let some of the support staff go, and then the management went ahead and said that, listen, if we have to evacuate the building, and I guess what they're doing is they're evacuating everything out of Midtown. It's crazy down here, guys.
All right,
crazy.
Thank you.
People are running. I mean, there are people crying in the streets, trying to use their cell phones. I'm totally surprised they got through.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you did too, but I'm sorry you wasted the call on us. Yeah, I hope you tried a family or a friend.
No, actually, I did. But my main concern, I know a lot of people are worried about trying to get out of the city. Listen, what the superiors told us is that Manhattan is shut down. There are no subways. Everybody is walking. There is no subways. There is no way in and out. The path, nothing. Everything is shut down. There's a total block on Manhattan. They're evacuating a lot of the high-rises, mainly Midtown, because it's such a popular area. I mean, that's the heart of the USA, man.
That's where we are, Don.
Thank you, my friend. Yes, and that's where I live, Mike.
Right.
That's where I live. Now it's inconveniencing me. Me personally.
Share the phones. People are scrambling for phones in Lower Manhattan. It's nice to think and nice to know in a situation like this. Some of the businesses in the area around the World Trade Center have opened their doors to provide water and whatever comfort they can to the people in the area.
All right, we're going to go to Christy now, who's in D.C., stuck on the Beltway. Christy, where on the Beltway are you stuck, honey?
I'm right on the north side, right by Georgia Avenue.
Are you in the inner loop, outer loop?
Inner loop.
Now, is that by where they split the lanes for all the construction and junk?
Yeah, that's probably part of the problem.
Okay, so yeah, that's not necessarily a great representative sample because I think on a normal day at 11 o'clock in the morning, that's going to be backed up because of the construction there. Did you leave work or are you just out?
Yeah, I work out near Dulles Airport, and they evacuated us. And the toll road was moving, but it was heavy. I think they're evacuating most of the businesses around here.
All right, thank you, honey. Thank you for the call. Let's go to Mike on WJFK in D.C. Says he saw the Pentagon go down. Mike.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Okay, where were you, Mike?
I was in Roslyn. Our building overlooks the Pentagon, and actually I worked in the Pentagon for 10 years. We had a lot of employees over there.
Did they get anybody out of that building before that happened?
We were unable to contact any of our folks. We tried calling, and the phones were down.
Another question I would have also would be how many people did they get out of the World Trade Center before this happened?
Well, there was 40,000 people work there.
And, I know that the evacuation, I'm sure, started shortly after the plane went in there.
And the plane hit, where, on the 16th floor, was it?
No,
or was it higher up?
The plane hit the first tower at about the 70th floor, and the second plane hit the second tower at about the 55th floor.
Well, I don't know where I heard the 16th floor. I'm just out of my mind with this. Let's go to Sean in D.C. WJFK says he saw the plane go into the Pentagon. Is that true, Sean?
Hello.
Did you see the plane hit the Pentagon?
Yeah, I work in Pentagon City.
What kind of plane was it, Sean? What kind of plane?
It was an American Airlines.
Oh God.
I don't know how to classify the plane, but it was like, a passenger plane.
All right, hold on. You know what? You guys got to give me a second here. Hold on, Sean. We are going to do a sync up live and go on our network in approximately 14 seconds.
All right.
Okay, so while we do that, let me say that Buzz is here. He'll give us a total update as soon as we sign on our network. That we have probably, you don't have to give me the countdown. I can read the clock, for goodness sakes. There we go. Hi, and welcome to the stations on the network. It's the Don and Mike Show today from 102.7 WNEW in New York, also live on WJFK in Washington, D.C. If you are tuning in to hear our regular Wacky Gab Fest, you ain't going to hear it today, folks, because
we are live in New York City, the scene of one of the greatest tragedies in national history, the collapse of the two World Trade Center towers.
And back at D.C., the Pentagon has also been hit. There is a plane that is a hijacked police plane that is flying towards D.C. There's been reported bombings. We will tell you that Manhattan is closed down. You can't get in. You can't go out. Washington, D.C., all of the government workers have been excused from work. The Beltway is a mess. If you're joining us right now, live, and you're just hearing about this, let's go to Buzz and get a total update on everything that's happened to Buzz.
And there have been evacuations in Washington as well. It started at about 9:45 Eastern Time this morning, a widespread terrorist attack on the United States, starting with the crashing of an American Airlines commercial passenger jet that had been hijacked out of Boston's Logan International Airport, crashed into one of the two 90-some-story World Trade Center towers here. About 18 minutes later, to the disbelief of everyone, a second plane crashed into the second tower at about the halfway point. Since that time, bombs have gone off at the bases of both of those buildings, causing both of them to collapse on the rescue workers and many of the people below. Dust and a crumbling building, ash and paper scattering across lower Manhattan, much of New York and into New Jersey now covered with smoke. As Don mentioned, there have been attacks in Washington, D.C. as well. U.S. counterintelligence has confirmed that a small plane crashed into the south end of the Pentagon near a helipad, causing part of our Defense Department, our Pentagon, to collapse. There have been evacuations of the White House, the Capitol, the State Department, the Treasury Department. There has been the report of a fire on the Washington Mall, and many evacuations in Washington, as well as now the report of a car bomb at the Capitol as well. We know that planes in Los Angeles, the United States Air Force put on full tactical alert, and we understand now that planes are scrambling in Washington, D.C., apparently in an attempt to intercept a hijacked Washington, D.C. Police Department airplane that is on its way to Washington's Reagan National Airport. No airplanes are being allowed to take off anywhere in this country, or for that matter, now land. Any planes in the air with U.S. mainland destinations are now being diverted to Canada. We have also had the report of a large plane crash in western Pennsylvania.
Now, as it turns out, this was part of our broadcast schedule to do the show from our New York station this week. So we are based in Manhattan, 102.7 WNEW, and we're also live in D.C. on WJFK. And now our network is on the air. The only phone number you can use to get through today, because the phones are screwed up, please keep this number, 212-757-1027. That's the only number you can use to call us today.
What we are going to try to do is take as many of your phone calls as we can to get updates from here in New York City, and also with Buzz continually giving us updates. He is monitoring our sister station, WINS, here in New York City. They are giving us continuous updates. This is a breaking story. Things are developing as we speak, and Buzz has brought us up to speed on everything that's happened so far.
And I just want to add that although there are no official counts of casualties, do not be surprised. Numbers in excess of 10,000 people, judging from the number of people who work normally in the World Trade Center and considering all the other points of attack today.
All right, so we'll get your calls from both D.C. and New York City and the other cities that have joined us. Just let me say, this is WNEW New York and WJFK FM Manassas, Washington. Let's go to Jason. Let me see if I got this right. Jason, hi, you're on the air. Jason from D.C.
Yeah, Don and Mike.
Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, how you doing?
Okay.
Just left Northern Virginia, Alexandria. I was down at the Hoffman building. They've evacuated basically every federal government building in Maryland, D.C., as well as Virginia now. The Beltway, it's just a mob scene. I just hopped off of it, as a matter of fact. I'm now on River Road, and it's even backed up.
You know, and I've got another question, and I'm sure it's a question that parents, not only in New York, but in D.C. have as well. If you got a kid in school, at what point do they make the decision even if a school is not a target, is nowhere near any of the buildings in Manhattan or the monuments or the Pentagon in D.C., at what point do the schools decide they're going to call it off, and then what a mess getting...
It's a question of getting parents to pick up kids, and in a tragedy like this, that's what always happens.
And I know here in Manhattan, if I can imagine if you've got a kid in school in Manhattan and you live on the island or you live in Connecticut, or vice versa.
Well, Buzz had mentioned that the city is so shut down here in New York that people are walking across the Brooklyn Bridge. Is that correct?
Right, yeah, walking out of the city.
I guess that's what you do if you live in New Jersey, and your kid goes to school in New Jersey, and you made it into the city today to go to work.
And the city's shut down, you walk. If they're letting people walk, obviously, across the Brooklyn Bridge, there's no car traffic going in or out of the city right now.
That's correct.
All right, let's go to Tony. Okay, let me figure this out. Tony, hi, you're on the air on JFK and NEW. Hello.
Hey, Don, Mike. It's an unfortunate scene that we have to tell you how great you two guys are on such a tragic day.
Well, I got to tell you something, Tony. Being here in the city right now and seeing people here that live here full time, the magnitude of this tragedy is what I cannot begin to fathom. It is just
and I don't think it's going to hit us. Don't you agree?
We sew it all up.
The numbers, and you see people getting taken out of these buildings.
Right. I was leaving Columbia Pike area, and I heard a huge bomb go off. I left the area. It's crazy because everyone's evacuating, so couldn't really confirm exactly what was going on. But one point I think I want to point out, I don't think a lot of people are emphasizing on, is the fact that with that hijacked D.C. plane coming from the south there, of course, Woodrow Wilson Bridge was always gridlocked. It can create another big problem.
Well, you're speculating, and I appreciate that, but who knows what the intent of that
what this guy is saying is that if you get the Wilson Bridge back, that's a target. But really,
you never know.
Anything.
It can be a target because of the simple fact that if we can't divert that plane to hit its target, it will probably do what it can do to create more havoc with a lot of cars always going there, always gridlocked.
But let me just say, Tony, at this point in D.C., with the Beltway, as we know it, any point on the Beltway at this point could be a target, not just the Wilson Bridge. You're talking about the Cabot John Bridge, the American Legion Bridge, Georgia Avenue, the Mixing Bowl in Springfield, anywhere where there's a concentration. David, in New York, let me find him, line number 9.
If you're not in a car, don't get into one. And nationwide, people would be wise to stay off the telephone to clear up as many phone lines as possible.
Hello, Dave. You're on the air. Hi. Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
We're doing okay, thanks.
Okay. This is David from the Bronx.
Yes, David.
Okay. The reason I'm calling is because I'm very concerned because all the officers, all the cops and firemen are going downtown.
Yes.
And that leaves room for vandalism in the city. I've seen it happen before where vandals just break into stores and all that. Is all the cops going up to the city, or is there any protection for people in the city?
Right now, we don't have information as to, where the manpower in the city of New York is allocated. Obviously,
I got to think there's a backup plan at some point.
You've got plans in place for this.
You don't leave your stores and your banks wide open.
Right.
Although there's no doubt that most cops are going to where they're needed.
Sure, of course.
But I would think that by this point, the New York police, same with the D.C. police, they've called all the guys who have the days off, and they've said, hey, guess what?
Exactly.
Strap it on and come to work. Let's go to Mike, who's out at Andrews Air Force Base in Prince George's County. Mike, hi.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, we're doing all right, my friend.
Yeah, it's crazy down here. They're kicking all the contractors off the base. Planes are flying. Air Force One left, and now the president's just flying in. That's why they're kicking everyone off the base, all civilians. It's crazy.
The National Guard's just been called up in New York through a request from Mayor Giuliani to Governor Pataki.
All right, let's go to Vance, Fort Washington. Vance, what's happening in Fort Washington, Maryland?
Hey, buddy, Don, you guys live down here in this area, and besides the guy that just said those, besides the military planes, it is so weird. I mean, the hair is up on my arms. It's so weird to look up in this D.C. sky and not see like 25 planes at once all over National, PWI going to Dulles. It is the weirdest feeling, and it was so strange. I had a job I had to go look at today, and I would have gone up Route 1 right by the Pentagon, but I got called and had to go look at another job. And, man, when I found out, I got back in the truck and I found out what was happening. I was listening to the morning show here in WJFK, and this is just a spooky feeling, man. I feel terrible, what's going on. I mean, it's like I said, I think tonight everyone's just going to get this big lump in their throat and it's going to hit home, and it's an amazing thing.
All right, thank you, my friend.
Hey,
Oh, hold on, we lost him.
What's the latest, Buzz? What do you have? Anything?
I don't know. There's just been a problem with my headphones. I lost the feed just now.
Yep. There, you got it back?
Not yet, no.
Okay, I don't think that's it, Robbie.
I will check into it.
Our phone number is 212-757-1027. It's the Don and Mike Show on WNEW and WJFK. Let's go to Tony. Tony in New York. Tony, hi, you're on the air.
Yeah, I just want to know, like, where's the security in New York City, man? How can all this happen in one day, man?
All right, well, Tony, let me play devil's advocate with you.
Yeah.
This is the biggest city in America, one of the biggest cities in the world. How do you possibly plan
individuals? You're talking about individuals that did this. It's impossible to stop that.
How do you plan two guys from flying airplanes in the World Trade Center?
Yeah, but you want to know something? This is what we get for helping other countries, man.
Well, I think what we're hearing from Tony, listen, this is going to be days of this. You're going to hear the anger. You're going to hear people upset. You can't stop this type of thing. That's been proven before.
All right, thank you, Tony.
No problem.
All right, let's go to Krista, who's calling us from Rockville, Maryland on WJFK. Krista, hi, baby. What's happening?
Oh, it's totally crazy down here. There's a total mass exodus. I'm on 355 just trying to get back home. I wasn't even trying to get out of the city, and it's like a mass exodus here. 355 is a total parking lot. It's ridiculous.
I'm wondering at what point are they going to do in D.C. what they did in New York. At some point, are they just going to shut the Beltway down and say...
I think eventually you're going to see the transportation come to a standstill because they have to deal with this situation and get the areas secure. Like they're trying to secure New York, which is no small task, and secure Washington D.C.
I think the good news is that we've been on the air now. We went on before our shift started today. We've been on a little over an hour. Mm-hmm. Nothing new has happened in the last hour.
God. Yeah, it seems like it's calmed down. We shouldn't get too happy, but yeah, it does appear that things have calmed down for now.
All right, let's go to Mario, who's calling from New York. Mario, you're on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Don and Mike.
Hi.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Okay.
I'm a little freaked out right now.
Join the club.
Just waking up and then finding out that my fiance's working down on 40th Street downtown.
God bless you. I hope our prayers are with you, my friend.
Thanks a lot, guys.
I mean, really.
Thanks a lot. And to make matters even worse, then I find out that her father's working downtown in, well, you guessed it, World Trade.
Well, so many people work there, and our prayers go out to everybody in the city of New York that has family, and not necessarily in the city of New York, because the World Trade Center has people all over the country. And it's anyone that's had anybody in their family that has worked there, our prayers go out to you.
Absolutely, guys. Absolutely. So you can imagine I'm making like 15, 20 phone calls already. I woke up at like 9 in the morning.
Buzz has an update.
Buzz has something.
Just a pinch more information.
Thank you.
American Airlines will be having a news conference in about 17 minutes in which they're going to talk about the fact that the FBI was already investigating a hijacking, apparently through them, just before the first plane crashed into the World Trade Center here in New York this morning at about 8:45 Eastern Time. And they will be talking about that. Obviously, FBI offices across the country have been put on alert. All FBI agents in America, regardless of their location and regardless of what they were working on or what they normally do, are now working on investigating this.
Okay, and Robbie, you're going to get that so we can pull that up. We're going to get that live. I'd like to give... my first Donnie of the day, the statuette that I give out to the networks. The first one will go to CNN for their fantastic graphic, the red, white, and blue graphic that says America Under Attack.
Okay.
Thank you, CNN, for being the first to get your graphics department working on this.
Way to be responsible.
And, Buzz, let us know when that press conference is going to happen.
Absolutely.
We now have the capability to bring it to you. You're listening to Don and Mike. We're on WNEW New York, WJFK Washington, and I guess other stations on our network have picked this up.
I believe so.
This is the only phone number to get us on today, 212-757-1027. Let's go to John in New York. John, you're on NEW. Hello.
Thank you, gentlemen, for covering this event. How are you doing?
We're doing all right, Johnny.
I don't want to be premature, but I'm not so much concerned with who did this, but what are we going to do? What are we going to learn from this to keep it from happening again?
I am too. I completely agree with you about that. As far as who did it, that is not nearly as important to me right now as what we're going to do in the future to secure our cities and our country. And I think, as I said before, what's going to come out of this, you're never going to see travel within the United States and certainly travel, coming into the United States the same. You can't. It'll have to be changed forever.
I never imagined that the Pentagon...
The furnace from within or without. We have no idea who will do stuff like this in the future after Oklahoma City.
I never imagined that the Pentagon could be attacked. I mean, how do you prepare for that any more than having the Pentagon on the case?
Well, you're talking about an airplane, Buzz. Right. You're talking about, when an airplane, gets hijacked and it's in a flight pattern, you know where they go. They fly right over the Pentagon. Anybody that's flown into the national airport, that's the way it works. And they, when they're hijacked, that answers your question.
It takes mere seconds to divert that plane, but it's just hard to fathom that our own Defense Department could be attacked.
Hey, guys, while you're talking, I'm watching CNN, and the shots now of the streets of Manhattan are like something seriously out of the movie Independence Day. People running around. Yeah. Same thing in downtown D.C. People are running out of the buildings like crazy. Many federal buildings evacuated in the D.C. area. The entire city of New York has been closed down. Let's go to Scott in New Jersey. Scott, hi, you're on JFK and NEW. Hello.
Hi, Don. Hi, Mike. How you doing?
How we doing? All right.
I can see pretty much everything that's going on from over here. Absolutely devastating. I can't imagine you guys in the middle of it.
It is.
I just want to say, and I'm not saying it is, but if this is the work of religious zealots done in the name of whatever God it is that they worship,
Amen.
Then may our God, who has united our nation indivisible, deliver a swift judgment upon those who have
Absolutely.
done this.
You know what? And I think I do speak for everybody in this city and the rest of the country. When something like this happens, Americans come together, and I think that we will come together with this. And if you're doing this, as I said before, if you happen to be, we're speculating right now, a religious zealot saying you're doing this in the name of God, there is no God that wants this.
And I sure don't want to hear, and I'll probably be one of the people doing it myself, 2-3 months down the road from now, after this is forgotten, and after it's in a rearview mirror, we're trying to move...
If it can be.
No. But I mean, at some point... It will be. Trust me, I'm not trying to make light of the situation, but I'm saying
I know you're not.
2 or 3 months from now, when it's not right up there in the front, I hope that people, myself included, don't bitch about at the airport being stopped to have someone look through your bags.
Look for your air travel never to be the same.
Because I know that I'm one of the guys that you would hear me getting on the radio bitching saying I was trying to get on a plane today and I couldn't do this.
Right.
Let's go to Rich. See if I got this correct. Rich, you're on WNEW, WJFK. Hi.
How you doing?
Hi, it's the Don and Mike Show. Hello.
Good. Listen, Nassau County Cops and Long Island Medical Center is on staff right now. All the cops in Nassau, well, not all of them, most of them went out to the city. They're sending out Suffolk County cops, too.
And our prayers and our best wishes go to all those emergency people that are going to be working in the city of New York and in Washington, D.C. to get this situation under control. And, there are going to be some long days ahead for these people that do the good work here in the city.
Let's go to Buzz. Buzz.
U.S. fighter jets are now scrambling for a plane they say is headed for the Pentagon. I don't know if that would be the same D.C. police plane that was hijacked earlier.
Shoot that plane down.
Yeah.
I mean, shoot it down. This is war.
Yeah.
This is war. Let's go to Ruben in New York. Ruben, you're on NEW, JFK. Hello.
How you doing?
Hi, good morning, Ruben.
Good morning. Yeah, this is very tragic what's going on. I believe that as Americans we should all put our flags out and show them that we're not going to go down with this and we're going to stand up for ourselves.
Whatever does it for you and for everybody else, that's a good idea. I mean, I know that when you have something like this, we have to collectively in this country, psychologically, we have to do things to get us through this. And if that works for you, I think that's a terrific idea.
I was telling Mike before the show today when we walked in, I said to Mike, hold on, I'm hearing myself in delay there, Pete. Take that down. I said to Mike, for today's show, think Challenger. And that was one of the worst shows that we ever had to broadcast.
Right, exactly.
The day the Challenger exploded. But it was a day when you could let down your guard. You didn't have to worry about being funny. Mm-hmm. You didn't have to worry about being zany or topping people with lines. And for a while after the Challenger, just what you were talking about happened. Everybody came together.
Mm-hmm. Right.
What I'm wondering is, how long is it going to take after this happens for people to stay together. Like I said, 3 or 4 months from now, I'll probably be the type of guy that's bitching at the airport.
Well, you never know. And I think when literally, and I'm not trying to make a pun here, when all of this settles and we see the magnitude of this tragedy, this is going to be like nothing that's ever happened to the United States before. And that is when things are going to change. And, something like this does not happen without major change from, airport security all the way down to, the way we live our lives.
And how many of you, like me, let's look at this from a different standpoint for just a second, felt as I watched this unfold this morning and I saw Bush go on TV. Take aside the way you feel about politics for a second.
Right.
Let me ask you a question. Right now, who would you rather have in charge with this going on, Bush or Clinton? And I know we've goofed about this and we joked during the elections. For some reason, I feel more secure with Bush in charge. Even though the guy's a dope.
Right now, whoever the person is in charge, we have to stand behind that person.
I agree.
And I think that we are the country, the greatest country in the world, and I think we have to band together. And right now, who's in charge and who's taking care of things, it sure as hell matters to some people. But for the people that are affected by this tragedy down at the World Trade Center, it doesn't really matter to them right now.
I think it's the military leaders at this point who are really come into play more than the president himself. I mean, obviously, he makes the final call.
I would venture to say the president of the United States is being told what to do right now.
Absolutely.
And that would be regardless if it was Bush or Clinton.
It wouldn't matter who it is, because certain things take place, certain precautions, protocol take place.
All right, let's go to Andrew here on NEW and JFK. Andrew, hello.
Hey, Don and Mike.
Hi, you're on the air.
Hi. I know this probably isn't the appropriate time, but I was just thinking that it's not great to see the collapse over and over again. I don't think it reassures people.
I agree.
But you know what? Welcome to the world in which we live in. You're going to see it continually now.
But I call on that. I mean, I really do. You're talking about something of this magnitude, you got to change some rules, and I agree. I think that every time I see that, you report it, but you're not doing any good by showing it.
And even more than that, CNN was just showing a riot scene down on Wall Street that was really about the most horrifying thing I've ever seen. And it's not doing any good to show people that, to show other Americans at their absolute time of panic.
Right.
You're not helping yourself.
Now, Buzz, what is this I'm seeing on the bottom of the screen on CNN? It says, second lost American Airlines flight was from Dulles to Los Angeles. Second lost American Airlines.
That is new information.
American Airlines confirms loss of 2 flights. What is that about?
That would be the one that went down in Pennsylvania, perhaps?
It could be. We're just going to have to wait to hear from them. And
United Airlines passenger jet crashes near Pittsburgh.
Okay, that's the one in western Pennsylvania. So apparently, and American will confirm or deny this in about 7 minutes, apparently both of the planes that went into the World Trade Center, although this doesn't make a lot of sense. I know that the first plane that crashed into the first World Trade Center tower was an American Airlines jet from Boston to Los Angeles was its original destination. I don't know how a plane... I would be surprised that a plane would make it all the way up here from Dulles before some kind of action had been taken, if in fact that Dulles plane was also headed to Los Angeles.
That's what they just said on CNN, from Dulles to Los Angeles. Let's go back to calls here. Don and Mike show on WNEW, WJFK. Our phone number 212-757-1027. Excuse me, Raymond. Hello, Raymond.
Yeah, hi, Don and Mike. This is Raymond. There was a report. I'm watching Baltimore news. I'm in Maryland. And there was a report that a plane crashed near or at Camp David, and also one plane crashed in the Maryland suburban area. And the FBI knew about 4 hijackings prior to all the crashes. And the Red Cross is asking people to go to the hospitals and donate blood.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
If you're looking for something to do, that's a great idea.
But this is just, if that's true, this is a mess that's just growing out of control.
And don't come into the city to do that, obviously. If you're out in the burbs, give blood in the burbs, and the Red Cross will get the blood into town.
Let's go to Amanda. Amanda, hi, from D.C. You're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hi, you guys mentioned something about the schools. I'm in D.C. area right now. Arlington County is staying open. D.C. keeps changing their mind. Now they're saying to pick up the children if you have an ID, and PG is closing 2 hours early. So they're not really doing anything with the schools.
All right. Well, no, that's three of the school systems in the D.C. area are figuring out what to do.
Yeah, I know. D.C. changed their mind. I've been watching the news, and in the last 3 minutes, they've changed it from we're closing to we're not.
You know, in D.C., it's like when it snows in D.C. Right. I think it's going to be the same thing like when the plows come out after there's already a foot of snow on the ground.
You know, they're reacting to the situation as it develops.
All right, let's go to Laura, who is near Dulles Airport out in suburban D.C. Laura, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, great. You're on the air.
It is just crazy here. I'm on Route 28, which is the road that leads to Dulles Airport.
Right.
And it is total gridlock.
It's gridlock on 28?
Mm-hmm.
Now
and I picked my kids up from school. I pulled them both out of school. And all the schools in Ashburn, which is a suburb close to the airport, all the schools are locked down. They have to show ID. They've got all the doors locked.
Yeah,
just
all right.
Unbelievable.
All right.
And getting to 28, all the undercover vehicles are going to the airport.
All right. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, this is happening as we speak.
All right, that's Laura. She's on Route 28 at Centerville near Dulles Airport. Buzz, you got something, or are you just monitoring something?
We're hearing reactions now from various religious groups, religious leaders. The spiritual leader of the Hamas says that he does not, of course, endorse attacks on civilians or innocent people, but he says the United States needs to realize that it, too, can suffer as other countries and people in other countries
have suffered.
He better
shut his mouth.
At least one other terrorist organization has taken credit for the attack, but now another one is chiming in, so it's really hard to know who to believe at this point.
All right, let's go to Anthony in New York. With Don and Mike on WNEW and on WJFK. We want to thank Pete Johnson, our New York engineer.
The engineers here at NEW have been doing a great job.
You can't get a dial tone anywhere in Manhattan, but we do have our phone lines working at 212-757-1027. Here's Anthony from New York. Anthony, hi.
How you doing, Don and Mike?
Hi, we're doing okay.
Terrible day.
Yes, it is. No doubt.
Yeah, this will go down in history as one of the worst in the history of the United States.
CBS has just reported that there were 8 hijacked planes. They're still looking for 4.
Oh, Christ. So still 4 out there.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Anthony.
All right, buddy.
Let's go to Tim in New York. Tim, hi. You're on NEW, JFK.
How you doing, pal?
Doing all right.
I was wondering if you think today's date has any significance with all the trauma and emergency being caused with today's date being 9/11.
You know, I don't know. I don't think it would. I wouldn't think that...
I don't think they're that bright.
Well, no, I think they are. Frankly, I think... It would have more...
kind of clever, though, isn't it?
Well, I think it would have more, maybe significance that probably we wouldn't relate to in this country.
All right, now they're reporting on CNN that part of the Pentagon has collapsed.
Yes. We, in fact, had mentioned
that
was
earlier.
Yeah, earlier. American Airlines is making its statements now.
Oh, can I pot it up?
I don't know. They may have already made them. I can tell you what has been said.
Same airplane
American Airlines says it lost 2 planes today. As you mentioned earlier, one Dulles to Los Angeles. That's the one that went down in western Pennsylvania, and also the one that was bound from Boston to Los Angeles. That's the first one that crashed into the World Trade Centers today. American Airlines says it lost a total of 156 passengers in those 2 crashes.
Well, hold on, let me see what I'm getting here.
Crashed. So we now have at least 2 commercial airline companies in the United States. American Airlines reporting 2 of its passenger jets down. One flight Dulles in Washington to Los Angeles, and then another flight from Boston to Los Angeles down, and now we have United Airlines reporting at least 1 airline or airliner down.
All right, she doesn't have any new information there. Philadelphia landmarks have also been evacuated now. The Liberty Bell, all of your tourist spots in Philadelphia have been evacuated. As I mentioned, I think a while ago, I've got to think if you live in Chicago, you've got to go downtown. You got to clear the Sears Tower, for goodness sakes. Right. You got to go down to the Miracle Mile. You got to go down to Lakeshore Drive and get people the hell out of there.
And you know, if you have people here in New York City, in Washington D.C. that work at the Pentagon, I'm just going to ask everybody, say a prayer. Whether you believe in whatever God you believe in, just there are a lot of people that are impacted. When you see the pictures of these people and the reactions that not just the people that were directly involved in this tragedy, but people that have loved ones down there at the World Trade Center, take a pause. And this is just going to continue to develop as the greatest tragedy in the history of the United States.
It's a freaking serious serious situation.
Phenomenal.
The mainland United States under attack like we've never seen it before.
It's 11:30 on the East Coast. Don and Mike show on WNEW New York, WJFK Washington. Let's go to Frank from New York. Frank, hi, you're on with Don and Mike.
This is Frank. Listen, I just wanted to tell you, I hope the rest of the country feels the same. I'm 53 years old. I'm a Vietnam vet. I'm a business owner. I'm here every day. I take this very seriously, my business. I'm ready to drop, lock the doors, close the gates, pick up arms. My government needs me. I'm ready. I'm going.
I'll tell you right now, I don't think you're alone in that.
There's a lot of people who feel the same way, and I think that this is going to hit home with a lot more people than an isolated attack.
Absolutely.
Somewhere.
Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, the fact that New York and Washington have been hit,
absolutely,
and planes are going down in Pennsylvania, and you've got the other plane that's
massive,
that's careening out of control. Absolutely, yeah. I got to feel the same way. Let's go to Gary from D.C. on WJFK. Gary, hi, you're on the air with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
We're doing all right.
Yeah, first off, I want to commend you guys for the approach you're taking today. Going from the usual.
Oh, well, listen, how could you possibly get on the air today and do a regular show?
We've got, you have bigger fish to fry on a day like this. This is, I don't think anybody, I don't remember anything that remotely approaches this. And everybody's reacting to it, and being here in the middle of New York City is, it's a strange feeling. It's a feeling that you get in the pit of your stomach, and we're all reacting to it at the same time.
Someone just done some research. It's the first attack on D.C. since 1812.
I think that would be the last time we've been attacked.
Yeah, I mean, I know I said that in New York before that the World Trade Center's been terrorized before, but in D.C. really, I think we had a feeling of invincibility that we live in Washington D.C. What the hell could ever happen to us here?
Right.
Anyway, I'm sorry, Gary. Go ahead.
That's okay. I'm on 95.
Buzz, hold on a second. You got something, Buzz?
United Airlines says it has also lost a plane today and is concerned about the welfare of one other. We do not know whose planes crashed where. We now believe that the plane that crashed into the south end of the Pentagon was a United Airlines jet. We're still waiting to hear more from United on that.
All right. Thank you, Buzz. Gary, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on 95 North, stuck in traffic to go across the Woodrow Wilson Bridge. And you see people in their cars, people are crying.
Yep.
My wife, she works on Capitol Hill. I work normally right across from the White House. I was out at a client today.
You sure you want to get in touch with your loved ones in a situation like that, and that unfortunately is not an easy task, especially here in New York with the phone situation.
No phone lines in New York. The only lines that I know that work in New York right now are the lines that people are calling us on.
Well, I tell you, I've been trying to call my wife for almost 2 hours. I can't get hold of anybody, but I get a hold of you guys. So you're right, hats off to your engineers there. But I just, I know you guys don't have the answer to this, but want to know, where do we go from here as far as how does the government determine when to reopen, the district and other areas?
Well, I would say in Manhattan, you're talking about God knows how long until things get back to normal.
Absolutely. You have no idea. I mean, you're talking about the center of the financial district of the world that is gone, that is destroyed.
And the sad thing about this is that I think even if you reach a point today when you think it's over,
right?
And I know that Buzz has just told us there are 4 more planes in the air, you don't know if it's over.
You don't know.
You can't fight against an unknown opponent. You can't fight against someone you don't know. Right. So at what point is tomorrow, do you say to you guys, hey, government workers, all you GSers, go back?
I don't think, certainly this week, the rest of this week, and perhaps the rest of this month, you're going to see things back to normal.
I want to go to Chris from Connecticut, who says he can now see the smoke from the World Trade Center all the way in Connecticut. Chris, where are you from in Connecticut, Chris?
I'm from Stamford.
And you can see it there?
I can see the smoke on 95 heading south. If you come through Stamford and some parts of Greenwich, you could see the smoke out in the distance.
Christ's sake.
And, thank the good Lord, I might have been down there today if it wasn't for my wife needing to go to the doctor.
Say a prayer for the people that were, okay, Chris?
Excuse me, gentlemen. D.C. police say that a plane, presumably their hijacked plane, is now headed at a high rate of speed up the Potomac River. They say the plane is moving at a high rate of speed up the Potomac River across Washington, D.C. We'll let you know as soon as we hear anything.
All right, so if it's going up the Potomac, it's going towards
National Airport.
Right. Okay, let's go to Don, who's on the air. Our phone number again, the only number you can get us today is 212-757-1027. It's the Don and Mike Show on WNEW and on WJFK. Don, hello.
How you doing, Don and Mike?
Hey, we're doing all right, my friend.
Some of the eyewitnesses in D.C. said that it was an American airline that crashed in the Pentagon. I kind of found that ironic that they used American that crashed in the Pentagon, and the two that were the World Trade Center were also American. How it's kind of ironic that they used American Airlines.
It should be mentioned that there are reports of two United Airlines planes that were hijacked.
Yeah, I think we know of 2 American Airlines crashes. We know of 1 United crash, and United fears that another crash is pending. What isn't clear at this point, except for that the first jet was an American Airlines jet crashing into the World Trade Center, we don't know yet for sure whose jets crashed where.
And to that point, aren't we giving these guys too much credit to think, whoever it is, to think, okay, they picked 911 as the day, and they're going to fly American Airlines planes.
No, I think that the planes that were hijacked were the planes they could hijack.
Yeah, right. And that was my point. That's why I don't think 911 was a significant day.
I don't either.
And I don't think that it was an American Airlines plane into an American building. You're absolutely right. It's the planes that were flying this morning.
And they're going to have to look at the security considerations around that. Right. That will be part of the investigation. When all
tend to look for coincidences. I think as a kind of comfort, Lincoln's secretary was named Kennedy. Kennedy's, none of that stuff applies here yet.
Charlie, New Jersey. Hi, you're with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Hey, how you doing, Don and Mike?
All right.
My question for you, I guess when all the dust settles and, everything clears, do you think that warrants us to attack any well-known terrorist areas or in the Middle East?
I think if we get definitive proof who did it, I think I speak for everybody now. God damn, we come down on them hard.
We've done it before. We've searched for these guys before, and everybody's filled with anger.
Yeah, but we've got to have definitive proof on.
You have to. You can't go out.
Who did this?
We're talking about loss of innocent life, and you don't, create loss of innocent life for loss of innocent life. I think what you do is, what's been done before. You're going to have to change the way we protect this country.
Charlie,
we're very relaxed. Yeah.
Thank you for the call, Charlie. We're going to go to Holly now, who's on Army Navy Drive in Virginia. Holly, hi. You're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hey guys, I've been listening to you since I was probably 10 years old. Hell of a time to call you though. Yeah, I was here slightly after it happened at the Pentagon. It's freaking incredible. Traffic is backed way up. The smoke is still really visible where I'm at now, and it just covered Arlington.
You can still see the smoke from the Pentagon?
Oh, sure. No, no problem.
There you go. I got a live shot on CNN. Yeah, it doesn't look as bad as it did before, but there was smoke still pouring out of the middle of the Pentagon.
So part of it collapsed, not the entire structure. Right.
I was here before they closed down all the traffic, so, you could get up close, but now they've pretty much closed everything down. It's just stagnation on the roads. Can't do anything.
All right,
but
thank
it's just crazy.
Holly, thank you. Thanks for the call, honey. Let's go to Andrew in New York. You're with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, we're doing okay.
My name's Andrew Wilkinson. I'm calling you from Brooklyn, New York.
Yes, Andrew.
Hi. I saw both buildings go down because we were on the roof over here in Brooklyn, right across from the bridge.
Right.
My question, and somebody has to come straight with this. 8 planes were hijacked today, right?
Right. At least.
One plane gets hijacked in the country. We all know about it. How can 8 planes get hijacked? There's no warning or anything. Okay, nobody knows anything. There's no radio reports, nothing. Now we're getting all these reports afterwards saying, hey, United's missing 1 plane and American's missing 2 after the fact.
Well,
Where was the early warning?
Let me tell you, that's what the investigations are for, and there are so many unanswered questions.
I agree with you, Andrew. I had the same question myself.
You're going to have to wait to see what happened, what broke down, and why weren't these hijackings reported? If indeed, did we have a report of the FBI knowing about this?
The FBI was investigating a hijacking prior to the very first crash this morning. They were already on the case. Why they weren't able to stop it, or if anybody could have stopped it at that point, remains to be seen.
Now, one more thing. We were on the roof when the first plane hit. Now, we're standing there, and we saw the second plane, and we're like, hold on a second. Have you heard anything yet? And we're like, no. Well, look at that plane. It's getting kind of close. And it hit, and come on now. You're telling me you got 3 major airports in the New York City area. You got the one in Jersey, you got LaGuardia, and you got Kennedy. Nobody was tracking these planes?
No, and listen, we got to run. Thank you for the call. I had the same thought as I was watching the Channel 4 helicopter today. They were showing the first Trade Center burned out and speculating as to, well, maybe it was an errant plane. We don't know if it's terrorist. And you can see from the right-hand part of the screen the second plane directly coming at the second World Trade Center.
And it's become apparent that not only the planes but the bombs at the base of the the towers did the damage. And, you're talking about a full-scale attack on the World Trade Center towers with the planes and with the explosives at the base. The questions that everybody has, the anger that everybody has, you're going to have to wait and find out where the lapses were, where the breakdowns were. Because right now, with the situation being what it is, we don't have those answers, and I'm sure the authorities that are investigating this don't have those answers either.
New York police now say this is a war zone. Manhattan is like a war zone. D.C. has been closed down. The government employees have been let go. You're listening to Don and Mike, WNEW and WJFK. You can call us at 212-757-1027. Let's go to Anthony. Anthony, you're on the air with Don and Mike. Hello.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Anthony, right? How do you think this will affect our foreign policy towards the Middle East?
This affects every aspect of the United States government. It affects every aspect of police and security and the FBI.
Yeah.
This country has changed forever. And what you have to realize is that things will never be the same. Buzz, I don't see how they possibly could be.
They can't be the same at this point. We can never, and it will be months, maybe years before we get over this. Try to picture this, if you will. I was strolling last night, a very mild evening at South Broadway. It's hard to imagine that right now, as we speak, people are feeling their ways because they can't see, because the ash and the smoke and the dust is so dense, they can't see. They're feeling their way across Lower Broadway today as they try to get out of the area.
You cannot imagine this. And if you're watching CNN, to an extent when you watch TV, here's the thing. We've been desensitized to this type of stuff because we've seen it in the movies.
Right.
And when you're watching TV, to an extent, and I felt this today, when I watched the World Trade Center, the planes going to the Trade Center, on TV, I felt, that's awful.
Right.
It wasn't until I left my apartment building, I got out on the street, and my doorman said, "Hey, look, right over there."
Right.
And then this was hours ago before it really hit the fan.
Right.
Out on the streets of New York right now, to say you're watching it on TV and you're realizing what's happening, you don't.
It's having my brother-in-law who works, does not work regularly in the World Trade Center, but comes down to New York, and not knowing and, wanting to call my sister to find out. Everybody that's got this situation going right now, that's the tough part, and those are the people I'm concerned about.
And let me say to you and to Buzz and to Rob, to all of you guys, we're not breaking for commercials. If you want to leave and take a break,
take a bathroom break right now.
Go ahead. Take a break. I'll stay here. You go ahead and do this.
Vice versa. So you can. I know your bladder's getting full.
I got Ken on top of my situation. I'm fine with the calls. Buzz.
Very good. We want to help out the authorities here by saying that, first of all NYPD personnel are being called to work, and that includes the operators and the 911 workers. And right now, if you can believe this, retired NYPD officers from the New York Police Department are being asked to report to Midland Avenue and Capabana Boulevard in Staten Island and report to Ed Royce there. Retired NYPD officers meet Ed Royce on Midland Avenue on Staten Island.
All right, thank you, Buzz. It's the Don and Mike Show on WNEW and WJFK. You can reach us at 212-757-1027. We do have CNN going here. We do have 1010 Wins piped into our studio. As soon as President Bush comes on TV, as soon as United Airlines, American Airlines makes a statement, we will give it to you live, and we are taking your phone calls. Joe, you're on the Don and Mike Show. Hello.
Hey, yes, how you doing? I'm driving down the LIE.
Yes, Joe.
And sitting out here in Huntington, you can see the smoke all the way out here.
On the LIE. Now, if you're coming in, coming in or going out of town today, in New York, you're screwed. George Washington closed.
The Triborough
Brooklyn Bridge closed.
A couple of bridges most are closed still, and earlier they all were. But right now I understand that the Queensbound side of the Triborough Bridge is open. Traffic is being diverted in many locations and is jammed up on the LIE and elsewhere here in New York.
All right, thank you.
They are closing the LIE and the northern states to emergency vehicles only.
Right. Gotcha. All right, thank you. Let's go to Steve. Steve, you got stuff about kids at school? Steve.
Yeah, they're going to be closing down the Nassau and Suffolk County school school districts are going to be closing down.
All right, now see, this is where I think, as a parent, this is where it gets me feeling nutty that if you're a parent and you're in the city and you can't get out and you have to walk over the Brooklyn Bridge and they're letting your kid out of school, that's where you got to be going crazy thinking, is my kid going to get home by himself, by herself? Yeah. How do you handle that situation?
I am sure that at these schools what you're going to do is have a situation where the kids that aren't picked up, where, if you have, the transportation, that's going to get the kids to their homes, but if it's parents picking up children, I'm sure that these schools will have certain contingencies to have the kids watched until, they can get in touch with their parents.
I understand that we can go to calls via Slow Joe.
This is an experiment. It should work. All signs point that they should be able to press
all signs point to yes. Let's go to let's see if we can take a call from D.C. on our regular line. Hello, Don and Mike show.
Hey, Don and Mike.
Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, yeah, I'm out on 295, right at Bowling Air Force Base.
That was a bad sell.
Right.
But I do think now we have a second set of phone lines up. But, Joe, punch another one up, and let's see if we can take another one on 877-365-3636. Hello, Don and Mike show.
Don and Mike, this is terrible. This is a terrible tragedy.
Yeah, it is.
I was up on Mount St. Alban, as you know, that's the highest point in D.C. And scary looking out over the city.
You know what?
From the Pentagon.
The reception on that cell is awful. I think we're gonna have to stick with our main number here in New York.
Absolutely.
At 212-757-1027. Randy, line 11. Is this Randy? No, I'm sorry, I don't know who this is. Oh, here he is. Randy. Hi, Randy. You're on the air. Don and Mike show. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing all right.
I was working at the Monmouth Mall in Eatontown, New Jersey.
Yes, sir.
We went up on the roof because we're doing a building over there.
Yeah.
You could see the smoke from there, and I mean that's 30, 40 miles away from New York City.
Right.
And you got like 100 people working in this building because they're doing a renovation, and a lot of people just left. They went home. They're worried about their families and friends that work there. I have a friend that works on Wall Street. I've been trying to call him for hours. I can't get in touch with him.
Yeah, I think, and I was just talking about that with the kids in school. I think that now is going to hit people. The people who are not directly affected by this tragedy, you immediately think, oh, my God, if it's happened in New York, if it's happened in D.C., maybe it could happen where I live. I got to get to be with my family. I got to call and make sure my family's okay.
And whether you have somebody, involved in this tragedy at the World Trade Center, it affects all of us like nothing. Because when, the first attack took place and did not do the significant damage that this attack has done, now that it has been what I hate to say the word successful, but a successful terrorist attack, you're going to get everyone affected by this, and I know that it doesn't matter whether you have anybody involved in it at all.
Just to bring people up to speed a little bit, 10,000 emergency workers have been called to the scene of the collapse of the World Trade Center towers here in New York. As you may have heard earlier, part of the Pentagon collapsed today as a plane hit that. The government now says that United Airlines plane that went down near Pittsburgh took 54 lives. President Bush, of course, has called this a terrorist attack, has called for the prayers of all Americans for the victims of it and full investigation. All federal buildings and the United Nations have been evacuated across the country today, and the FAA has grounded all U.S. flights. Any incoming transatlantic flights are being diverted still to Canada.
Buzz, we're going to go live now to a briefing at Logan Airport in Boston. Of course, that's where one of the planes that was hijacked originated from.
What is the code Fort Knox? We report the employees screaming Fort Knox around the time that the plane went into the World.
I don't know what that means. Doesn't mean have any connotation here at Logan Airport.
What about planes that are flying in here? Are they being rerouted somewhere else?
Aircraft were flying into Logan Airport. We did take some arrivals, but now since the airport is shut down, these flights will be diverted to Canada.
They're not taking flights either with you.
There seems to be some kind of problem with that connection there.
No, I think it's just the people in the crowd who
trying to get the microphones on the reporters that are asking the questions.
You can hear the guy from Logan Airport fine.
Either public transportation or their own transportation out of the airport. Leaving the airport? No.
How long do you anticipate the airport to be closed?
It's indefinite this time. We'll be meeting with the FAA. We'll be conducting analysis of our intelligence that we have. We'll make a determination later on this afternoon.
Flight 11 from Boston to Los Angeles is one of the hijacked planes that was run into the World Trade Center. Another flight from Dulles Airport in D.C. to Los Angeles has been hijacked. Is that one, Buzz, there's so many. Has that one crashed? Is that the one that crashed in Pennsylvania?
It's difficult to keep track of all of those. The one you just mentioned, and that was on its way from Boston to L.A., had 81 passengers and 11 crew on board. Flight 77 from Dulles had 58 passengers and 6 crew aboard. Both were on their way to Los Angeles. United Flight 93, headed from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, crashed near Somerset, Pennsylvania today. No known survivors is what we're hearing so far, and United says it is momentarily deeply concerned about the status of Flight 175, also from Boston to Los Angeles.
All right, now listen, I mean this seriously, and I know the movie was just out and everything. Do you think that this day goes down in history as being remembered like a Pearl Harbor type day?
Absolutely. You could not possibly imagine the extent of this tragedy. This is our generation's Pearl Harbor today, and it's the problem is you don't have that country to look at in its entirety and say, this is the enemy, this is who we fight. That's what terrorism is all about. That's the problem with it. That's the reason why these individuals can get into the country and do something like this. That's absolutely done. I think this is our generation's Pearl Harbor. I think once we're reporting on this and we're talking about this as it happens right now, but when this all plays out and you see the results of this, I think this will make Pearl Harbor pale in comparison.
Absolutely.
All right, Don and Mike Show, 102.7 WNEW, New York.
Buzz, what do you have about the Centers for Disease Control?
106.7 WJFK, Washington.
I just want to add a couple other things. Israel has evacuated all of its missions around the world. President Bush is flying back from, I don't know how, but is returning from Florida, canceling his schedule there to focus on this. In Chicago, as you suggested earlier, Don, the Sears Tower has been evacuated. And as Mike just asked about, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta has been evacuated. It had been preparing bioterrorism teams in case that was to become a problem.
And furthermore, I would say throughout America, I would evacuate, I don't want to panic here, but I'd evacuate the St. Louis Arch. Yep. I would evacuate, all of your major American tourist type sites. I would go as far as say, listen, shut down Disneyland today.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Might as well.
Let's go back to the phones. We got tons of people here. Don and Mike Show, WNEW, WJFK. Pearl Harbor yielded 2,338 fatalities.
That answers your question.
Yeah, and we already know that just from the people in the World Trade Center, you got to think of 40,000 people working there. Pearl Harbor had 2,338 fatalities. That was it?
That's it.
For the first day when the Japanese bombed us?
There were 1,177 dead crewmen that are listed on the memorial, but all those mortally wounded total 2,300.
2,300 on December 7th.
There's a question in my mind right now, and that question is when the planes hit the buildings, the World Trade Center towers, I hope that they were able to get some people out of that building and do it quickly. And that's the main question that's in my mind right now, and I'd like to have that question answered.
Well, you would think on the lower floors, you would think.
Absolutely, and I can tell you that most, if not all, of the people in the lower floors of the first tower that was struck were evacuated. What has happened in the second tower, I don't know. At this point, as you know, both towers collapsed, and right now, as a public service, we'd like to ask all plastic surgeons and burn specialists in the New York City area to report to St. Vincent's Hospital on 11th Street because they need...
Repeat that again.
Are you going to call your own personal plastic surgeon?
I'm going to let him go today so we can focus on this. Again, burn specialists and doctors specializing in plastic surgery being asked to report to St. Vincent's on 11th Street. Obviously, there's a lot of work that needs to be done there.
Rebecca, hi, you're on WNEW, WJFK with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hi, you guys are doing a great job. The reason I called was I just heard it on another radio station. All the blood banks in New York are asking people to donate blood because they're lacking tremendous amounts of blood.
Yeah, I think Buzz had that also. Buzz had mentioned something to that effect also. But obviously, if you're in the city, stay in the city to do it. And if you're in the suburbs, they go somewhere in the suburbs.
The Red Cross will get it into town and get it where it's needed, wherever you are today in the U.S. and within the
look for where they need you and donate blood.
Blood is always needed all across the country. Today would be an especially good day to give, no matter where you live.
Johnny, hi, you're on NEW and JFK. Hello. Johnny.
Let's get the water supplies. They should have the water supplies protected. The reservoirs right now, right?
Has anyone looked into that?
I don't know what's more ridiculous, the fact that you're asking about the reservoirs or that I'm seeing now on CNN, under their headline that says America Under Attack, they're interviewing Tom Clancy.
Oh, God.
Can you imagine?
Unbelievable.
Can you imagine a more ridiculous situation? It is only the biggest disaster in 50 years in America.
I mean, this is when you don't want speculation. This is when you want to get as much information as you can. Report, as I always say to these guys in these circumstances, report. Get some facts out.
You don't want a guy who writes books. Rob, get me Elmore Leonard on the phone.
Right.
Elmore Leonard immediately. I love his book, Get Shorty.
Garrison Keillor on line 3.
Let's get him. Buzz, you got anything, or should I go to a call?
Just the latest report from Washington, D.C., that military jets are combing across the capital area, apparently in an attempt to screen out that D.C. plane, which, as hard as it is to believe, is apparently still headed toward D.C. What the status of that plane is, I don't know, but I do know that military planes are constantly fanning back and forth across the capital area.
All right, let's go to John in D.C., who was working, they're constantly renovating the Kennedy Center. They're giving it a facelift. John was working on the Kennedy Center today, right down by the Rock Creek Parkway. Johnny, you're on the air. Hi. Nope, just lost him. Just lost him. He had something to say, too. Let's go to, I don't know who this is. Hi, Donna Mike. Hello.
Hello?
Hi, who's this?
Lori, actually. I'm calling from Manhattan.
Yes, hi, Lori. You're on NEW.
Hi, yes. I'd like to know if you can tell me if the 59th Street Bridge is open for walkovers. I know you've mentioned that the Brooklyn Bridge is.
Joe. Oh, hold on. Joe?
All right.
Yeah, Dad, I got Bart on the line.
Oh, you got my kid on the line?
Yeah, hang on.
Okay. Hey, hold on a second. Buzz, will you find out about the 59th Street Bridge? I promise we'll find out.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Hello, son.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, hold on. Did you get my email?
Yeah, but where's Mom?
Did you want to talk to me off the air?
No, it's
Mom's fine. Listen, I tell you what. Why don't you go on hold for a second, okay?
No, it's fine.
All right, but yeah, you got my email? Yeah, Mom's fine. I'm fine.
Okay.
Everything's fine. Mom's on her way back home.
In a while, I might call you to get permission to drive home. Today, you have permission to drive home.
Yeah, listen, hey, Barty, just hold on a second. Joe, give Bart the hotline here. And, Barty, I want you to call me right back, because I'll go in the other room and take the call, okay?
Okay.
All right, just have, go on hold for a second. Okay. Yeah, listen, that's real life. That's my kid.
Absolutely.
He's at school.
You know, the people here in New York that are in the city are being asked to donate blood. We are trying to get updates on the ways out of the city. A lot of people, as Buzz mentioned before, were actually walking across the Brooklyn Bridge.
Did you find out about the 59th Street Bridge?
We're checking on it now.
All right, let's go to David in New York on NEW and JFK. David, hello.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hi, we're okay, thanks.
Oh, gosh, guys, this is such a tragedy.
I
was thinking, I'm 27 years old, and never in my life. This is the most tragic, most awful thing that I couldn't even imagine. It's Friday. I'm right here in Brooklyn. Just wanted to address what you were talking about earlier about desensitivity in television. I mean, you're absolutely right. I heard it first on the radio this morning with the sport guys and turned on the television and watched about an hour, but then I went outside to go walk around. And I implore people to put on their earphones and listen to radio and just turn off the television and go out and talk to people. People are very emotional out there, especially people who haven't seen anything, people who are in stores or they're really crying, and I really want to talk to people and really want to know what's going on, and I'm going to hang up right now and just go give blood myself.
All right, that's great. Thank you, David.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Let me see. Okay, hold on. Bear with me. Paul. Hi. Paul, New York, you're on the air with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello. Hey, Paul. Or
Hello?
Joe. I'm sorry, it's Joe.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
Hi, Joe. We're doing great.
Yeah, I had an uncle. I hope I still have an uncle. He was supposed to be working in a different section of Manhattan, and they sent him. They had an office in the World Trade, and they sent him there at 8 o'clock this morning.
Aye.
And one of the worst things, my wife used to work in the World Trade. She said there was a daycare center in the second building.
You know what? That makes me think of Oklahoma City. I don't even want to hear that now.
You know, it's going to be, you're going to get stories like this coming out.
That I don't want to hear.
But a strange thing, my dad works for the government still, and he says that there's been reports to them that the reason why the Pennsylvania plane went down is because they think that the terrorists couldn't get control of the plane and that people were fighting back in the plane.
Yeah, and
I would not be surprised.
Because if you're going to die, screw that. These freaks are going to go, if you're going to die, you're not going to let them take out that more people,
You know, that situation, that scenario, although I know all we're doing is speculating here, which is something that we really don't like the networks to do, but I wouldn't doubt that that's the situation. If
you wonder why the planes went down, you know, they probably had targets that were intended.
Let's go to Chris in D.C. on WJFK. Hi, you're with Don and Mike. Hello, Chris.
I'm not in D.C. I'm in New York, actually.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that, Chris.
I'm on 84. I go to school in Sussex County, New Jersey, and they sent all us home, too.
Okay.
All the way out there. And the thing about Tom Clancy, the thing about that is he wrote a book about terrorist planes going into the Capitol and the Pentagon.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's like you have the worst disaster in 50 years, and the best you can do is to call Dr.
Yeah,
Seuss.
totally
The only thing I would say...
Another thing I heard about that other plane in Washington?
Yeah.
I heard on another radio station where they had ABC on that there are F-16s out to seek and destroy that plane.
Right. Yep, Buzz had that also.
The only thing I was going to tell about Tom Clancy is because of the basic, he does have, I don't like speculation, and that's probably all it was. And because he has a working knowledge of the way that modern terrorism is being fought, because he has researched it, that's probably why they were talking to it. Do I think it's a good idea? No. I think right now they ought to be getting facts out and trying to report the facts and get information to people, especially here in New York City, as far as where people can go to help out, to donate blood, and to do what they can.
I'll go to Paul now in New York. Paul, hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
You said something about you didn't know if you could go over the 59th Street Bridge.
Yeah, we didn't. We don't know.
Yeah. Somebody on the street asked somebody if they could, and somebody else answered them, and they said that they could.
Now, can you drive over it or just walk over it?
Just walk over it.
Okay.
There really is no cause going in or out. And I just wanted to say that the terrorists tell us exactly where they want us. Seriously, they want us to attack back. So we should give them, if President Bush is listening to this, we should give them a taste of their own medicine.
Well, I think we've discussed this. I think most Americans feel the same way. If we can find out definitively who's behind this, but and you can bet we will retaliate.
And I will tell you, we've had that before.
Don't do it with nuclear warheads, though.
Where we've tried to find people. The more important factor is, I think, at this stage of the game, what's going to come out of this is how, in the name of God, do we protect ourselves in this country? How do we secure our borders? And you joke about the wall.
Build a wall.
I'll tell you right now, it's just amazing how we live in such an open society, and that's why I think something like this can happen. And what's going to come out of this is we're going to have to develop a new game plan as far as how to protect our citizens.
Bill in New Jersey, hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hi, Don?
Yeah, hi.
How you doing today?
We're doing great, thanks.
Great. I was actually in Newark when it happened. I go to law school down there. I saw pretty much the entire thing. It's sick to my stomach. What I can tell you is this. I have an uncle that works in the Port Authority for New York and New Jersey. He works at Newark Airport.
Yeah.
And at the point that the second plane crash happened, all of the bottom levels of the second trade tower were evacuated within about 10 to 15 minutes, he said, which means that the loss of life in there hopefully has been, reduced.
Good. Well, that is maybe some good news.
Yeah,
I'd like to hear that.
He said that at this point, 3 or 4 days before the airport's open again.
All right. Yeah,
all right.
At the very least. Our phone number where you can reach us is 212-757-1027. It's the Don and Mike Show today, WNEW 1027 New York City and 106.7 WJFK FM Washington, D.C. Buzz, we are going to do a break here. Do you have anything before the break?
Nothing new to report. We'll keep gathering information.
All right, then we are going to take a brief break, and we will be right back.
This is the Don and Mike Show.
Howard Stern mornings, Don and Mike middays, Opie and Anthony afternoons, the sports junkies at night, and the Washington Redskins. Washington's Superstation 106.7 WJFK.
Where are you? Are you tired of all the hidden charges that can add up so fast? Do you wish you had a way to control or eliminate the fees you have to pay, especially for basic things like banking? We are Wachovia, and we are here to tell you about a checking account that can actually free you from fees. Wachovia Access Now Checking. It requires no minimum balance and includes a free Wachovia check card, Free Wachovia ATM use, automated telephone, and online banking at no extra charge. And speaking of free, for a limited time, when you open Access Now Checking, you'll get your first box of Wachovia exclusive style checks free. Wachovia Access Now Checking. Freedom from fees. Visit a branch near you or call 1-800-WACHOVIA for more information. Wachovia. Let's get started. Wachovia Bank is a member FDIC. Account subject to approval. Wachovia charges a fee for the use of non-Wachovia ATMs.
Running a trencher is a tough job. You have to know the machine, where each line needs to be installed, and how deep it needs to be placed. And that's the easy part. The hard part is knowing where utility lines already are and how to work around them. Thankfully, you can leave that to Miss Utility. Miss Utility notifies all member utilities involved in your project to come mark their lines. Just follow their guidelines, and you won't have to worry about breaking the law, being fined, disrupting service to neighborhoods or even entire communities, or risking injury to yourself and those around you. So dig with care, Virginia. That means call before you dig at 1-800-257-7777. Allow required time for marking, respect the marks, and excavate carefully. Check us out on the web at missutilityofvirginia.com. And please, always dig with care. It's the law. This message is brought to you by the Virginia State Corporation Commission.
International Motor Saab in Falls Church, Virginia is renovating its showroom, and everything is coming down. Walls are coming down, ceilings are coming down, and the prices and interest rates are coming down. Interest rates are coming down as low as 0% APR on remaining 2001 9.3s and the acclaimed 9.5 sedans and wagons, which have received the Consumer Digest Best Buy and the Euro NCAP 5-star safety rating. Leases are coming down as low as $299 per month on a brand new 2001 Saab 9.3 Turbo for 36 months. The only thing left to come down is you. To International Motor Saab in Falls Church, Virginia. Just call 703-534-7222. That's 703-534-SAAB. 0% APR cannot be combined with other Saab offers and excludes 9.3 Biggin. Lease based on MSRP of $29,170. 12,000 miles per year for 36 months. Cap cost reduction of $19.99 and bank fee of $5.95 due at lease inception. Rate included. Tax additional. Offer ends 9/30/2001.
In the time it takes to watch half a dumb sitcom, you could be doing something valuable, reducing your car insurance rate. Call 1-800-947-AUTO.
Welcome. What is it you seek?
Oh, wise and powerful sage.
Yeah?
I seek the answer to... Hey, wait a minute. You're a greyhound dog.
You were expecting what, a llama?
Well,
He's on leave. Besides, the answer you seek is a Greyhound Super Friendly fare. With it, you will achieve freedom to travel to thousands of places for as low as $49 when you plan ahead.
You, see all this?
I see all things in black and white.
Super Friendly fares from $49. Call, walk in, or log on for details. Conditions apply.
If you think you've seen some wild rock and roll stories on VH1, you ain't seen nothing yet. Introducing Strange Frequency. Every week, different stories, different stars, different victims. Hosted by Roger Daltrey. Who are you? VH1 Strange Frequency. Rock and roll's Twilight Zone. Every Saturday night at 10, 9 Central.
I think he's dead now.
Only on VH1. Another My VH1 Primetime weekend premiere.
Infinity Broadcasting WJFK FM Manassas, Washington, D.C. Partnered with TMR, a Sun Microsystems I-Force Systems provider of storage solutions.
At Geico Direct, our mission is clear. Like a butcher sharpening up his meat cleaver, our job is to cut the fat. Not pork loins or fried ribs, mind you, but car insurance bills. You could save 15% or more with some of the leanest rates possible. And we throw in a few extras, too, like complete 24-hour service. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. 1-800-947-AUTO. It's the filet mignon of car insurance at a hamburger price. Geico Direct, the sensible alternative.
Let's get set. 1 minute your schedule is packed. The next, it's looser than cream corn. What's a time-crunched globetrotter to do? Well, simmer down now. Just hightail it to Priceline.com, name your own price, or airfare to the destination of your dreams, and usually get your answer in 15 minutes or less. Priceline.com. Relieve stress on contact.
Save up to 40% or more on airline tickets. Priceline.com.
Hi, it's Jamie Lee Curtis for VoiceStream. It seems your wireless company thinks you're nocturnal. Why else would they restrict your calls during the day and give you way too many minutes to use at night? Seriously, you're not a bat. You don't sleep upside down during the day. So why do most wireless calling plans give you a ton of minutes you can use at night, but not enough time to talk during the day?
With VoiceStream's Get More plan, you get the most minutes that are truly useful. They're called Whenever Minutes, and they're good 24/7.
Hey, that'll let me talk whenever I want, which is pretty often. I like the sound of that.
For a limited time, we'll give you 600 nationwide Whenever Minutes, plus 2,000 weekend minutes for $39.99.
I think it might be time to reconsider your calling plan. You need to get yourself some Whenever Minutes, so you can talk about whatever you want, whenever you want.
Need more information? Go to voicestream.com or call 1-888-STREAMS. Some restrictions and limitations apply. See printed materials and VoiceStream stores for complete details.
Infinity Broadcasting, WJFK FM, Manassas, Washington, D.C. 106.7 WJFK.
John Geronimo and Michael Mera, WJFK.
This is the Don and Mike Show.
We're back. I was kind of a CF.
Well, you know, we're doing the very best we can. We took a short break for everybody to get their act together, and bathroom breaks, phone calls, as best as anybody can make a phone call on this day of tragedy.
I think for a brief moment there, you might have been hearing commercials from Washington and New York, both on the air at the same time.
We apologize for that, and we also apologize for taking a break in the first place, but we did have to do that. And, you know, we really are reacting to these developing stories. And right now, do you have anything that's the latest, Buzz?
No, I'm waiting to hear the latest on that D.C. plane. I can tell you right now, here in New York City, doctors and nurses are being asked to report to the hospitals in Jersey City, New Jersey. Many of the victims being taken across the river to Jersey City. So all doctors and nurses who work in Jersey City are being asked to report right now.
I do know that Mayor Giuliani will be addressing New York in a moment. We will carry live coverage of that.
You may have already missed it. I just heard some taped comments from the mayor in which he said he does not know of any casualty figures yet, but that he expects it to be a horrendous number of casualties.
Craig came in and said he thought he was going to make a giant
he may be speaking again. The tape I may have heard, the tape that I did hear may have been to an individual radio station.
Gotcha. The Don and Mike Show, we're in New York today at WNEW, also simulcast on WJFK. This is the only number to call us on today, 212-757-1027.
What you just said, what?
We just heard the report of a possible explosion at or near the U.S. Supreme Court. There was a report of a dull thud in the area, and the sense that there has been an explosion there. So I'll be checking on that. Military planes are still combing across the capital area of Washington, D.C., and we still don't know the status of that supposedly hijacked police plane.
All right, and while all of this is going on, for the people in New York, for the most part, if you're in the city,
I know that many people are asking you to donate blood.
Yeah, and you can't get out. I mean, you can take the Brooklyn Bridge, the 59th Street Bridge, but you got to walk.
Right. Buzz had a message for doctors. I remember that before. That plastic surgeons. You had that on the upper left.
Plastic surgeons are needed at St. Vincent's. Many victims have been taken to St. Vincent's Hospital on 11th Street, and they desperately at that location need plastic surgeons and burn specialists. You just mentioned bridges, and let me tell you that the Tansy Bridge is open. Most New York City bridges into Queens.
Is that the Tappan Zee Bridge?
Yes.
Right.
Most New York City bridges into Queens are now open, except in Nassau County, they're stopping traffic headed into Queens from that direction for whatever reason. The 59th Street Bridge, the Williamsburg Bridge, and the Brooklyn Bridge all closed except to foot traffic as the exodus out of the city continues.
Back in D.C., all of the federal buildings, or most of them have been evacuated. The Beltway is at a standstill. I imagine lots of parents in D.C. are going through what you heard me go through with a moment ago on the air and then off the air, where my son wants to leave school. They won't let him leave without
parents' permission.
And I'm in a weird,
which is a good thing to do.
I'm in a weird position because I'm on the radio right now, and my wife was coming up this morning, taking the train to New York. She got to Newark, and I finally got her on her cell and said,
Glad you were able to do that.
Go back home.
That's great that you were able to do that.
So, yeah, she's on her way back to take care of him. So, I mean, I empathize with the parents who are now trying to get a hold of their kids. Cell phones are down. We've not had a problem with the Internet for the most part here in Manhattan. Also, telephones are down throughout New York.
Right.
You can call us at 212-757-1027. And let's go to Mark, Buzz, unless you had something.
I just wanted to add that we've just heard a report that in the Middle East, Palestinians are firing their guns into the air and waving flags in celebration of what has happened.
Here I got Glory in New York, who's going to tell you the same thing. Glory.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm actually online with my girlfriend, Xiomara, and she can't figure out what station she's listening to, but they're saying that the Palestinians, I can't even talk, I'm so shaken up, are celebrating in the street, chanting God is great and handing out candy. It's 87.7 there in Florida.
Bastards.
Can you believe it?
Yes, sad to say I can believe it.
Doesn't, of course, mean that they're responsible, but they certainly are celebrating.
Yeah. All right, let's go to Vernon in Staten Island. This guy saw the plane. Of course, I think we all saw the plane. But, Vernon, what else did you see? Vernon, Staten Island. Hi, you're on the air, NEW.
Yeah, I was at the order yard working. I saw this plane come by, right?
Yeah.
And I said to myself, I know this plane ain't going to hit that second building.
Mm-hmm.
And as it was going, the helicopter was next to the plane. And as the plane impacted into the second building, the helicopter kept going.
Well, now, keep in mind, at the time that the second plane hit the World Trade Center, you had Channel 7, Channel 2,
It wasn't a news helicopter.
It wasn't a news helicopter.
No, it wasn't.
Well,
it was like it was escorting to make sure, it hit.
Well, I didn't see that on any of my coverage, Vern, but
that's why
might have been a police helicopter.
That's why I called.
Could have been a police helicopter that was tracking.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Al. Al, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Hi, good morning.
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. I'm just a little shaken up about the situation, family in New York and everything.
Right.
My main focus, though, is, he's done most of the damage he can do, but my fear is what else he has under his sleeve, because everybody knows you don't bring your big guns out for the fight, and he's done this. My fear is, he admitted it. He's going to go out. He's going to do what he has to do. My fear is what else is, the worst is yet to come,
All right, now, well, first, I want to ask, when you say who, that's a rhetorical who, right? That we don't really know who the who is. And
exactly.
And second, I would say, God damn, I think the fact that the World Trade Center has been virtually taken down to the ground, and that the Pentagon has been attacked, and that all these planes have been hijacked, I think this guy, again, we're just using this guy, he's shooting his load. I mean, this is...
You never know, and then that's what I'm afraid of.
God, I would pray that it couldn't get any worse than this.
And that's the thing about it, my fear is, everything going on, chemical warfare, everything going on nowadays. What else does this guy has up his sleeve? For him to do what he did, to take a piece of American history and just ruin it, that's my phobia,
Right. No, we're with you.
And you share that with a lot of other Americans, especially people here in New York.
Yeah.
Gotcha, Al. Thank you, my friend.
I appreciate it. You have a good day and be safe.
Thank you. We're trying. Let's go to Amy in the Bronx. Amy, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hi. I just want to say I live all the way in the Bronx, and I can see clouds of smoke.
Yeah. Well, not surprising. We had a guy calling from Connecticut.
You can see smoke all the way around the tri-state area.
Really?
Yeah, it's everywhere, honey.
That's disgusting.
Yeah. It is. It sucks. Buzz, you have something, or are you
just a couple of transportation notes for people in New York City who are trying to get to their loved ones or are trying to get out of the mess. All subway service and all PATH trains have been suspended. The outbound Long Island Railroad has just limited service at this point, and Metro North rail service is suspended as well.
Let's go to Mark from D.C. Been a while since we took a call from there. Mark, hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Yeah, how's it going?
Okay.
First of all, I'm in a park in the middle of a field about a mile from the White House, a mile and a half from the Supreme Court, no big bangs. I can hear the probably F-16s in the air occasionally, but you can't see anything. But I want to make two comments.
Sure.
Regarding what you said earlier. One, I'm very happy the president we have in office. Part of that's due to the fact that, 8 years ago, we had another president in office
Yeah,
and in
you know
the
what?
past 8 years...
I'm going to stop you because this is not the day for a political agenda.
I was just asking a rhetorical question about if you feel confident.
Don's comment had nothing to do with politics.
You know, I don't want to make this the Rush Limbaugh show.
This is not a day for that. My friend, let me tell you something. It is not a day for a political agenda. We have to pull together today.
What Mike said is true. It doesn't matter if it's Clinton or it's Bush.
It doesn't matter.
You got to get behind whichever dope is the president.
Right.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. And I'm not necessarily a supporter, but it makes me happy. We've had 8 years.
Oh, come on. Get out of here.
Right.
You know
very clear.
Call Sean Hannity with that. He just started a new show. He'll appreciate it.
Yeah, talk about lack of perspective.
Hello, Rich. You're on the air with Don and Mike on NEW, JFK.
How you doing? This is Rich from East Meadow.
Yeah,
what I want to say is Channel 5 News, we just went into DEFCON 5.
Well, now, if Channel 5 reported it, can we believe that? Isn't that the Fox station?
Right.
Yes, that is. DEFCON 5.
Could that just be a tie-in because they're Fox 5? Does you want to say we moved to DEFCON 5?
You never know.
And how would Channel 5 know if we moved to DEFCON 5? I mean, right?
I have no idea.
Isn't that like a secret inside the Pentagon?
Unless they have the source of the Pentagon, I don't see how.
It's amazing.
All right, Los Angeles International Airport is also closed. Every airport in America,
all of them,
is closed. Let's go to Alex in Virginia. Hi, you're on with Don and Mike.
Yeah, this is Alex calling from Arlington.
Yeah, hi, Alex.
How you doing? Listen, I was a defense. I do defense contracting out of the Pentagon. I was actually there at about 9:10. I was actually pulling into the security guard gate, and I actually heard it was unbelievable. I'm still like shaken up. It was crazy. I mean, this is like I don't know. I don't even want to get into this whole thing, but you guys are right. Everyone should put their American flags out today. I mean, our nation needs to come together.
That makes you feel better. I think you should do that.
I mean, no, I'm serious.
I'm serious too. I agree with you. I really do agree with you. I think you deal with a situation like this, and you do what you can to get through it. And if that helps, I'm all for it.
I mean, I was right there, and it's unbelievable. I mean, I'm still shaken up. I just hear you guys on the radio. I'm still stuck in traffic here. I mean, I'm coming up. I live out in McLean, Virginia, and I've never experienced anything like this. And I know other countries deal with this on a day-to-day basis as far as explosions and things like this. And it's ridiculous that the amount of money that our government has and the amount of money that our military has that, we can allow people internally to do things like this. I mean, this is just unbelievable.
All right. Thank you for the call.
Yeah, no problem.
And that is a good point that guy makes. That recently, I don't know where was it? Palestine, where they had the bombings.
They've had so many
bombings.
The relationship between Israel and
Palestine. And it was at the pizza place that said all the malls. It was a Sparrow. Is that the name of the place? Sparrow, right? Sparrow. You see that, and it doesn't happen here. And you see that, and
you feel detached.
I remember watching it, and my only connection with it was, hey, that's a pizza place that I could go to in the mall. Hey, isn't that like when you go to a foreign country and you see a McDonald's?
Right. The world is a smaller place, and I think we've learned that today.
Yeah, let's go to Martin. Hi, Martin. You're on with Don and Mike on WNEW.
I just read a book on basically, the jihad and the holy wars, and everything comes down to significant numbers. And today is 9/11, 9/11.
Right, we've heard that.
Oh, you heard that?
Yeah.
And Flight 11, so I wasn't sure if you guys had heard that yet or not, but I just wanted to bring your attention. That is how the jihad work, and that is basically a holy war, and they picked today for that reason.
All right, thank you. The second United flight that was down.
The segment that went down, right?
Yeah, they just had something on. I just saw it on TV. It was from San Francisco to somewhere.
That was the supposed destination of the
They
planned
were concerned about another flight. Do we have any information on that?
There's no update on that flight that United was concerned about. Let me see what I can find out. Is the latest. That would be Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles, the United Airlines flight.
All right, let's go to Tom in D.C. Tom, hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Don and Mike, so.
Hi.
Hey, loyal listener here. I'm in D.C. I work for the World Bank and the IMF.
Right.
And I'm just getting out of town back to my home. What I have to report from D.C. is that the case is pretty similar to New York City. The only thing that runs smoothly is the metro. Besides 3 stations being closed in the national airport area, everything else is running smoothly.
Thanks for the update. Appreciate it.
That's the only way to get out of town. But if you want to stick with me for another second, I just want to quote Mike here and say why we can all get along.
Yeah,
there you go. Although I think Mike stole that from Rodney King, but yes, why can't we all get along?
And you're listening to him, and I do hope that when we're dealing with this, that we focus on the individuals that did this. You know, because in any place, in any country, the vast majority of individuals are not the type of people that would condone or do something like this.
Right.
You're talking about the work of evil, unspeakable evil, and I think you have to remember that. You really do.
But you also have to balance that with the fact that if we're going to see reports that out of the news of a nation of people, even if it's isolated in a city, dancing, eating candy, celebrating the fact that this happened, then that's when you got the moral dilemma, when you're thinking, okay, now everybody in the country certainly doesn't feel this way if they're responsible. But what about the bastards that are on TV eating candy because they've blown up the World Trade Center?
You have to take that into account.
All right, let's go to, who am I going to here? I don't know. It doesn't say. Hello, Don and Mike, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello?
Turn your radio down, please.
Hello?
Hey, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Keep your radio down, please.
Sure. Well, I'm a dispatcher for a trucking company here next to the Dulles Airport.
Right.
And right now, from what I can see, there's a lot of Army aircrafts flying in and out this area. Fairfax County has been, for the school system, they're letting everybody go out an hour early, but it's like a lot of traffic and a lot of, like, panicking around here as well.
Yeah, it's nuts. I was just during the break on the phone with my kid, just telling him just leave school now, because I got to imagine that eventually, I mean, voluntarily or not, the Beltway is going to be shut down.
Buzz, I see on your screen that United also confirmed the crash of Flight 175. That was from Boston to Los Angeles, and that was one of the planes that they were concerned about?
Absolutely, and let me add to that United doesn't know where the plane went down. They know that there were 56 people on board, but Flight 175 from Boston to Los Angeles is down. We just don't know where.
Buzz, let's go to Jeff. Oh, did you lose him? We had a guy who was at National Airport who said they just brought a plane in, that the fighters just brought a plane down to the ground. Now, again, that's unsubstantiated. That was a guy who was on the telephone. Don't know if it's true or not.
Well, if it is true, we should be able to get that information as soon as possible.
Yes. Hello, Don and Mike Show. You're on WNEW, WJFK. Hello.
Hi.
Your cell phone's breaking up, ma'am.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me at all?
Yeah, go ahead.
You know what? Now I see Kennedy Space Center has been shut down. I said this, and not kiddingly before, I wouldn't be surprised if they closed down Disney World.
Right, tourist locations.
Yeah.
Gathering places.
Disneyland, MGM Grand, all that stuff. Yeah, hi, go ahead. Let's see if we can hear you.
I just heard reports that maybe the water they thought had been contaminated. I wonder if you heard anything about that.
We have not
heard that, honey.
No, that's
okay. It might have been a rumor, I thought, but I thought I'd ask you.
We had a caller who mentioned it. We mentioned that the Centers for Disease Control had been looking into the possibility of some kind of biological warfare, but there have been no reports that any of that has happened. If I can jump in here, Don, with we were talking to the blood donations earlier. In Hudson Valley and the Bronx, to find out where you can donate blood, call 914-339-5525. In Long Island and Queens, 516-478-5012. In Manhattan, 212-468-2030. In Brooklyn and on Staten Island, 212-468-2186. In New Jersey, 732-220-7004. And the number for the Red Cross anytime, 877-RED-CROSS. We'll repeat those numbers later if you need them.
All right, let's go to Brian from D.C. Brian, you're on with Don and Mike, NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hey, Don and Mike, how you doing today?
All right, my friend.
Well, listen, I work in the mall right across the street from Pentagon City, and we've evacuated the mall as well.
Right.
The whole building shook when we felt it. It was a terrible tremor. But all the highways are closed in this area. 395 is closed northbound. It's impossible to get on 395 south or anywhere near Washington Reagan National Airport. So it's a terrible tragedy in the U.S. today. I got to say that.
Yeah, thank you. Let's go to, we do agree. I'll go to Sharon. Hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hold on a second. Let me see.
Southern part of Manhattan.
Got Mayor Giuliani right now.
As many lives as possible. We've been in communication with Governor Pataki, who's
listening to Mayor Giuliani.
Gotten the National Guard ready, and they're going to come in and relieve us a little bit later in the day. And we've spoken to the White House, and the urban search and rescue teams will come here also to assist us. But right now, it's the New York City Police and Fire, EMS, that are down there trying to evacuate as many people as we possibly can. And we've asked everyone to leave Lower Manhattan if they can on their own, so that it relieves our efforts and this will be going on all day. It's a horrible, horrible tragedy.
It is that. Mr. Mayor, can you tell me, is it are people panicking down there? Or
no, people. I was, I was there right in a building that got hit by the debris when the first tower collapsed. So I had to evacuate with people, and we were trapped in the building for a while. And we finally were able to get out, and we all walked north. And people, everything that I observed, even though it was hundreds, maybe in some cases thousands of people that were walking out the street, they were orderly, they were calm, they handled themselves really probably better than anybody had any right to expect.
And Mr. Mayor, we were told one of the problems, and Lord knows there are hundreds of problems, one of the problems was that a large number of police, fire, EMS personnel have also been injured in this. Can you shed any light on that?
I don't even want to contemplate what the number will be. But when the building collapsed, we had a lot of our police officers and firefighters in the building. And I know many of them because I saw some of them go in because I was there, and I'm praying for them. I just hope they're able to get out.
I think we all
the losses to our police department and fire department
are
going to be severe.
Do you believe that was there another set of explosions that caused the buildings to collapse, or was it the structural damage caused by the plane?
I don't know. I saw the first collapse and heard the second because I was in a building when the second took place. I think it was structural, but I cannot be sure.
And can you tell us how many hospitals in the city and perhaps outside the city too? All of them.
Right now, at last count, we were utilizing over 50. I think it'll be over 100 by the. And that was as of a half hour ago.
All right, that is New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani. Let's go to Jeff, who is at National Airport now. Jeff, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello. Jeff. Oh, what am I doing? Hold on a second. Hold on. Which one do you want me to take? The one that says San Antonio's on fire, or the guy at National Airport? Okay, Jeff.
Don and Mike.
Yeah, you're on the air. Hi. Is it Jeff at National Airport?
Yes.
Hi, go ahead.
I'm sitting on Route 1 going south, and it looked like a Learjet. I'm not sure what kind it was, but it was coming from the south into the airport. Had two fighter jets, one in front and one behind of it, that we kind of took it right down to the ground, and then you couldn't see anything else.
We don't have a confirmation yet whether that's the D.C. police plane that had been reported hijacked before.
We don't know. All right, thank you very much. Sharon. Hi, Sharon. I'm sorry, we started to go to you when we went to Mayor Giuliani there.
That's all right. I'm still here. I can't believe this, man. I'm, stressed out. I can't believe it.
Yeah, it's awful. There's no doubt.
Really sick, man.
Stressed out would be the word that would apply to everybody in this room and everybody in the city of New York and Washington.
I can't believe that the mayor was in one of the buildings, much less, man.
Yeah, I just heard that, Yeah, right.
Oh, my God, have mercy. What is the world coming to, man?
I don't know,
honey.
What
is it coming to?
I don't know.
I don't understand it.
Gotcha. Sharon, hold on. Let me check and see if Mayor Giuliani's still speaking. Hold on.
All right.
East and then north, which is essentially the way I walked out. I was right below the World Trade Center when it collapsed, and then we walked up to Greenwich Village. People should walk out of Lower Manhattan, get above Canal Street, for safety reasons, but for a second reason. We need people out of there so we can get thousands of ambulances in and out over the course of the next couple hours. And the fewer people we have there, the more lives we're going to be able to save.
Mr. Mayor, are the subways operating?
The subways are operating outside of Manhattan. Outside of Manhattan, the subways are operating. A couple of delays here and there, but in all other four boroughs, the subways are operating. In Manhattan, there are significant delays. We thought we had the Lexington Avenue open, but it is not. I'm just checking right now. The Lexington Avenue is not open. The A train is working, and people will just have to test and see. The best thing to do right now is to walk. The safest and best thing to do is to walk to your destination. Where schools, have remained open. And we've worked with the chancellor to try to make certain that the schools will remain open for as long as they have to help parents with the kids that would be coming home, starting at around 1 or 2 o'clock.
All right, that's Mayor Giuliani, and again, his message in essence is to be calm
and get out of Lower Manhattan.
Evacuate Lower Manhattan. Buzz.
He was talking about walking out of Manhattan. There are some buses running, believe it or not, in Manhattan above Houston Street. Buses are operating in each of the 4 remaining boroughs, but are experiencing, of course, traffic backups in many locations. And on the governor's direction, no fares are being collected in an effort to try to help get people out. And for those many people who had people or knew people in the World Trade Center buildings where there were thousands of casualties today, Morgan Stanley, one of the financial firms located there, has set up a hotline for finding out about the status of family and employees. And that Morgan Stanley hotline for people in the World Trade Center, 888-883-4394. That's 888-883-4394.
You're listening to the Don and Mike Show on WNEW New York, WJFK, Washington, D.C. I don't know how many of our network stations have joined us. Obviously, we're not doing our regular show. We're here in New York where the World Trade Center was hit today with 2 terrorist planes. Washington, D.C., the Pentagon, a plane ran into the Pentagon. The mall's on fire. There have been various plane hijackings. Planes have been crashing. We got a guy here now who, unconfirmed, is going to say, what's he going to say, that San Antonio's on fire? Chris, how do you know San Antonio?
Could that be where the plane went down?
Well,
yeah.
I have a stepdaughter who lives down there, and on their local news channel down there, they have a Hemisphere Tower, which is similar to a Space Needle in Seattle. It's not as high.
Right.
And there was a bomb that blew up there, and that's on fire. And also they have a federal financial building that's on fire. And she said all the Air Force bases, Lackland, Randolph, and there's one other base there that I'm not sure of. There's a lot of activity going on down there.
All right, thank you.
We'll see if we can get a confirmation on that.
If that's true, that's where it starts to get hairy. I mean, if it's just New York and D.C., that's awful. But now, don't you think even now that we've been on the air a couple of hours, as bad as it is, we've kind of adjusted to the fact that this is the crisis, that it's New York,
I haven't.
and it's D.C. No.
I feel really what that one caller said, and I feel this too, and you had mentioned it before, my question that's right in the front of my mind, is this over right now? Is this over? Obviously, if this is true, what happened in San Antonio...
That's what I'm saying.
It's not over yet.
If it continues to San Antonio, then where in America right now can you be safe?
Exactly.
Is there anywhere to be safe?
You mentioned earlier they should close Disney World. In fact, they have in Orlando, Florida. Disney World is closed. And also, again, addressing something you mentioned, the Immigration and Naturalization Service has put U.S. borders with Mexico and Canada on the highest state of alert.
Gee, do you think? Okay, let's go to... don't got a name here, just a line on hold. Don and Mike Show. Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, what's up, Don and Mike?
Hi.
Buddy of mine, thank God, missed work today. He finally got in contact with one of the guys at his building. He said right before the building collapsed, people were just diving out the windows.
Yes. Yeah, we heard that. That is an awful thought.
Unspeakable. My older brother from Anchorage told me that things ain't so hot in Washington either for you guys.
Yeah, well, no, we're here today. We're in New York today.
Oh, thank God. Well, not really.
Well,
you know what? I'm so, nervous.
I know, don't worry about
over my words.
Don't worry about
my
it.
heart and prayers go out to all these families.
I mean, it's bad in both places. Thank you. I want to go to Tommy, speaking of D.C., who is in the evacuation. Virtually everybody in D.C. is being evacuated now. Is that true, Tommy? Hi.
Yes, all I have to say is that the bridges have an outgoing direction leaving D.C., the Canal Road, the road that follows Potomac across to Maryland, has one direction. The police is trying to send people out back to the suburbs.
Oh, I got you. So what they're doing, Canal Road, which they normally make either inbound or outbound. Right now, they've probably turned both those lanes outbound to get everybody the hell out of the city. Gotcha. All right, thank you, my friend. Thank you. Buzz, you got anything?
There have been a number of pieces of good news. As Mayor Giuliani said, people were not only not panicking, they've been helping each other in unbelievable ways. And I'm very pleased to report that the kids were evacuated from that daycare center at the World Trade Center. They got out safely.
All right, now there's a bit of good news. There you go. Let's go to Sharon. Hi, Sharon, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Hi, sweetie. How you doing? I can't believe that this is going on. The mayor was in the building.
Is this the same woman that called us before?
Sharon, I thought I hung up on you, honey. She said the exact same thing.
Yes, she did. That was the same woman.
A lot of people in shock. Same thing she just said. I guess I just put her on hold.
Right.
Chris, hi, you're on the air.
Hey, Don and Mike.
Hi, you're on with Don and Mike, NEW and JFK.
Hey, I just wanted to say that everyone in New York knows somebody who worked in one of those two towers.
Sure.
And, it's unbelievable to watch them fall like that.
And what freaks me out is, and I think I said this earlier to Mike and to Buzz and all of you guys listening, is not today or tomorrow, but whenever they come up with the final figures of how many people in the World Trade Center alone,
you heard Rudy
were killed.
You heard Rudy Giuliani said before, it's it's unbelievable what the numbers are. I don't, you know what? I don't look forward to hearing those numbers.
No, and that's what I'm saying. I don't either.
I know we're here doing our jobs and we're trying to provide people with information, and it's nice to hear the good news. But the sick feeling I get in my stomach is knowing that as this continues and as more information comes in, this isn't going to get better. This is going to get a hell of a lot worse. We're at the very beginning of this.
No, I think you're right. Thank you. Let's go to Bob in Sacramento, California. Bob, hello. You're on with Don and Mike.
How you doing? I'm out here in Sacramento, and just glad I'm not on the East Coast. You guys are taking the brunt for us.
Well, now listen, I mean, and you're lucky.
Don't get happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
But you never know.
We got a heads up on it. Anyway, hey, don't you think the crew could be involved in that? They'd have to be somehow, don't you think?
Not necessarily, not in a hijack situation, but anything's possible at this point.
You never know, and that's what there are going to be investigations on top of investigations to find out what the deal is. This, because there are people that are breathing right now that probably had something to do with it.
I would give, I think for the most part, the crews and the people on the planes the benefit of the doubt with the thought that we had before someone called and said the reason the plane probably crashed outside in the suburban area of Pennsylvania rather than in a city was because the passengers and the crew
or the pilots
or the pilots revolted against the guy and said, you know what, you can kill us, but you can't make us kill a bunch of innocent people.
But to override those controls, you got to know a lot of technical things about the plane.
To override the controls, all you got to do is get behind the guy and put a gun in his head.
That's how you override the controls.
And say, take this plane where I tell you.
So you never know. You never know what happened, and that's speculation. You know something? That's something where you probably won't know the answer.
4 planes, 2 airlines. It's hard to say.
Let's go to Dave in New York. Dave, hi, you're on with Don and Mike.
Hi, how's it going?
Okay.
I had my wife works for Suffolk County District. Am I breaking up?
No, you're doing all right.
Okay, she works for Suffolk County District School, and they're calling the kids whose parents worked on Manhattan. They're calling down and talking with them and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's pretty awful thing.
It sure is.
Yeah, I mean it's bad, and again, I can relate to this. You know, my kid called from high school in Maryland, called to measure, Dad, are you okay?
Yeah.
You know, is Mom okay? Mom was coming up to New York today. I can only imagine if you're a kid and your mom or dad worked at the World Trade Center or anywhere near. Bart doesn't have any idea where NEW is in relation to that.
Right.
But imagine, and I think what this guy's saying is true, that the people from the school, and that's another awful thing to do, to call the kids in and say, listen, we don't know if your mom and dad are okay, but...
And that's going to happen at schools all over the New York area.
Yeah, and it's an impact for America, but I mean, the kids themselves, they're young, they don't really know about the world. Yeah.
And between the two towers, on a normal day, now many people have been evacuated, and it's important that we say that, but on a normal day, anywhere from 40 to 70,000 people work in those two buildings.
All right, thank you for the call. Let's go to Ben from Brooklyn on Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Yeah, hi. I'm sorry. I think it's a terrible tragedy. I think now America could feel what it's like for other countries that have to deal with this every single day.
You're right about that.
Yeah, and I think that they'll realize that restraint and stuff like that is just nonsense when you're dealing with terrorists. Well, they're just getting concessions all the time, and they feel good about it. They keep on doing it.
Well, don't you think, though, I mean, I don't disagree with anything you just said, and I think we should have retribution and go after the individuals who did this, but you got to find out who they are first.
You know, and you
I know.
You say to yourself, how much of this is a result of the escalating tensions. When you look over in the Middle East and you see that there has been such an escalation of the violence and the bombings and the retribution and the revenge, and this happens now when we're in the middle of that. And you have to ask yourself the question, though.
Yeah,
is that the way? I mean, if we go and we try to find revenge...
I know what you said. Are we then asking for it again?
Are we asking for it again?
10 times on top. But on the other hand, do you just take it?
You can't do that either, can you?
No, you can't.
No, and here's where I really... Let me just say... Hold on, sir. Let me just say this. Right. What I really think, and I've said it again and again and again, is you get into a situation where we have to be prepared to protect ourselves in a better way than we've done. I don't think you fight this kind of enemy. I don't think it's possible. I think it is. The way you fight this is you protect yourself as best you can. Yeah, I don't think that security and the way our borders are set up right now, I don't think that's going to be the same ever again. That's going to change.
Let me ask you, because I feel both sides of this. Now, let's say, though, that I'm talking to you on the phone. What's your name? Ben.
Ben, yeah.
All right, Ben, let's say that we find out it's country Spiewak, for lack of a better country.
All right.
That it's someone from country Spiewak.
Right.
Are you advocating that we go in and nuke them, that we bomb the crap out of them?
No. I think we stop all funding to all terrorist nations. Every nation that funds a terrorist, you don't say they have a worthy cause. They don't have any worthy causes, all right? You stop all funding. You stop calling them militants, and you call them terrorists. What they really are.
You can say that, but then you look at that and you say, well, they're going to get funding from other countries. You know, it's
all right, but at least you don't show support for them. You don't tell them that they're poor and they're being occupied, and that's why it's right.
You know,
for
it's
them.
weird. Do you feel like I do? It's just weird to get political on a day like this. You know what I mean?
I agree.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter those people, you know, that have family in the world.
You're right, Buzz. We don't know who did it.
We have no idea.
Right now, all signs point to country Spiewak. Right. As far as I'm concerned.
Get 'em, boys.
Hello, Don and Mike Show. Hello.
Hello.
Hold on.
Turn your radio down.
You got to turn your radio down. You want to be on the air. Hello, Don and Mike Show.
Hello, guys.
Now I see on CNN they do have footage of the United Airlines passenger jet that crashed near Pittsburgh. They show a rubble in a forest area, and that's where at least the speculation here is that the crew
or the passengers, someone brought that plane down before it could do damage, or perhaps the terrorists themselves might have been at the controls. You never know. I mean, it's impossible to tell.
But you got to think if they're close to Pittsburgh that they were going to aim somewhere in Pittsburgh.
You never know. Somerset, Pennsylvania, I believe, just southeast of Pittsburgh.
About 15 miles away.
United Airlines Flight 93 headed from Newark to San Francisco.
Gotcha. Hello, you're on the air.
Am I on the air, guys?
Yeah, you are. Hi.
Listen, how you doing? Listen, my prayers go out to all the families involved. I hope I don't find out of any friends who were lost. But I just wanted to say this didn't take 2 months to plan. You can talk about the escalation in the Middle East, but this definitely was a long time in the planning.
Yeah.
Oh, listen, that's one of the first things that I thought when these things started happening, like dominoes falling. I mean, when you've got two planes within 10 minutes knocking out both of the World Trade Centers, and 15 minutes later, a plane that attacks the Pentagon, and then the thing on the National Mall, and then the plane going down to Pittsburgh. No, absolutely, this is somebody who's planned this out for months and years.
You can't do something like this at the same time, simultaneously, without having a plan.
Gotcha. Lanny, hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Don, Mike, I'm dying listening to these little people just saying, oh, no, stop the funding. Don't give them any money. Bomb them. Kill them. Make them suffer like we're suffering. I cannot believe people are just saying, oh, no, it's okay. It's not okay. Kill these people.
I tell you, everybody's angry. Everybody's feeling strongly. But I got to reiterate to you that this is not the day to get political about this. This is the day to say prayers for the people that have lost lives in the World Trade Center.
And I'll say on behalf of Lenny, I agree with what you said.
Right.
But I say also that I feel to an extent the same way she does. I mean, you're lashing out. You don't even know who you're really lashing out at.
Exactly.
Right?
That's the frustrating thing.
And you're lashing out in part because you feel the way that you just said.
This woman says bomb them, and you say, who?
Right, but
who's responsible?
But at this point, you're not rational. You're thinking, well, I don't know who,
I know.
But just find out who, and then bomb the crap out.
And you know what? And I also ask the question: can we? Can we find out who? Because obviously this is the second time this has happened, and this time on a biblically tragic scale. Right. And can we ever find out who did it?
And Buzz has already said 3 people have taken credit for it. 2 groups have taken credit for it, so we may never know.
Carmine.
Yes.
Carmine, hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Don and Mike, how you guys doing?
Okay.
I was just letting you guys know, I don't know if you have contact with CNN over at your studio there.
I'm watching it right now.
A couple hours ago when it first started, there were a couple of different PLO groups and Palestinian groups that were claiming responsibility, but somebody came through that was involved, I forget who it was, said that Osama bin Laden supposedly gave the United States warning 3 weeks ago that something of this sort was going to happen on American soil.
You're not the first person to tell me that. My doorman at my building told me that.
So there was a warning.
As I was walking out. Now, I don't know if that's true, if that's something that's been perpetuated in the media.
Well, from what I understand, after the hit at the Pentagon, this all came to light because there was a couple of people that were involved with national security that came up and started talking about how they had heard that supposedly through different sources, and they didn't want to verify, who the sources were as usual.
All right, but hold on. Let's stop for a second and say that this is true, that Ben Laden said that this was going to happen.
Right.
Unless he gave you a date and a time, unless he said on September 11th at 8:45.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way. Yeah.
How are you going to plan against that?
There's no way to plan against it.
You can't.
And they make those warnings or threats all the time.
All right, let's go to Joel. Joel in Brooklyn. Hi, Joel. You're on with Don and Mike on NEW.
Hello.
And JFK. Hi. How are you?
How's it going?
Okay.
What you guys are saying that we don't know who to go after. I just watched 3,000 people dancing in the streets. They're thrilled that we just lost 50,000 people. I think we know who to go after.
All right, thank you. And listen, I
can understand that. I mean, if you see people celebrating this, you have to understand that. Of course, that's a normal feeling.
When we had the person call and say the Palestinians were eating candy bars, throwing candy to kids, that they were happy this happened. Yeah, that's a pisser.
Right.
I mean, that's beyond a pisser. Anthony, hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
How's it going, guys?
Okay.
They showed the report that the Palestinians were all celebrating in the streets like a big parade over this.
Yeah.
It's just so tragic, and I just remember my brother works in the Pentagon with his wife.
Mm-hmm. Well, we hope he's okay, man.
I hope so, too. My dad can't get a hold of him yet.
Yeah, the phones are impossible.
Sure. It's very hard.
Everybody wants to talk about this.
Everywhere. Hello,
A couple of updates for you. First of all, United Airlines has now grounded all of its flights worldwide, and this is, if you stop and think about it, it becomes obvious the first time in the history of American aviation that all air traffic has been stopped.
It also shows you really how huge this is.
The scale of this, exactly. And the scale, the human tragedy of this. When all the pieces come together, it's going to be unbelievable.
The planners of this are getting exactly what they had hoped for.
They've shut down the world.
D.C. closed in the District of Columbia all the above-ground metro trains now, as well as all the federal buildings we mentioned earlier, the museums, the monuments, and all of the embassies along Embassy Row.
Why would they,
as well.
In D.C., why would they close the above-ground metro but not the below-ground metro?
I don't know the meaning of that. All I know is what I'm being told.
All right.
Take the southeast-southwest freeway to get out of D.C., I'm being told now. VRE and MARC are shut down in the District of Columbia.
You think New York is a mess right now. It's going to be as big a mess in D.C. today.
Absolutely.
Getting out of there.
We don't want to understate that, although, we're here where the incredible tragedy of the World Trade Center towers collapsing has taken place because of a terrorist attack.
Let's go to Barbara in the Bronx. Hey, Barbara, hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Hi, guys. How you doing?
Hi, we're doing okay.
Hi, I just first off want to say I really feel bad about what's happening and what's going down. But it's kind of crazy over here as well. I work in a clinic in the Bronx.
Yeah.
And we're in a state of emergency ourselves over here. We're on standby for Lincoln Hospital.
Right.
So that if anything happens, we're ready for them.
Well, our prayers are with you to be strong, because obviously you're going to have a long day and probably a long couple of days.
Well, we're having a long day as it is.
All right, hang in there, Barbara. Our phone number is 212-757-1027. That is the only phone line that we can get to work. I know it's long distance, but that's the only line you can reach us on Buzz.
Yes, I was just going to say that you've heard about these underground safe havens for government officials. A number of government officials, including Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld, are in those bunkers now.
Oh, the caves.
And as are many federal lawmakers and New York State lawmakers in Albany as well.
My dad, when he was a civil defense engineer, for a long time, had some kind of special clearance, and if something like this ever happened, he had one of those passes to get into the cave. And I remember when I was a kid that my dad would kid us, saying, if it ever happens, I've got one pass to get into the cave, and I'll get in the car and leave you guys back here.
Anybody that's been up to the Greenbrier in West Virginia would tell you also that, that's one of those shelters they have for the executive. And
Johnny, do I want this news conference? Is there a news conference going on right now? Hold on a second.
By video phone from Afghanistan. And I am not hearing, and perhaps you guys are, but I am not hearing him.
We should remind our listeners that Afghanistan was one of the sites that was hit 3 years ago by the United States.
This is a news conference we're not going to be able to understand.
The Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan has already explicitly said its standpoint or its position about terrorism.
The terrorism ټول انواع او ډولونه لکه څنګه چې په افغانستان کې هم ورانه پیښ کړي دي او دلته موږ همیشه د
I can't follow that. I'm sorry. Let's go to Dan. Hi, you're on Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Dan.
Hi.
Hi.
I wanted to address briefly the potential for a Arab-Muslim backlash on the neighborhood level. I'm neither Arab nor Muslim, by the way. But I just spoke to somebody who said that as they were arriving home, they happened to go through a Arab community, and they saw, the store owners standing out in front of their stores as usual. And even though this person I would consider extremely liberal, said that they themselves could not help but feel a little bit of animosity. I think it's important that particularly New Yorkers at this time don't play into that. And on the same token, I would think that members of the Arab community, who I certainly wouldn't blame unilaterally for this, may want to be a little bit low-key right now.
No, I got you. I mean, it's going to be a tough time for anybody who's an Arab American or a Palestinian. I mean, it's going to be very tough. Thank you, Dan.
To give both sides of things, we were talking earlier about Palestinians firing guns in the air, waving flags, handing out candy to celebrate. A Palestinian leader, Yasser Arafat, for whatever this may or may not be worth, has condemned the attack, saying he has sent his condolences and those of the Palestinian people to Bush and to the American people.
Back in D.C., Union Station has now been closed down.
Not surprised.
Yeah, that affects your wife, I know, who's on a train heading back home. Has she made it home yet? You don't know that yet, right?
I don't know because we're here doing the show.
Well, your cell phone's safe there.
There's so many people, and we can relate.
I lost my cell phone. Yes,
you lost your cell phone. Yes.
My cell phone fell on the tracks.
Yeah, right. Doesn't seem like that big a deal, though.
On the Metro track at Union Station yesterday.
Everybody is in the same situation. Certainly here in New York, trying to get in touch with loved ones and find out if everybody's okay. And I frankly look forward to getting the moment to check in. I tried to call my sister in Boston and find out if Paul was going to be in the World Trade Center today, my brother-in-law, and I couldn't do it. And everybody's in that same situation.
But Boston, of course, the source of a couple of the flights involved in the attacks here in New York. Let me repeat then, Mike, for people who had, and there were, of course, potentially tens of thousands of people in the World Trade Center at the time of the attack this morning. Morgan Stanley set up a hotline for information on survivors. It is 888-883-4394. And we told you earlier that burn specialists and plastic surgeons are needed in various locations, not just St. Vincent's on 11th Street. But if you are a doctor who can help, there are a number of locations where you're needed, and the telephone number to find out where and when and how is 212-752-4805. That's 212-752-4805.
Buzz, let me break in here. We've been doing a lot of coverage on New York. Let's now cover D.C. Joining us is the gal who used to do traffic on our afternoon show, Vera Abruptly.
Yes.
With the latest, what is happening with traffic in D.C., Vera? Good.
Right now, everybody is certainly leaving town and has been for the past couple of hours. Certainly not the devastation that you guys are seeing in New York, but they've shut down the northbound side of 395. So traffic on 95 northbound jammed out of Newington getting to the Beltway, where they have to choose one loop of the Beltway, either head toward the Wilson Bridge or up toward Tyson's Corner. Southbound 395 is open out of the city. I'm looking live from our camera atop the Willard Hotel at Pennsylvania Avenue, 14th Street, virtually, of course, isolated and desolate right now because very little traffic is allowed through here or around the White House. Though these areas around the White House and south of there on K Street, streets that cross headed east, have been jammed as people try to exit the city. Now, they've closed down a stretch of the GW Parkway, and certainly all access to the Pentagon and the routes around at 110 and Washington Boulevard remain closed as they continue to fight the fire at the Pentagon from the explosion from the crash there. Right now, routes out of Northeast and the Beltway certainly in a rush hour mode on the Interloop getting out of Bethesda and into Silver Spring. They've closed down the Rock Creek Parkway and outbound Canal Road, Claire Barton Parkway, made that all outbound traffic just like an afternoon rush hour would be as people leave town right now.
All right. Thank you, Vera.
You've got it.
Buzz, appreciate it. Buzz, I wanted to ask you, as far as the Pentagon is concerned, do we have any word on casualties coming out of the Pentagon just yet? Was that any word on whether that was populated, whether they had evacuated that, or whether there were a lot of people in there?
There's been no word on casualties there, and of course we still don't know the numbers from many of the other locations where tragedy has struck.
And of course the magnitude of the tragedy at the World Trade Center towers is so great that I think it'll be quite some time before we can get an accurate assessment of the loss of life.
Let's go to Nikki, who saw this whole thing this morning from Brooklyn. Nikki, hi, you're on NEW with Don and Mike.
Mike, how you doing?
Hi, we're okay.
Yeah, I saw this whole thing coming from the building that I work at in Brooklyn. And it was surreal. It was like watching it from a movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and as I look now at the live picture on CNN, the World Trade Center is still on fire. It's still smoking. It's still, the part that hasn't collapsed.
I'm surprised there's anything left to burn.
Yeah, Don, I'm looking at Buzz's news here where it says that the original plane that hit the World Trade Center was not a 757, but perhaps a 767, which is a much larger aircraft.
It was a big black plane,
That's according to a witness talking to the Associated Press. And, yeah, so every detail, even the earliest ones, are still sketchy.
And you're going to have that probably
for days.
Yes. Days, absolutely.
So you saw it, Nikki?
Yeah, and the thing is, as soon as I saw this thing go down, I don't know if you guys ever heard of a guy named Benjamin Friedman.
No.
He was kind of like, he worked with the government in the early 60s, and in 1961 he gave a speech warning that Israel was going to get us into the Third World War. Here it is.
Well, we are at war. It is a war-like
We're at war
state.
with somebody.
We are at war. We don't know exactly who we're at war with, but I think that all of the military bases and all of the alert stages that you're getting around the country right now are similar to what they would be in a state of war.
Absolutely. Will, hi, you're on with Don and Mike on WJFK and WNEW. Will.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi, guy.
They completely suspended the train service here. I got cut off at a place called Union Street.
Where are you from, Will?
I'm in Brooklyn.
All right, so no train. Well, yeah, obviously no train.
Yeah, no trains going either way.
Right. So
it looked like it was snowing in Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
there was ashes coming down all the way in Brooklyn.
Right. Christ,
and
what a mess.
There were no public buses running either. We got one of the private buses stopped for us.
Now, Buzz, didn't you have a report that some buses in the city, or was it outside of the city where some buses were actually moving?
No, some buses in the city are moving. In Manhattan, above Houston Street, buses are operating in each of the 4 remaining boroughs as well, but they are, of course, experiencing backups. And on the governor's direction, no fares are being collected on the buses that are running.
How nice of him.
Yeah.
And then all the freight trucks got sent back. They were going all on the Gowanus. Everything was going back. It was all lines with freight trucks. Everything was being sent elsewhere. And it was like, I felt like I was in the movie Die Hard with a Vengeance almost.
Yeah, very much
just
so.
like
right?
that.
Very much
Only
so.
worse.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
And I'm pleased to report thousands of people are donating blood now. They're going to need more, so keep it coming.
If you are in Manhattan, I do want to reiterate that get out and find out where. Is there a phone number or is there any information on where people can donate blood? Because it's extremely important that people that are still here in the city do that.
There are a lot of phone numbers. Let me give just one right now.
Give the main one,
Give
Buzzy.
some others later. That's for the American Red Cross. Call 877-RED-CROSS. That's REDCROSS. Don't leave off the last S. It's 877-REDCROSS.
What, don't leave off the last F for savings?
Right.
What's going on?
I sure hope that they're able to give us maybe some locations as well, because with the phone service being what it is, it's very difficult for people to get through on any phone number.
Right. You are listening to the last two stations I'm sure that you ever expected in the world would be covering this. Stations WNEW FM New York, WJFK FM Washington. It's the Don and Mike Show. We are it's a couple minutes after 1 o'clock on the East Coast. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back. Buzz will bring us up to date on absolutely everything. Mm-hmm. I think we have, of course, more of your phone calls coming up. And then we have the soundbite of the actual building collapsing and some of Mayor Giuliani's comments to the people of New York. We will be right back.
This is the Don and Mike Show.
Washington's 106.7 WJFK. Howard Stern mornings. Don and Mike middays. Opie and Anthony afternoons. The sports junkies at night and the Washington Redskins. Washington's Superstation. 106.7 WJFK.
Lady Luck here with some gardening tips. People ask me all the time if there's a trick to growing lucky four-leaf clovers. Well, I could tell you, but then I'd have to turn you into a toad. So just relax and let nature take its course, because things just naturally grow fast here in the South. Whether it's four-leaf clovers, kudzu, or Lotto South, new from the Virginia Lottery. It grows faster than I can turn a toad into an announcer.
I mean, thank you. Top prize chances 1 in 14 million. Current jackpot $2 million.
This message is just 30 seconds long. By the time it's over, a NASCAR pit crew will have changed 4 tires, refueled, cleaned the windshield, and made any other necessary adjustments, with 10 seconds to spare. If you can keep up with that pace, send a non-winning pole position scratcher ticket to the Virginia Lottery's Pole Position Speed Stakes. It's your chance to be in the pit in Martinsville on October 14th. No purchase necessary, must be at least 18 to participate. Odds of winning based on number of entries. Pit crew duties will vary. Time's up. Put down your wrenches.
At the Saab sales event this September, you won't get the sound of tubas. You won't hear a bass drum pounding. And there won't be any bells, whistles, dancing ponies, explosions, or hucksters. And none of those. What you will get is a very attractive price for the car that was ranked Best Mid-Luxury Car in Initial Quality by J.D. Power and Associates. It's as simple as that.
Lease a 2001 Saab 9.5 sedan. 36 monthly payments of $399. Total due at lease inception $2,892.90. Tax, title, insurance, and registration extra. Program expires 10/1/2001. For details and J.D. Power and Associates award information, call 1-800-SAAB-USA. Visit your Washington area Saab dealer today.
One 15-minute call to Geico could save you 15% or more. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO. Geico Direct, the sensible alternative.
The cheers, the fans, it's all kind of crazy.
Meet the coffee cake muffin, the fresh new star at Dunkin' Donuts. Let's go beyond its cinnamon streusel topping and follow its rise to the top.
One day nobody knows I exist. The next day everyone wants a piece of me.
Traditional coffee cake had always struggled for mainstream acceptance.
Seemed the only gigs out there were tea parties and bingo games.
But then Dunkin' Donuts added the big hearty upstart to their lineup. Soon everywhere, a new generation reached for this legend in the making.
Blueberry and corn, they're legends. I'm just happy to be on the same rack as them.
Discover the sensation for yourself. Stop into Dunkin' Donuts today for the new coffee cake muffin. Available solo or with our delicious coffee in a value combo. Only at Dunkin' Donuts.
Stop by Dunkin' Donuts today and try the delicious new coffee cake muffin and medium coffee value combo at participating U.S. shops only.
Buy and hold. Investing online is not a new thing, but investing online for the long term is. Buy and hold is a young company with an old way of doing things. Buyandhold.com. And a proven investment strategy that's easy. Unlike other online brokerage services, you don't need to have thousands to invest because there's no minimum balance. Buy and hold. And their fees are among the lowest. Buy and hold. Not sure how to begin? in, visit the site at www.buyandhold.com. It's a simple process with lots of support and guidance. Buy and hold. Information at its best. Interesting columns like Dish from the Dolans, B&H 101 by best-selling author Chuck Carlson, Wall Street History, and Retirement Perspectives, to name a few. Buy and hold. Named Best of the Web for Online Brokers by Forbes and U.S. News and World Report. Buy and hold. Forbes, February 2001, U.S. News, November 2000. Buy and hold Securities Corporation, member NASD SIPC.
WJFK is all over Washington.
Enter to win a 2002 Volkswagen Beetle GLS in the AT&T Wireless Services Kickoff Promotion. If a Redskins player returns the opening kickoff of the first or third quarter for a touchdown, that week's chosen contestant will win a 2002 Volkswagen Beetle GLS. Each contestant automatically wins an AT&T free-to-go wireless prepaid phone kit, including a 5165 Nokia phone. Mail a postcard with your name, age, address, and daytime telephone number to AT&T Wireless Services Kickoff, care of WJFK, P.O. Box 3649, Washington, D.C. 20007. You must be 21 years of age or older to enter. Pick up your free copy of the WJFK 2001 Gridiron Guide at your local Safeway Food and Drug. Don't miss out on your chance to get your hands on NFL Weekly Schedule, NFL Trivia, a Darryl Green bio, and Skins History. You'll also find the 106.7 WJFK Redskins Radio Network broadcast schedules and discounts on 6-foot subs and party sliders from Safeway, and much more. The 2001 WJFK Gridiron Guide is available on supplies last in the deli section of Safeway Food and Drug.
Infinity Broadcasting, WJFK FM, Manassas, Washington, D.C.
If you lost your job today, how long could you maintain your current lifestyle? A week? A month? A year? Hi, I'm Gordon Williams. As financial editor of Business Week and financial correspondent for ABC News, one absolutely crucial thing I've learned is that the difference between being poor and being rich is a choice. The rich aren't smarter than you, they just know more. They choose to learn how to become rich, and as a result, they get to play by a different set of rules. I've studied the wealthiest people in America for over 30 years. I know how they do it, and I can teach you. With my Wealth Builder system, you'll learn that you don't need a high-paying job to become rich. You need a financial education. Call 1-800-906-6866 and learn what the rich know about money that the poor and middle class don't. For just $9.95 shipping and handling, you can review my entire Wealth Builder system free for 30 days. Call now, 1-800-906-6866. That's 1-800-906-6866.
Howard Stern, Don and Mike, Opie and Anthony, sports junkies in the Washington Redskins, 106.7 WJFK.
Geronimo and Michael Mera, WJFK.
This is the Don and Mike Show.
Don and Mike Show. At WJFK in Washington, WNEW in New York. I don't know what other stations have joined us.
But if you're joining us along the network, we're bringing you as much information as we can about the tragedy that unfolded earlier this morning.
My wife was on the train on her way up to New York. As it turns out, when the train got to Newark, this happened. She turned around, got on another train, just found out that Union Station in D.C. is closed. So now she's rented a car.
Good. I'm glad she was able to do that.
And is driving back home. I just heard from my kid who made it home from school and made it home safely. Have you been able to get through to anybody yet?
No, but I'm actually doing it through the station to, my concern is...
Mike, hold on. I don't know if this is live or not. President Bush, hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Well, obviously we're having a technical problem. Let me just...
Now, as soon as they get it, we will go live to President Bush. I'm sorry. Were you able to get anybody?
No, not yet. My wife, if she's gone through her regular routine, is not in an area where she would be affected. My concern is with my sister's family, and just seeing if my brother-in-law is okay. And he used to work regularly. That was where his office was, in the World Trade Center. He doesn't do that, thank God, anymore. And I'm like everybody else in this city
Mike,
right
here's
now.
President Bush. I'm sorry.
This is coming to us from the broadcast pool. It's traveling with the president.
They keep screwing it up. I'll let you know when we get President Bush on the line.
Mike's doing a smart thing, and that's to try to relay messages back and forth through other people. Today, for a lot of people,
thanks for giving me a credit for being smart. I don't have a choice in this city today.
Well, you know what? You probably have right now the best way to get a message
Laura,
to someone.
Laura, I'm fine.
On the radio. Same with your sister.
Absolutely.
I would think that maybe someone in Connecticut or something would hear you and make a call up to the Boston area.
Absolutely.
Buzz, would you please bring us up to date? Hold on, we're going to try to
see if we have the president.
Is the president trying to broadcast?
Yes.
Are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts. I've been in regular contact with the Vice President, Secretary of Defense, the National Security Team, and my cabinet. We have taken all appropriate security precautions to protect the American people. Our military at home and around the world is on high alert status, and we have taken the necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
President Floyd. All right, there is the president. It's more than he had to say earlier today. Of course, at this point, what can he say? He knows as much as we do.
I mean, even it is the president. To see him standing up there, he is reassuring the nation, and
it helps.
It does help. I mean, that's why I think our system of government is the greatest in the world, because we have that. And the one thing he said that I've been saying all day long, say a prayer for anybody that might have family members down there at the World Trade Center. It's just astonishing.
Do we know yet of any injuries or casualties at the Pentagon, Buzz?
We still have no count on that. No,
are they going to keep that secret because it's the Pentagon?
That could happen. And because of all the smoke and the difficulty in getting in there and the high security that's involved, I mean, not just any firefighter can run in and help in that situation. So
we had some good news to report earlier that I think it's important to share some good news with you, Buzz, about that daycare center inside the World Trade Center.
Great concern about the kids who may have been in a daycare center in the World Trade Center, and we have received a report that those kids were safely evacuated. Many people were safely evacuated from the World Trade Center, at least from the first tower that was hit by a plane today, but no casualty reports from there either, and it will be some time before we know.
I just want to say, if you're turning on the radio now and you're expecting to hear our regular show, not today. Right. I mean, not today. Hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to ease back into a bit more of a regular format. But frankly, this happened an hour before we went on the air today. We came on the air an hour early in New York, and we preempted Howard in D.C. to go on an hour early on WJFK, because this is a story that affects the two cities that we live in and broadcast in, New York and Washington. Right. And we only have one phone number. I just want to give this out again. 212-757-1027. Most phone lines in Manhattan and New York, and in fact, throughout the East Coast, are down. Right. But we do have that line open to take your calls.
I'm going to do it again. I hope I don't seem redundant here, Buzz, but I am going to ask you to read those phone numbers for blood donations, because when you're talking about this magnitude, I want everybody to that can donate blood.
I think it's important. Have something to write with, and
this is for the New York area.
Here we go. And blood is needed all over the country all the time, but never as much as today. In the New York area, in Hudson Valley and the Bronx, the telephone number is 914-339-5525. In Long Island and Queens, the number is 516-545-5525. 212-478-5012. In Manhattan, 212-468-2030. In Brooklyn and on Staten Island, 212-468-2186. And in New Jersey, 732-220-7004.
Thank you, Bonds. Let's go to Daryl in Jersey. Hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Yeah, they better close Major League Baseball.
I think the Yankees have already canceled the game tonight, right?
What about all over the country?
I wouldn't be surprised they do that as well. You know, I would assume that they're going to probably
because you know
do
what?
that.
Yeah, if they don't, again, that's like painting a bullseye on whatever arena happens to be hosting a game.
Everybody has to be on a heightened state of alert for the foreseeable future.
All right, gotcha. Thank you. Ricardo, hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, you're on the air, Ricardo.
Hey, hi, how are you? I'm calling from D.C. I just want to say a few words.
Sure.
To everybody that's listening in New York and D.C., this has affected everybody. My father immigrated here 13 years ago. We are citizens. I am happy to be an American citizen. And as an American citizen, I wish that every fellow American would hold hands and say a prayer for everybody that fell in this tragedy. I feel very, very upset right now. I don't have many words to say. I feel very upset for all the families and everybody that's lost someone.
Amen. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Ricardo. We do agree with you. Thank you. Let's go to Jake in New Jersey on NEW. Jake, hi.
Yeah, hi. I just want to give my condolences to the people who have been stuck in the building, and hopefully a lot of people have gotten out, and it will be less casualties. Also, I would like to mention is that the people who have done this, they shouldn't get away with what they've done, and the government already knows these people for years. They've been tracking them, and they know who they are and what they have been doing. And hopefully this time around, since American blood has been lost, they will do something about it and not play political games and just kill them all.
You know, we mentioned before, and it has to be mentioned again when you're talking about the enemy to fight in a situation like this. This is not like we remember wars, even Vietnam. You know, you talked about people hiding in in caves and in trenches and very difficult war to fight. This, I can't imagine a more difficult war to fight when you're talking about individuals who are, who can mix in with the population, certainly here in New York City and in Washington, D.C.
And we were comparing this to Pearl Harbor, saying most people remember this like Pearl Harbor. Well, they say like Pearl Harbor because, in this respect, you knew it was the Japanese flying into Pearl Harbor. Everybody has a theory about who might be responsible for this, but we still don't know.
And it's easy to say we know exactly who they are. Well, I think we do know who a lot of these people are, but it is not, as we have demonstrated, it is not easy to get to these people, and that's one of the real difficult situations. I think that's one of the things that makes this more frightening, because you don't know who you're looking for or who the enemy really is.
Just go to Johnny UPS. Johnny UPS, are you driving your truck today?
Yes, I am.
You're still driving your UPS, even while America's under attack.
Right.
The good men and women of UPS are still driving their trucks.
Yeah, we're waiting to hear something. We got a message from the board earlier saying that the head boss was in a conference call. Now, I would imagine the main building down at 43rd Street is got to be closed or closing. The guys cannot be delivering down there because it's an evacuation situation.
I would rest assured you're not supposed to make any deliveries down there today.
Yeah, most of my businesses here in the Bronx have closed. All my schools have closed. But my concern why I called, gentlemen, is you guys are going to need a place to stay this evening.
Oh, no, the boys have all got hotels.
We're set. Yeah, we're here.
Are you going to be able to get to them?
Yeah, we are.
They're very close. Now, Johnny, I'm the only one that's going to be inconvenienced, with perhaps, and I don't know how.
Might be a longer walk for you, right?
Rob, perhaps to get the rickshaw ready, because I may have a 12 to 15 block walk after the show to get home.
It's too bad you don't have a bicycle.
Oh, poor you.
No, Frida was bringing my bicycle up today, as a matter of fact. All right, Johnny.
Listen, I'll keep you guys posted if anything happens out here, but the people in the town, it's just everybody's going nuts. So people crying in the streets, there were 4 or 5 car accidents.
Thank you, Johnny UPS.
Okay.
Yeah, from that standpoint, we don't, even though we're in the middle of New York, we really don't know because we're isolated.
We've been isolated all day.
On the 10th floor of our building.
We don't even get a sense of it. What we're seeing is what we're seeing on the television monitors that we have. The wire service reports tracking the information coming out of our sister station, WINS. And it's, I know, as I mentioned to you before, that this is going to get so much worse when it all really descends upon us and we go out of this building and see what's going on.
Let's go to Jason. Jason, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and WJFK. Hello.
How you doing, fellas? Good job keeping everybody informed today.
Yeah, we're trying.
Just to find out if you guys know anything about the bus service, New Jersey Transit Port Authority.
You mentioned something about bus service.
I know. Now, in the city, there are some buses that are running Buzz.
Yeah, and I only have information about in the city, and that we talked about earlier.
Hey, Lisa, would you find out about that? You want to know about buses where, Jason?
I found out circle lines going back and forth between here and Weehawken, but nothing about bus service from Port Authority so
All right,
far.
we'll get Lisa on that right now.
Cool.
All right, keep listening, Jason. Thank you. And we do know back at home that the metro system back in D.C., the underground trains are running, but the
at all stations except some of the some of the stations
down by Pentagon City
are shut down, but the above ground stations are also shut down.
Right, all shut down. Let's go to Mike. Well, he's been waiting a long time. Mike, hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Hi, Don and Mike. How are you doing today?
We're doing great, thanks. We're doing all right today.
Well, the best that can be done, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Somebody mentioned that they were thinking maybe the pilots did this. And I don't think so for the New York. It occurs to me they were showing the flight path for this. And as soon as they hit the Hudson, it looks like they just followed the river all the way down.
Yeah.
What's your point? I mean, I don't know.
The pilots don't need to follow the river. I'm thinking that...
have we gotten anybody that's called that said a pilot might do it?
No, we had someone who called and said when we were talking about the planes being hijacked, saying that maybe the pilot or the crew was in on it. And remember,
I don't think so.
That's when we said that the way you hijack a plane is you put a gun to a guy's head and you say, fly into this building.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, let's go to Ben now on WJFK, WNEW. Ben, hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Hi, where are you from, D.C.?
I'm from just outside of D.C. Other radio stations have been switching back and forth.
Oh, now why would you, Ben? Why would you switch, Ben?
Bad listener. I'm sorry, because I'm just trying to get everything, and y'all are isolated, and I'm just outside of D.C.
All right, so what do you hear, Ben?
What I've heard is that just after the Pentagon got hit, they'd evacuated GW Hospital, and that they're also sent 22 people to Virginia Medical Center that were injured, various injuries and stuff like that. And they sent the 5 most severely burned to the burn center, Western Hospital Center.
So these are people, allegedly this guy's talking about people from the Pentagon that were hurt in the Pentagon?
That would seem to be the case.
Gotcha.
That would account for some, but not all of the injuries, I'm sure.
Oh, no, not nearly, but that was the far worst from what I've heard.
Right. All right, thank you. Let's go to Angel here in New York on NEW. Angel, hello.
Hey, how you doing, Tom?
Hey, Angel.
This is a tough day, I'll tell you that. But I'll tell you one thing. This is, I think the president said it best. It'll test our resolve, and this just shows that we're all Americans. And even I wasn't, I was just on my way into work, and I was caught just short of the bridge when this thing all went down. And I just said to myself, no matter what color we are, who we are, what we practice, what we do, we're all Americans. And I was ready to go down there to help wherever I could, man.
Yeah, all right. You heard the numbers from Buzz. The best way to help right now is
and you know what? I'm O negative. They need a gallon from me. They're free to have it.
All right, you got it. Let's go to Steve in New Jersey. Steve, hi, you're on the air.
Hi, Don and Mike. How are you?
Hi, we're doing okay.
Listen, is there any direct numbers to get in touch with any agencies for assistance in helping dig, in helping sort, in helping with names, numbers, what have you?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if
there's only so many people, let alone the rescue workers who were killed. Okay, but there's got to be the need for just able-bodied people to dig.
Yeah, but you know what? I don't know if you'd be able to get through on a phone line to the people who might want the help. But probably Red Cross. That would be where you'd start?
I think it's foolish to speculate right now because when that is needed, when they want to go public with that, they will do that. That's what they're doing. And if that is necessary...
I'm sitting on Route 80 and heading to where I live.
I want to reiterate, sir, that the one thing that we have heard so far is from the mayor of New York, Rudy Giuliani. He is advising people to get out of Lower Manhattan so that they can let the rescue workers do their jobs.
Right. I saw 40 ambulances heading 80 east from all different western New Jersey municipalities. So help's on the way.
All right. And now both towers of the World Trade Centers could have collapsed.
They have collapsed.
Yeah. Both of them, I might say, could have collapsed.
Right.
The two planes hit within, I believe, within 15 minutes of each other.
About 18 minutes, right?
That is that's nuts. Let's go to Rob in New Jersey. Hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hi, Rob.
Hey, I just wanted to call and say, I've never been much of a person to go out and fight in a war, and I've always been kind of against that, but after seeing this, it's like, sign me up.
Yep.
Bring on the draft.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of guys, I think, at least in the short term, and this is where I was concerned about what's going to happen 3 or 4 months from now. But right now, tomorrow, next week,
right.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, you want to talk about Americans coming together? And,
we do.
And
speaking of
our moments of tragedy.
Straight out America, everyone just pull out the American flag, let it fly.
That's a great idea. I think that's a good idea.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for the call, my friend. Let's go to James. Hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Hello?
Hi, you're on the air, James.
Hi, this is James. I just wanted to call. This is the first time I'm calling, and I wish it didn't have to be under these circumstances. I just want to let you know my brother is a transit cop in Brooklyn and Manhattan, and he called up a little while ago, and he said that there's bombs and bomb scares all over the city, all over Brooklyn, all over.
Well, now, are there actual bombs, or are they just
He
bomb
said
scares?
that on the station he's at, there's a box on the station, and there's actually, it looks like a pipe and wires coming out of it, all sorts of electronics. And he said that on top of the box is a book that says, "Why Do I Hate People?"
Well, and I got to wonder at this point, and I don't doubt that your brother's telling you what's going on, and there's every reason to be concerned. I don't doubt that there's that certain idiotic element of our society that wants to get involved in this and say, hey, this would be a great time, to make a fake bomb, and certainly to call and make the bomb threats. I think that comes with the territory with this also.
The scary thing is, too, I mean, this is just one station in Brooklyn. There's no way you're going to get bomb squad or K-9 units down there. They're all at the airports, so he just said everyone's just standing back and they just got to wait.
And, thank you for the call, James. We're looking at this just from the standpoint of two cities, New York and Washington. But all of the airports, every airport in America now, you can't take off, right?
And that's never happened before, which is just incredible.
So the whole country is paralyzed. You got Disneyland closed down.
Right.
You have the guy, which I guess was unconfirmed, calling about the thing in San Antonio.
Well, you also, as this call demonstrates, you have the crazy factor, too. And, as amazing as it might be to believe, you're going to have people that are going to do that kind of crap.
San Antonio is still unconfirmed. We have received word now, not surprisingly, that there are fatalities at the Pentagon, but still no word on that. But the Navy has confirmed fatalities, and everything now is just a sort of a mishmash of mismatched facts. The city of New York will be restoring subway service soon, and that will help people get around and get out of Manhattan.
Right.
The Board of Education here in New York, schools are open and closed at the same time. What that means is that kids can go home only if they board a yellow school bus or if their parents pick them up. But at the same time, the schools are going to stay open late to accommodate the parents who may not be able to get there right away. So the schools will be open into the evening as well.
I think that's a good plan of action.
That's a very good plan of action.
Certainly, if you're a parent and you can't get to your kid, you wouldn't want the school to just say, all right, Johnny, get out of here, go home.
Exactly. And, neighborhoods, people without children, if you can help, I think it's a good chance for people within neighborhoods to network as best they can to help out your neighbor in a time like this.
And on blood donations, this will really simplify it, I think, for a lot of people, and that is that EMS is now saying call or go to your nearest hospital because all hospitals in the area are taking blood donations that will be distributed here in Lower Manhattan.
Gotcha. Our phone number is 212-757-1027. In case you're wondering what's going to happen when we're done with this marathon shift at 3 o'clock.
Right.
Opie and Anthony are not able to make it into the city today.
They are in Long Island?
Yeah, they'll be broadcasting from Long Island, and I've got to think that they're going to be doing much the type of show that we're doing today.
Absolutely, getting as much information to people as they can.
I knew when we came in today that somebody said to me, boy, it's going to be a hard day for you guys to go in and goof around, and I looked at them and I said, we're not going to goof around today.
No, you don't goof around on a day like this.
This was before the Pentagon thing happened. This was just now looking at it back, just saying it was just when the World Trade Centers had the planes went into them. Right. This is an awful day. Let's go to Mario in New Jersey. Hello, you're on with Don and Mike and NEW and JFK.
How you doing, Don and Mike?
We're doing all right.
I was wondering, has anybody sat down and actually thought about those poor people that were on them planes and what they must have been thinking? Oh my God, I'm crashing into this building?
Yeah, no, that had to be
amazing.
Horrific. I mean, just awful.
And that'll not only touch the people in New York, you got people in Boston, you got a plane that left from Newark.
Well, you do, and as the president said, your prayers have to be with everybody that might have been touched with this family.
And the plane from Boston was scheduled to go to Los Angeles, right?
Both, two of them were scheduled to go to LA.
You've got people from California.
And I do want to say it again, if you can, check in with your neighbors. If you're in the D.C. area and the Washington area, help them. And even if you don't have children, this is a good time for people to get together.
Bill in New York. Hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
How you doing, Don, Mike, Buzz? How's it going?
Okay.
Listen, how on earth did an airplane get anywhere near the Pentagon? This is the most restricted airspace in the world.
Okay, now listen, this is something that we had discussed a couple of hours ago because, that's where we're originally from is D.C., and I grew up there. And the thing about the Pentagon is you don't get it if you don't live there. Right. You see pictures of it, and you say, wow, it looks like a fortress. It looks like it's impossible to get into. But if you get on Route 1 or you get on 395 or you get on Route, is it 27 or 29 in Arlington?
29.
You get on Route 29, you can drive close enough to the Pentagon to spit on it.
Yeah, and that's why it happened. If you're talking about a plane taking off, did the plane take off from National Airport that hit the Pentagon? Did they say?
No,
from Dulles.
And the Pentagon is only 3 miles from National Airport.
Right.
So it's not like it's got some gigantic force field over it.
No, absolutely. But what I'm saying is, isn't this restricted airspace? Like nobody's allowed to fly there?
Yeah, you would think so.
But one last-minute turn on a proper approach at the airport,
absolutely.
And you're at the Pentagon.
And that's what happened. That's going to change. I'm sure you're going to see that change as far as regular.
I'm also thinking that this plane might have been shot down because if you look at the hole in the front of the Pentagon, don't you think a 767 with a direct hit would have put a little more than a little hole in the front?
That's speculation.
We don't know. We've not seen enough yet.
We don't know the size. Two of them took down the World Trade Centers.
All right, listen, we'll find out later. Thank you for the call, Bill. Let's go to Nick. Hold on. Nick in Virginia, WJFK.
Hey,
Nick.
how you doing?
Hi, we're doing all right, sir.
Hey, I think shout-out should go out to all the EMS people and all the emergency people for running down there. My daughter was home today. She was off. She heard what happened. She got all her gear on, went to the nearest fire station, and she's down there at the Pentagon right now.
Oh, God bless her.
All right, thank you, my friend. Amen. Let's go to Steve. Steve, I don't know where you're from. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, I'm from Jersey.
Hi, you're on with Don and Mike. Hi.
I remember from being a kid and seeing the skyline in New York City over the Jersey Turnpike, and it's not going to be the same for the future generations without the two trade centers there.
No, and I'm sure they'll be rebuilt, but for a long, long time, it's going to be a lasting reminder. And how many people like myself are going to remember that when I came out of my building today and saw the smoke
whether they'll be rebuilt,
pouring out of them?
Whether they'll be rebuilt remains to be seen.
Yeah, it took 6 years for the original ones to be built. And,
it's true.
The New York skyline hasn't looked like this since 1970, so it's unnerving in addition to being upsetting about all the lives lost.
Maybe you guys are right. Dave in New York or New Jersey. Dave, hi.
Yeah, hi.
Hi, you're on the air with Dynamite.
How you doing?
Okay.
I just really wanted to just call and say thanks to you guys. There's all this talk about let's go bomb them, and we don't really know who they are, right. And you guys bringing it back and saying let's focus on what's really important. Focus on the people that are hurt. I'm actually driving now to the hospital with a couple of friends to give blood.
Hey, good for you, man.
Way to go, man.
Yeah, it's just when I first heard this and it first hit that it was an actual terrorist attack, my first thought was, geez, where do I sign up?
Yeah.
How do we get back at them? And I just happened to be listening and I forget exactly which caller it was, but somebody said something about bombing them back.
But you know what? I think to an extent, everybody feels that way. I feel that way. It's just I don't know who to rage out at.
You react at that, and then you think about it. And then when you think about it, you realize that who is the enemy? Who are we? That's where this is so terrifying to me because it's difficult to point out this army or this force of another nation. It's not. These are individuals. These are zealots. These are people that do this that we can't always control. It's terrifying.
It sure does look like war. Every time I turn and look up at the monitor at CNN, I see the streets of Manhattan that look like a war zone. I see the streets of D.C., and now I understand the streets of D.C., you don't see the billowing smoke because, for those of you who don't know, the Pentagon is virtually in the suburbs as far as Washington, D.C. itself is considered. But you see people running out of the office buildings in D.C. They had the copter up in the air where you see the beltway just blocked for, like with a 15-mile backup going around that thing. This is like something that nobody could have ever dreamed would happen in America, right?
It's terrifying.
I mean, it's America.
It looks like what we've seen in movies, but it's a much eerier feeling to see and know that it's real life. The District of Columbia and the state of Virginia have now both declared states of emergency. We're getting finally some casualty reports trickling in. Of course, they represent a very small part of the number that we're going to be seeing. St. Vincent's Hospital reports that it has 2 dead, 15 in critical condition, and hundreds of injured. Another hospital reports 3 deaths, so that's a total of 5 so far as the count begins.
Yeah, and I mean, we're not even taking into account the people on the airplanes.
We lost a couple of hundred there easily today.
Christ, and then the Pentagon, and let's see, let's go to, here's Jim, who claims to be a terrorism expert. Jim.
Yeah, hi, Don. Hi, Mike. How you guys doing today?
We're doing all right.
Well, I'm pretty upset. I'm out near Dulles Airport. For those of you listening, if you hear anything out of me, it may be my opinion, and my opinion only, not the radio show. There was an aircraft about 15 minutes ago that people out at Dulles Airport in Virginia may have seen flying by. That was a military aircraft, so nobody needs to be concerned about that.
I appreciate that.
Number 2, addressing what the president said earlier, the president certainly was not prepared to make a speech. He is on Air Force One, obviously, flying around at high altitude. That's probably the safest place for him. I believe he probably came down and landed in Louisiana at an Air Force base to give a speech to let the public be comfortable.
I just hung up on that guy.
Well,
that guy wants to get his own radio show.
Yeah, Tom Clancy calling.
That's
exactly.
Right. Thank you.
Enough of that.
Thank you, Tom C. Hello, Mark. Mark in New Jersey. You're on the air with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hi, it's going okay today.
I'm driving up Route 1 North here in New Jersey, and you can see where the cloud just billows from the spot and goes miles across.
Yeah, amazing. The thing
the
is,
horizon.
Now I don't know if they're still burning or if that's just smoldering, but keep in mind, now I don't know how much of the buildings have collapsed, but you got a plane at each building also, right?
I don't think we have any idea.
I saw it live on CNBC, and both buildings are gone.
Yeah, both buildings are gone.
They're just gone. They imploded upon themselves. The tops let go, and the weight just split them like bananas.
Yeah, I think a lot of what you're seeing now is dust and ash and smoke. I think the planes disintegrated once they entered into the buildings, and now the buildings have virtually disintegrated as well.
Christ!
Yeah, I'm hearing everybody talk about how they want to sign up. And I'm thinking to myself, if we went out and eliminated every known terrorist group that's on the planet, 10 more would spring up in their place.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Yes, but on the other hand, I kind of agree with the people who say, at this point,
how do you fight them? How do you find them? Where are they? Where are they hiding?
Mike, I don't know that. I mean, that's
the other really unfortunate part. This is the way the war is going to be fought against us here.
I'm sorry. You're asking me a rational question, and my only answer is irrational. That I don't know who it is. I don't know how we're going to do it. But goddamn, we can't just sit back and take this.
Well, you heard what the president said, and I know we're not going to sit back and take this, and I hope that they, as far as efforts at targeting terrorists and efforts at protecting our borders and our citizens, I hope we're in for an improvement and a change, and out of a tragedy like this, if they can take measures that will possibly prevent something like this from happening in the future.
Build my wall.
Yeah.
Build my wall. Hello, Mike in New Jersey. Mike, hi. You're on with Don and Mike on NEW.
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Hi, we're doing okay.
Just want you to know, where I am right now, I'm in Clifton, right on 46 in New Jersey.
Yeah.
You can see miles and miles of smoke right above the city. It's ridiculous.
Everybody can, all the way to Connecticut.
But I'm just saying, there's no other choice. These buildings have to get rebuilt, because if they don't, like if we just put a park on top of it, like Oklahoma City, we're just going to look like pussies to the rest of the world,
Yep. No, I agree.
The message has got to go out.
Got to rebuild them. Thank you, my friend. Paul in New York. Hi, Don and Mike show.
Hey, Don and Mike, how's it going?
Okay.
God damn, it's unbelievable.
Question: do you think that they're going to rebuild the Twin Towers?
You know that we had talked about it earlier, and the guy just called. I agree with what that guy said.
Right.
That I say, now what happened in Oklahoma City was, nutty Timothy McVeigh, and it was their decision not to do it at Oklahoma City. But this is New York City.
Right.
I mean, this is freaking New York City.
I mean, this is the pinnacle of the world.
Yeah,
the capital of everything.
Good point. It's New York.
I'm sorry to cut you guys off.
You gotta rebuild those towers.
Yeah,
I work as a cook in New York City for a temp company. And I worked in the Twin Towers and everything else. And all the Twin Towers are is supercomputer for the New York and the National Stock Exchange. If they wanted to do anything, they would hit the gold reserves about 5-10 blocks away.
Right. Well, I don't like the idea of you making suggestions about what they should hit.
Well, that's and that's like that dumb Bruce Willis movie.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. That's like the Die Hard with a Vengeance movie, right? Where they did all the stuff and they caught the cops off guard, and then they
next direction so he could get to the gold reserves.
Yeah,
that's precisely what he said.
And that's where Bruce Willis says,
"Attention, attention!
News is dead."
Right.
Let's go to Mitch in D.C. Mitch, hello, Don and Mike show.
Hey, Don and Mike, this is Mitch.
Yeah, hi.
Don and Mike, this is probably the worst scene you could imagine what I saw today.
Now, where were you? Where were you in D.C., Mitch?
Well, really, it's the Gannett Building, which is about
down in Roslyn.
In Roslyn, it's about 2 miles from the scene. And what happened? All of a sudden, we felt this big shake, and there's a lot of building going on around there. And we thought it was like a girder or something hit the ground. And we looked out my window, and I saw this white smoke. And immediately, down the halls of the Gannett and the USA Today building has about 20,000 employees. And to see about 5,000 or 6,000 people running down the halls, literally screaming like something you would see in the movies, it was like unreal.
Yeah, I'm picturing in my head. If you're in the USA Today building, you have a bird's eye view of the Pentagon.
Right? Yeah, you see exactly what happened.
You look right out your window and you see the Pentagon, and 2 miles beyond that you see the airport.
Those people's lives are changed forever. I think all of our lives are changed forever.
All right, thank you. Listen, we got to run. Let's go to Eric. Hello, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hey, Don and Mike.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm calling from from Long Island. And I was on my way down to Jones Beach because you can see, you were able to see the Twin Towers from down there.
Right.
And you just see this big mass of just cloud, and that's from over the water, and we're miles and miles away. And I was at work. I'm a school teacher, and I was on the Long Island Expressway heading east, and it looked like west was just closed. You saw signs for emergency vehicles, and Suffolk County fire trucks and ambulances were going out there. The Southern State Parkway on Long Island as well was closed only for emergency vehicles.
Yeah, it was an awful situation.
It still is an awful situation.
It still is a bad one. Mike, hello, you're on the Don and Mike show. Hello.
Hello?
Hi, you're on the air.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, my cousin was actually in one of the buildings, and I want to tell you about that if it's right.
Well, yeah, which building?
He was in the second building to get hit. She was working on the 71st, 72nd floor at Morgan Stanley. And she just told me what happened. She's like, she heard an explosion, looked out the window, saw that there's a giant hole, and like papers were flying out, and people flying out. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
No, we're here.
So she and a bunch of her friends was like, all right, let's get out of here. So they ran to the stairs to run down the stairs. And about a couple minutes later, the second plane ran into them. And they were about the 50th floor or something. The walls and the steps, they all started cracking in as she was running down, and luckily by like the 40th floor, they caught a freight elevator all the way down and got out.
Oh, thank God.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine that being in that building? So she was on. Hello, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So she was on the 70th floor.
Something around there, yeah.
When it happened.
Yeah, the plane hit around about the 90th floor, I believe.
Wow.
Oh, that's goddamn lucky.
Yeah.
That really is.
So it sounds like some people got out, and a number of people got out.
Yeah, she told me that. She talked to one guy who was on the 80th floor and said as soon as it hit, the whole ceiling collapsed right on top of him, but somehow he got out.
Well, that's good news.
Christ. All right, well, good for him, good for your sister. Thank you for calling. Let's go to Nick in New Jersey. It's Don and Mike on NEW and WJFK. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
All right, what you said before about how we should rebuild the towers, I don't believe that, because if we put them back up like how they were, that's just another target for them to be like, hey, let's go knock that down.
It does fall into the category, though, of that's the same thing as the political discussions that we have. Right now, that doesn't matter. What matters is dealing with this tragedy and dealing with the people that are going through this. Whether we rebuild, that's a question that has to be answered way down the road.
But I think they should rebuild that wall.
I think they should rebuild them. I mean, it's it
doesn't matter right now.
No, right. It doesn't matter now.
But yes.
But eventually, I mean, because if not, what are you going to do? Are you going to take down everything in this country that could be a possible target?
Yeah.
Are you going to say, let's not have any more football games because there's the possibility something could happen in a football game? Let's tear down the Washington Monument because there's a chance something could happen there? I mean, that's why I feel strongly about rebuilding. Yeah. Right. And I understand your point, too, that certainly is not the most important thing right now.
Sure, yeah, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
I mean, you do. You get to a situation where, when do you lay down?
I mean, not to be hokey, but it's about American pride. Right. I mean, it's about that we don't take this S from people.
Why are you hiding it?
But hello, Don and Mike.
You don't want you to be here.
Okay.
Well, hello, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hi, this is the Don and Mike Show.
Hey, Don, Mike, what's up, man? This is Pat calling from Woodbridge. I was working in the Pentagon at the time that it happened.
Really?
Yeah, it was funny. We were, my boss, his mom called and said, oh, my God, the tower, and then we get on CNN.com, we get on the Internet, and we're like, wow, they got the picture up. I'm like, holy cow. Next thing you know, she's screaming on the phone, and then she sees the other plane hit, and I'm just like, I was like, what? And then he's telling me, so we look again, and this thing. Next thing you know, we're talking about it. 10 minutes later, boom, the building shakes. We're freaking out. Next thing you know, we look through the corridor, people are running. Get out, get out. I was just like, I freaked out.
Amazing.
I did not know what to do.
That's at the Pentagon?
At the Pentagon. I work in the Pentagon. I'm a contractor. I work for this one department in the Pentagon. So, anyway, I'm sitting there, and I was able to grab my bags and my stuff, and I'm walking down the hallway, and I'm coming out of the south parking area. Now, when it hit on the west side. Well, I'm on the southwest area. It on the west side. And you could not see the Pentagon. There was so much smoke. You could not see the Pentagon.
Gotcha.
It was unbelievable.
Hold on, Buzz has got something for us, Buzz.
I just want to say, I keep thinking about the guy I heard on Channel 2 News here in New York this morning. He was calling from the 86th floor, and he wanted certainly police and firefighters to know where he was and what part of the building he was in, but he wanted them to know that he was okay and that the situation where he was under control. Well, of course, it wasn't long after that the building collapsed, and I don't know if anybody got hurt or not.
Right. The second building?
I will tell you now, we know that at least 40 to 50 stories of at least one of the World Trade Center towers is still standing. It's on fire, but there's still about 40 or 50 stories to at least one of the World Trade Center towers. So it wasn't at the base of the building, but apparently somewhere in the middle. And firefighters are marching up the steps, no elevator service, obviously, to look for bodies and to rescue people who are still alive.
At least now, Buzz, is the fire isolated to the top of it?
Those are brave guys.
Has it spread down to the bottom?
Firefighters are still getting in there. The building's full of smoke. How far down the fire has spread and what remains of the building, I don't know.
Todd, you're on with Don and Mike. Oops, hold on. I just hung up on him.
Uh-oh.
My apologies. Sharon in D.C., you're with us on JFK and NEW. Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
This is Sharon from Washington, D.C.
Yes, hi, Sharon.
Hi, how are you? I was calling. I was actually standing on my balcony this morning. I live in Southwest D.C., directly across the river from the Pentagon.
Oh, and so you could see the Pentagon, right?
I actually saw the plane hit the Pentagon.
Wow, Jesus.
And it was just massive. The reverb across the river was enough to shake the window in my bedroom so that it broke. But I'm a grad student at Maryland, and I think what's really important for everybody to do right now is treat this almost like a natural disaster, take care of business, take care of the people who are injured, and not look for the people to blame or the people to hate over this.
And check with your neighbors, as I mentioned before, check with your neighbors and see if you can help them, with people that might have been more impacted by this tragedy than you were.
Exactly. Donate blood. Take care of the people that you can, and let the people who are in charge of finding out about these things find out about it. It could be weeks, it could be months. Yeah. So, don't go on a hate rampage until we know what's going on.
Yeah, but and I agree with that, but on the other hand, I know that we're doing the show right now, and I know when I get home tonight and I watch this, I'm going to get pissed.
Right. Mm-hmm.
And my thought is going to be...
But you, more than most people, need to show restraint as well.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just telling you, when I get home on my own tonight, I'm going to be sitting there thinking...
Once again, who's the enemy,
Yeah, right, but I'm going to be frustrated thinking... Mm-hmm. I mean, I can understand the mindset of people saying, let's find who did this and let's rip them out.
So can I.
Let's do it. Our telephone number is 212-757-1027, and you're on the air. Hello, Don and Mike Show. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi.
I just want to let the guys know that there's a whole slew of analysts that's just coming on for Route 3 and over toward these folks.
There's a whole
people want to come up and help these people.
There's a whole slew of what?
Ambulances.
Oh, where off route?
I just passed about 40 on Route 3 just outside of Clifton.
All right, gotcha. Thank you, my friend.
Hey, have a good one.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Steve. You're on the air. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Don and Mike. How you doing?
We're doing okay.
You know, I know you said you wanted to have fewer commercials during a show, but this is ridiculous.
Yeah, really. And this is all it took for them to give up commercials. Imagine that.
Right. And
just the loss of human life is all it took Ken Stevens to bend over and say, don't play commercials.
Take a break from the all-American dollar.
But, seriously, what I was calling it to talk about was that, you also have to think about that there are people who are at home who have loved ones who were down there. I'm calling from Queens right now, and there are people who are at home who have loved ones down in the city who are working, and because the phones are going in and out, they have no idea what's going on or what's with their loved ones, and it's just as harrowing a situation for them.
Buzz has some phone numbers and some information if you do have people that were down there.
In the World Trade Center area, Morgan Stanley set up a hotline that you can check on people, and that number is 888-883-4394. And an update on the kids, by the way. They got out of the daycare center. Those kids can be found at St. Vincent's Hospital, all of them safe and sound, safely rescued from the World Trade Center building before it collapsed, but after the plane crashed into it this morning.
And I know you're wondering about how long will stuff be closed. We just got word that both Reagan National Airport and Dulles Airport in D.C. will both be closed tomorrow. So they've already decided to close them tomorrow. I would guess that the 3 airports in New York will be closed as well.
I would assume so.
Sure. I know that Union Station in D.C. is closed. Any word about the train station here?
I'm not sure whether Penn Station or Grand Central, what the situation is there. I would assume that they are closed. I'm not sure, though. We don't have that information.
Most of the commuter trains have stopped running, certainly, and since officials are not allowing traffic into the city, it would be a safe bet that the Amtrak trains are being stopped short of New York City.
Hello, Don and Mike Show. You're on the air. Hi.
Yeah, I was wondering if they're going to, take out any kind of repercussions on all these people, like vigilantes against the people that own, like, the 7-Elevens and the gas stations.
Well, what do you think about that?
I think they will.
Who is they?
Not me personally.
Who is they? You're just talking about now. If you're asking if I think some guy's going to go into a 7-Eleven and find a towel head in there and take it out on him, no, because we don't know yet.
Right, we don't know
who did it.
And all
these people that are just plain, ignorant and don't care.
You know what? I hope not, and I hope that people don't do something like that, and I don't think it will. I think that we're probably a little more sophisticated than you give people credit for, and we know how to follow our news outlets and get the information. But there's going to be a sense of anger in this country, the likes of which has probably never been seen in our generation.
Yeah, I was just going to say, with this generation.
With this generation, this generation that seems so caught up with so many different things, this is really like a state of war.
Hello, Anita in New Jersey. It's the Don and Mike Show on WNEW and WJFK. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Anita.
Hi, how are you?
Oh, we're doing all right.
Okay, I just wanted to say that I am thoroughly outraged by this. But what people have to realize is that in America, we have been living under a false sense of security because we think we're America, no one's ever going to touch us.
Absolutely.
And all of that. But I do have to say we do have to rebuild those towers. We do have to show them that we will keep coming back and we will go after them.
I'm with you, and I know what Mike's point was before, that there's other things more important than that.
Yeah, and I know you understand my point, and I will tell you that I probably agree with you about when all is said and done.
Let's rebuild them.
That's what you should do, because for the reasons that you said, that we're talking about a symbol, that we are going to rebuild, and then this is America, and we have American pride, and it's just there's so many things in front of that right now that are on my mind.
Let's go to Buzz.
As we told you earlier, there are fatalities at the Pentagon, and we are still waiting to hear how many. We do know, however, that 7 people are in critical condition from the airline crash at the Pentagon, all 7 of those with burn injuries. And we also mentioned a few moments ago that the state of Virginia, or Northern Virginia, and the District of Columbia have been put under a state of emergency. Folks in the district are being told to go home, and stay off the streets.
Now, what phone numbers do you want Buzz to repeat?
His Red Cross, all the numbers that he's been reading for help, especially the ones if you have people at the World Trade Center, people weren't able to get them.
Would you repeat those numbers, please, Buzz, if you have family members at the World Trade Center, you think?
Again, if you want to check on people at the World Trade Center, and let me reiterate that the kids are okay from the daycare center, they are at St. Vincent's Hospital. To check on somebody who may or may not have been in the World Trade Center, that hotline number is 888-883-4394. Call your local Red Cross or your local hospital if you want to take blood, give blood. All the hospitals in the metropolitan New York area are accepting blood donations that will be directed to the scene of today's tragedy in Manhattan. The generic number for the American Red Cross is 877-REDCROSS.
I do know that the National Guard has been called out here in New York. In D.C., all National Guard members are being urged to get to the D.C. Armory ASAP. I had a question about Penn Station. They were just on the phone with us. Penn Station has been reopened, and limited eastbound service will resume shortly. You may experience delays entering the station because the cops are out there.
Right.
The LIRR train service continues from Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn and Hunters Point Avenue in Queens. Limited service continues to Port Washington customers only from Woodside Station in Queens, and of course it's a free BGB today.
Right.
Take the train. It's
good job, guys. Good job getting that information out.
Yeah.
Take that. It's
we've gotten a lot of great support help, and we want to thank everybody for that.
Let's go to Cheryl in Long Island with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello. Cheryl, you there?
Hi, Don and Mike. How you doing?
Hi, doing okay.
I just wanted to make a comment and ask your opinion on it. It's been obviously several hours since this has gone down, and we haven't heard any information about any of the other planes that are still being hijacked, where they might be, if we've had any, if we've seen them to try and...
Buzz, let me see, hold on, let me see if I've got this right. There was the concern over that plane 175, right? And that they confirmed that plane had crashed also?
United Airlines has confirmed that flight 175 did crash, but at last report, the last information
they didn't know where.
We had is they didn't know where. Now
what about the plane that crashed outside Pittsburgh? Is that a different flight?
That was an American Airlines flight. Let me just confirm. No, excuse me, that was also a United flight. 2 United flights down, 2 American flights down. Outside of Pittsburgh, that was United Flight 93 headed from Newark to San Francisco. The American Airlines jets were headed from Boston and from Washington's Dulles, both of them headed for Los Angeles.
So I understand what Cheryl is saying here, though. Keeping it's like juggling. You got so much stuff in the air at once. Right. But there were other planes that we thought were being hijacked, right?
Yeah, I thought so. But I think
just the D.C. police plane is the only other one that I know of.
So a total of 5 planes that were involved in this.
All right, well, Cheryl, maybe they've all come down then.
I hope so.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, thanks for the call.
And that speaks to, with the fear and the fear that people are still experiencing all over the country right now.
Hello, Larry in Jersey. You're on NEW. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, it's Don and Mike.
How are you guys?
We're doing all right.
Listen, I know you guys didn't want to keep rehashing about the revenge on this.
Sure.
The question I have is this. If, in fact, I know it has been said that it's not positive yet, but if there are people celebrating this, and we do act calm and rational about it, don't we feed people like that to think that they can do this again? In other words, if we were to do something outrageous now, like pull a full military attack on them,
but them who is them?
Whoever celebrating in the streets.
All right. Now let me just give you the example here, because it's the Palestinians, the
Palestinians,
who allegedly were
celebrating,
dancing and giving candy to the kids. So you're saying that we should what? We should go over and bomb them because they're dancing about this?
What I'm saying is this: we have had hostage situations in this country. We've had terrorists before. Suppose we did, as the president said, find out, hunt down, and find these people.
Mm-hmm.
We will give them a trial. And if they were found guilty, the worst thing we would do is put them to a death sentence. If they're able to get into a plane and crash into a building, death doesn't fear them.
Well, and that, something that applies to if you send in a hit squad and try to take them out as well.
Exactly.
People with the idea of death, they have a different perspective.
But I also I agree with you to the standpoint that if people are dancing and laughing about this, I say F them. Right. And there's nothing I can do about it, and I'm not advocating that we go drop a bomb on them. But I'm just saying, F them. How dare they, if they're involved in this or not, be laughing and handing out candy to their kids on the worst day in America in 50 years. I got to go because Steve in New Jersey says he has a correction on the blood donation info. Steve.
Yes.
How you're on the air?
How you doing? I just wanted to make a small correction. At least one hospital in Jersey, which is the Bayshore Community Hospital in Keyport, is not accepting donations. They send you down to the blood bank. And there was a 4-hour wait at the door, and I was 150 people away from the door.
Wow.
Okay, all right.
Good for the people of this area.
Yeah,
fantastic.
It's so crazy. And by the way, I've totaled up the presumed number of airline casualties today, and that number now totals 381.
That's going to be a mess when we get through that, and the people at the World Trade Center. And
incredible.
Eric in Maryland on WJFK. Hello, Don and Mike show.
Hi, how are you doing?
Doing all right.
I'm a volunteer EMT firefighter, Washington area, and my big thing is I wanted people to remember all the emergency workers who are giving their time, especially some of the brothers and sisters up in New York who've lost their lives during this.
Yeah, and
I just want people to...
what those people are going to go through, too. I mean, our prayers are with them, absolutely.
10,000 emergency workers, and you mentioned the National Guard. The Connecticut National Guard has now been called up and is volunteering its services to assist the New York National Guard.
All right, one more before we got to take a break. Mike in New Jersey, a truck driver. You're on NEW with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hi, Don, Mike, Buzz. Rob, hi guys, how you guys? I hope you're holding in as well as I am, as best can be expected, unfortunately.
We're doing all right, Mike.
Listen, I was actually a little bit concerned. I've grown into listening to your show, and I heard before that you had sent your wife home. Was that correct?
Yes.
All right. Just so you guys know, and other motorists out there know that can hear you in the D.C. area and also up here, all the water crossings, such as the Delaware Memorial Bridge, the Baltimore, Maryland bridge over there, those bridges are all closed. We have several of our drivers that are stuck in Maryland that can't get back up to New Jersey because everything is shut down.
She'll figure it out. I mean, I sent my wife back home because Bart was going to be with neighbors,
and that's when they closed Union Station.
Yeah, and as it turns out, they closed.
You checked in with her, right? And she's okay.
Yeah, she's fine. Trust me, if anybody's going to get through, if there's a barricade or something, my wife will do it, and we got it worked out with Bart anyway. He's fine.
I just want to let you guys know that I really enjoy your show. Unfortunately, today, of course, is on the worst of terms, but you guys are a number one in my book, and a lot of listeners up here. And God bless you, and please be safe.
Oh, of course, and thank you for the call.
All right, have a great day. I hope things get better.
Thanks. Well, they can't get much worse.
Yeah,
I hope not. I knock on wood. Yeah. We got to squeeze one more break, and I think we got more like an hour of the show left. WNEW FM New York, WJFK FM Washington. We'll be right back.
This is the Don and Mike Show. Washington's 106.7 WJFK. Howard Stern, Don and Mike, Opie and Anthony, Sports Junkies, and the Washington Redskins. Washington Superstation 106.7 WJFK.
For more than 25 years, Auburn Tire and Michelin have remained loyal to the dual aim of their founders, product quality and the quality of service for their customers. Auburn Tire is here to help you select the best tire for your vehicle needs. Auburn Tire has the knowledge from 25 years in the tire business. They offer world-class products from Michelin, B.F. Goodrich, and Uniroyal. Let their experienced staff extend their quality service to you, providing not only great tires from Michelin, but peace of mind, because so much is riding on your tires. Auburn Tire, located off I-95 in Springfield, Virginia. Call Call 703-455-9300 for information on their products and services and for directions. For peace of mind, call Alban Tire today for any of your vehicle needs. From pickups to sports cars and vans to SUVs, Alban Tire has the tires and services for you. Experience the quality, sales, and service from the first phone call and every step of the way. Alban Tire, here to help you. Call now, 703-455-9300. When you think tires, think Alban Tire. In Springfield, Virginia, 703-455-9300.
1945, Chicago. The war was won. Chicago was ready for some good times, and great little neighborhood restaurants were flourishing. One of them was Uno's, and today Uno's is legendary for great food, great times, Chicago style.
And they've just brought back an old favorite of mine, crusted Dijon chicken. Oh, succulent chicken breasts, roasted in a savory mustard and breadcrumb crust, served with Dijon sauce. Now that's a Chicago legend you can eat.
They've got great food at Uno's and great times to go with it. From legendary deep dish pizza to juicy steaks, burgers, salads, pasta, and for a limited time, crusted Dijon chicken. Uno, Chicago Bar and Grill.
It's a Chicago legend with the best food around.
Visit Uno's today in Georgetown on M Street at Reston Town Center or at Dulles Town Center Mall.
Thank you for calling Dish Network. May I help you?
Yeah, I'm calling about your $9 a month TV deal.
Yes, sir.
How many channels do I get for $9 a month?
You get over 100 of America's best channels, all in 100% digital quality.
Well, suppose I wanted ESPN and Fox Sports Net. How much then?
They're both included, so just $9.
All right. Say I want TNT, USA, and TBS.
$9.
Okay, what if I want Disney, Noggin, and Cartoon Network for the kids?
$9.
Okay, suppose I wanted Discovery, Discovery Health, A&E, and Animal Planet.
Still $9.
CNN?
$9.
Fox News?
$9.
MTV?
$9.
It's the I Like 9 deal only from Dish Network. For a limited time, you'll get 117 of the top channels in digital quality for only $9 a month when you buy any Dish Network system valued at $199 or more. Can your cable company do that? Call 1-800-333-DISH. Prices, packages, and programming are subject to change without notice. So call 1-800-333-DISH today. Dish is it.
In Maryland, the cost of drinking and driving just went up because the legal blood alcohol concentration level just went down. 0.08 blood alcohol concentration is the new law in Maryland for drunk drivers, and if you blow it, you blew it. The cost of drinking and driving is too high. You or someone else could die, and a DUI or DWI arrest is a legal, professional, and economic nightmare. If you're still drinking and driving, the new .08 law is aimed right at you. It's not complicated. It's simple. Don't blow it in Maryland. Never drink and drive. It's just not worth it. This message is from the Maryland Department of Transportation, State Highway Administration, Highway Safety Office.
Excuse me, I couldn't help but notice you two have been in this library for hours.
Yeah, we're looking for a new car.
Doing research.
Hitting the books.
Cramming, so to speak.
Well, I don't mean to be intrusive, but now is a great time to get an Accord at your Honda dealer.
We know it is, and we love the Accord, but...
Well, we suffer from a research addiction.
You know, honey, that is really such strong language.
I know it is, sweetheart.
I'm so sorry, but the Accord has everything you want in a car. Great styling, a roomy interior.
Tell us about it. After this, we go home and read 35 brochures.
Then give each other written tests.
But the Accord has an incredible engine, superb handling, brilliant ergonomics.
We know.
Our hearts say Accord, but our heads say put yourselves through hours of needless misery.
Well, I suppose you don't even want me to get into the terrific lease terms now available on a wide variety of Accords.
No, we'll crumble.
Vanish in a cloud of dust.
Well, I'll be pulling for you two.
It's a great time to get an Accord at your Honda dealer. Okay, your research is over.
Introducing new Ginsana Gold Blend, specially formulated to give you the vitality you need. Because with all you have to do today, your 2-year-old just gave up his afternoon nap. This unique blend of G115 ginseng plus 17 vitamins and minerals is the only supplement clinically proven to reduce fatigue and increase vitality.
Okay, give Daddy the pots back, Billy, and let's play horsey.
For the vitality you need to enjoy life, try new Ginsana Gold Blend, blended for vitality.
Listen.
That's what you sound like.
Dr. Gene Wagner talks about nighttime teeth grinding.
Aside from being a turnoff for the person you sleep with, it can cause tooth loosening, even tooth loss. That's why I created a dental protector to cushion your teeth. It's called the Doctor's Night Guard. Because you fit it yourself, you'll save money. More importantly, you'll protect your teeth. It might even help your sex life.
The Doctor's Night Guard. Relieve the nightly grind.
The DC Art Center Gallery and Theater promotes art and new artists. To find out more, call 202-462-7833 or call us here at WJFK.
106.7 WJFK. Howard Stern mornings. Don and Mike middays. Opie and Anthony afternoons. The sports junkies at night and the Washington Redskins. Washington Superstation. 106.7 WJFK.
Don and Mike, WJFK.
This is the Don and Mike Show.
Don and Mike Show, and we're on 102.7 WNEW New York. 106.7 WJFK Washington, D.C. I don't know how many of our affiliate stations are going to pick this show up today. If they're going to run it, they might run a best of. Screw them. It's only the worst day in America in 50 years.
You know, walking around the building during the commercial break, a lot of tears in a lot of people's eyes today. I've never seen any single thing impact people, whether you have people down there or not. But certainly here in New York City, and we're in the middle of New York City, this is something I've never witnessed in my entire life.
Even for people who didn't have people in the World Trade Center building, the fact that something of this magnitude has happened here, standing next to lifelong New Yorkers who are just gasping and clasping their hands over their mouths and getting misty-eyed, unbelievable to know that their city, and I think this has struck all of us today, that we're all so vulnerable, and this is a very clear reminder of that.
You know, I know certainly that we have dealt with the I don't want to say the second city syndrome because that's Chicago, but I know that people in D.C. have given us crap for doing the show from New York, that I live up here part-time and we come up here. But if we could put all of that aside for a second, Washington, D.C. is the nation's capital. There's no doubt about it. Right. But when you think about America, you think about New York.
New York's the world capital.
Yeah.
And it's funny, when you mention something like that, you mention people giving us grief, it takes all of our petty differences in this country.
Yep.
What city you're from, what team you root for, what color your skin even, and you just, an event like this puts it into perspective as we are all dealing with this right now as an American tragedy. I didn't think it could get much worse than Oklahoma City, and it has in such a way that I still can't believe it.
And what this has done today, this has hit us in both of our strongest points.
Yes, right.
The nation's capital, where we think we're invincible, and New York, the greatest city in the free world. Both places that I think most Americans consider to be safe havens, where you could live, where you could walk around. I mean, hell, don't you feel safe walking on the streets of New York?
Yes. I do, and I don't anymore. And I mean, it's just astonishing when you get by the anger and you get by the shock. What settles in is an uneasiness that will be with us. Certainly here in New York City and in Washington, D.C., I think for quite some time.
All right, let's go back to the phones. Now, the only lines we have open today are 212-757-1027. We'll get an update from Buzz here in a second. Let's go to Al. Al in New York, you're on with Don and Mike. Hello.
Hey, Don and Mike, what's up, guys?
Hi there.
Hey, listen, I just want to give my support to you guys. I'm a long-time listener of NEW, and over the past couple of weeks, I've been hearing a lot of people, kind of rag you guys out because you're from D.C., and even when I listen to the show, I said, oh, here they go. They're talking about D.C., but I think it was meant for you guys to be in New York today.
It's strange that we are here after, quite a bit of a break. And being here, you do get the sense of what this city, what has happened to this city. One of the things I hear from so many people, they took away our skyline. Yeah. And that's what they did. And it's putting it into words, it's impossible. I can only describe it the way I feel and the way I felt all day since we came on the air today. And we really got the magnitude of this after we went on the air as to how huge this was. And it's not a nauseous feeling, but it is a sickness that I feel deep inside of me, and I think everybody that I've come in contact with feels the same way.
Yeah, and I know, I hear what you're saying about it. It's good that we're here today to experience it, and I don't disagree with that, but I think that if we were back in D.C.,
right,
we would feel the same empathy for New York. Now, we wouldn't be able to get the one-on-one feeling from New York,
right.
But keep in mind that what they're going through in D.C., while it's not as bad as the World Trade Center being attacked, what's happened in D.C. has never happened before, ever.
Absolutely.
I would say when the nation's capital is under a state of emergency and everybody's being told to stay indoors, that's pretty devastating in itself.
And people in D.C. are pretty freaking terrified, and I think with good reason. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was just trying to read something. The George Washington Bridge is now moving slowly back into New Jersey, so the GW Bridge is open.
Is that car traffic on the GW Bridge?
Yes.
Okay. The upper levels of that bridge have just been reopened back in toward New Jersey, and that will make it easier for people to get out of
Safe
Manhattan.
home, everybody that's on that GW Bridge.
And back into Jersey. Greyhound has, in the meantime, shut down all service in New York City, and there is limited ferry service, another way to get back to Jersey from New York City.
Really?
Limited ferry service at Pier 11 and West 30th Street. Some things don't change.
I'll take you home.
That may have been the only joke today. That's very good.
Hello, Oscar. You're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hi.
What's up, boys? What do you call it? The reason, everybody's so affected by this tragedy is because here in New York, everybody knows somebody that works in the World Trade Center.
Someone said that to me also, and that's true. Everybody's touched by this in some way.
And I just want to say to you guys, I'm feeling it for you, too, because, you got people up here and you have people down there. So I don't know how it is in D.C. Does everybody know somebody that works in the Pentagon?
Not in the Pentagon, but everybody knows somebody who works for the government. Mm-hmm. And even though nothing's happened outside of the Pentagon, they have released all the people from all the government offices down there.
Yeah. So I guess everybody's scared because they all consider their buildings like the next target.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
One of the things I said to check in with your neighbors tonight, but I think this is one of those occurrences where people need to be with other people. And I'm telling people for their own good. If you have friends, if you have neighbors, this is something you don't want to handle. Watching the news and watching this tragedy, I don't think you want to be sitting by yourself in front of the television doing this. I think you want to be with other people to help lessen this as much as possible. Soften it, I should say, even though it's probably impossible to say that.
Does this mean you want to go to dinner tonight?
No, I don't think I'm going to eat dinner tonight, but I certainly will drink it.
Hello, Bernard. Bernard in D.C. Hi, Don and Mike Show. Hello.
Yeah, what's going on? This is the first time I ever got through to you guys.
Hi.
But I have a question. Where are all those uneducated countries that we help out when they have problems? Like when somebody comes to bomb them, why are they, coming over to help us or saying anything about us?
Well, now,
they're just passing out candy bars.
I think the eyes of the world are going to be on the United States.
Bernard, to be fair, this thing is 6 hours old. I mean, I don't think, I'm sure that Britain, will...
Yeah, there have already been fierce responses from British Prime Minister Tony Blair and leaders of other countries as well. Leaders of the European Union and even some Middle Eastern countries have expressed, at the very least, deep condolences.
Yeah, I mean, it's been only 6 hours, for goodness sakes. Jason? Let me find him. Hold on. Jason in Jersey. Hi, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi.
I was just calling in because I actually watched from my office window as the towers went down today. Pretty tragic.
Nice.
But, I mean, more importantly, I'm trying to think of what happened in the surrounding area. I mean, those buildings aren't exactly small. I want to know what kind of impact it had on smaller buildings around it.
That is an excellent question.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait. The waitress that I was talking to in the diner this morning, the Brooklyn Diner, was trying to get in touch with her mom, and I said, you've got a relative, your mom's in the World Trade Center. She said, no, she's in the building right next to it. Yeah. And you have to wonder what is the impact of that, and we're not going to know the answers to this until the rescue workers can really get through this, and this is going to be a matter of weeks.
We haven't heard for a while that Mayor Giuliani was trapped in the building across from the World Trade Center just by the falling debris. He eventually obviously got out okay, but so those buildings immediately across from the World Trade Centers were directly affected.
Yeah, I'd feel hinky if I was in one of those buildings.
Yeah.
I mean, just with the force of the plane hitting the Trade Center and you think the shaking and everything we've heard about it was like being in an earthquake.
Plus the Gannett building, with the people that called us from the USA Today building.
Oh, in D.C., right. Hello, I don't know, Chris? I got it right. Chris, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Hey, it was mentioned earlier about a flight that went in close to the Superior Court or the Supreme Court.
Has that been substantiated?
We had the report of a possible bomb explosion near the Supreme Court. There's not been any follow-up to that. So
how about the car bomb at the State Department?
Now, that has been determined to not have happened. The State Department was evacuated, as was the Supreme Court building, but we have no confirmed reports of car bombings at either of those locations.
And most of you,
I thank you guys. Keep up the good work.
Thank you for listening. Did we ever find out about the hijacked police airplane?
Well, if you remember,
in D.C.?
I'd love to know about that.
We heard that F-16s, 2 of them, escorted a Lear jet to the ground at National Airport at a time that no other planes were landing anywhere else. And I have to think that was the hijacked D.C. police plane. But in answer to your question, no, we haven't heard anything else.
But, I guess they would probably keep that quiet, just like when we asked about the casualties at the Pentagon. They're going to want to keep that quiet.
And that interception and escort actually was brilliant, because we were all sitting here debating, if you have a plane in the air, do you shoot it down or do you let it go ahead and do its damage and not know how many people it's going to take out? The authorities may have done us one better here by safely escorting that plane to the ground. There may be suspects or people we can talk to on board.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you, Buzz. Hello, Harold in New York. You're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello, Harold.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, dude.
One of the things, I agree with you about rebuilding it for a symbolic point of view, but this is really going to put a damper on the economy in New York, at least, because all these companies, they're not going to want to relocate. And if they do rebuild the buildings, who's going to want to work in them?
You can speculate on things like this all day long.
Right.
I got to say, and I know I'm repeating myself quite a bit here, you do get to a point where, there are so many things that are more important than that right now as we speak.
I agree with that.
Having said that, though, I think people aren't going to stop coming to New York because this happened. People are not going to stop coming to Washington, D.C.
No,
because this happened.
On a personal level, would you work in a building like that, a prime target now in the future?
Hey, listen, how do you know what building is a prime target and what building is not a prime target?
Anything big.
It was a target in 93.
Especially that. I mean, the Statue of Liberty, for all intents and purposes, could very well be a target.
So what are you going to say? Never go to the White House? Never take it.
Well, this leads to my next point. They're creating fear over here. What we have to do is create fear over there.
All right, and where is...
They're more than happy to die. They can't wait to die.
Let me stop you for a second. Where is over there?
Well, Hamas, I've heard one of the reports said Hamas claims some responsibility.
I've heard
somehow
3 or 4 different people who have claimed responsibility.
Okay, so
we don't know.
They want to claim responsibility. We should just bomb the hell out of them. And then put a message out to any other terrorist cells.
So in your opinion,
who wants to claim responsibility?
So in your opinion, innocent lives for innocent lives is justifiable, right? Even if the fact is you could go in and bomb a whole city and you might not get the masterminds or something that somebody
we have a lot more knowledge as to where their leaders are.
What kind of knowledge?
I'm sure the CIA, the FBI, they have some knowledge. You mentioned before these terrorists. They don't care about dying, and I agree. That's right.
Hold on. I think the bottom line in all of this is, if we identify who's responsible, then you can talk about.
Right.
You talk about
severe and decisive.
I don't disagree with that, but I'm saying what you're saying right now is anyone who is claiming responsibility, let's just go in and wipe them out.
No, I'm not saying just go out and bomb all of the Middle East. Okay. Anybody who wants, maybe not anybody who wants to claim responsibility, but we can get leads. And then, as you said, they're not afraid to die. What they are afraid of is these terrorists, they blow themselves up in Israel. Their families are rewarded tremendously. No. They're given cash bonuses. Their families are now looked upon and they're respected. If we strike fear into them, maybe these ones who are on the fringe, they will decide.
All right, listen, hold on. I don't totally disagree with you, but
I don't either.
But just let me say, if we do that, aren't we as bad as they are?
Well. But they're striking fear into us. They want to kill 40,000 of our people. Maybe we should send a message to them so it'll stop.
I will tell you, there are going to be opinions and there are going to be speculations as to how to deal with this threat. But what we have to deal with right now, what I don't understand is that I hope people focus on the families and the individuals that were affected immediately by this tragedy today, the people that were really affected, not the people just in the city of New York, but the people that had family there in the World Trade Center. That's what I'm concerned about before I want to fight this war where we don't know where the enemy is.
But for a lot of these people that are calling us, they're people who have just listened to the radio all day, watch TV all day,
and they're angry.
They know no one directly who was involved in this. So you got to understand their perspective too. They're just pissed.
They're pissed, and I listened to to a guy like that, and I say to myself, if that's the case, if you have the terrorist families being rewarded, it's something we're going to need to address.
Let me see. All baseball games are off tonight. Again, I know in the big picture, this doesn't really matter, but there will be no baseball games played tonight. Anywhere, Major League Baseball games. I was having a conversation with somebody during the commercial break. Hold on, Bush is on TV. Hold on.
The necessary security precautions to continue the functions of your government. We have been in touch with the leaders of Congress and with world leaders to assure them that we will do whatever is necessary to protect America and Americans. I ask the American people to join me in saying a thanks for all the folks who have been fighting hard to rescue our fellow citizens, and to join me in saying a prayer for the victims and their families. The resolve of our great nation is being tested. But make no mistake, we will show the world that we will pass this test. God bless.
Now, is that a replay of what he said?
It is, in fact. Could you tell, I couldn't see the monitor from here, could you tell where he was speaking from? Did it appear he might be aboard Air Force One?
No, absolutely not.
All right. It appeared, I don't know where he was.
Okay. But he was on an airplane.
You don't think so?
No, it looked to me like he was in a meeting room somewhere.
Really?
No.
It's hard to tell.
We'll figure out the next time it's on. Right. They're running it all the time. No baseball games tonight. I was in conversation with someone wondering if the NFL was going to play games this weekend, and I said, yes, the NFL played games the weekend after JFK was assassinated. Mm-hmm. They played games the weekend after Pearl Harbor, for God's sakes.
Right.
Yeah, I was just looking on the Internet, actually, about the baseball and all that stuff, and it mentioned that after JFK's assassination, they played games, and NFL said that was the biggest mistake we ever made. Mm-hmm. So they are considering college games and NFL games will most likely be canceled this weekend. No announcement, however, has been made.
Wow, and then if you think about that, if you think about the fact that there's not going to be any football,
right?
I mean, not to have the world revolve around us, but we are here doing a show. What type of show do we do tomorrow?
You wonder.
I mean, tomorrow.
We do what we always have done, Don. We do what we've always done, which is based on that thing in front of you, that telephone, because we sense when we're getting our phone calls what people want to deal with. And you know what?
I mean, do we do a regular show? Do we do half a regular show and half a show about this? I mean, if we do another show like this, is it just going to be a rehash of what we've done today?
It's hard to say.
I don't know. I don't know. Here's another guy who thinks you just go bomb them.
Yeah, bomb them. We've heard a lot of the military experts calling.
Don, hello, Don.
Hey, Don.
Hi, you're on the air.
Mike, Buzz.
Yeah. Hi.
Everybody doing a fantastic job covering this thing.
Thank you for listening.
Listen, all these people out there saying, okay, we need to concentrate on the immediate people that are befallen in this tragedy and everything. But this is an act of war. We need to find out who these people are, and even if we don't know exactly who they are, go after them. Go after the people.
Well, wait, hold on.
Even if we don't know exactly who they are.
You had me. I feel like Jerry Maguire.
Yeah,
you had me at hello. You had me until you said, even if we don't know who they are.
Well, I'm one of those people that says we should... Sir, hold on a second and let me speak, okay? I was one of those people you're talking about who said we should focus on the people that are suffering right now before... there are people in this country, in this government, that have the responsibility of protecting us and finding these individuals that did this.
Let me comment on that real quick. Let me jump in. The people that are responsible for protecting us, the people in the government, the people in the military... Why, for God's sakes, after the second plane hit the World Trade Center in the second tower, did they not scramble fighter planes in the Washington, D.C. area? They had to know.
I don't doubt you're going to get answers to some of these questions down the road.
They had to know that something was going on. Mm-hmm. Why, in God's green earth, why in this country can we let a plane attack our center of military operations? And that's what it was. It was an attack.
No, and listen, you're not going to get an argument from us on that, right?
No, you're absolutely right.
We feel the same way.
And it's difficult to, answer these questions because we are hours away from this tragedy.
We're disc jockeys. We don't know. But no, I agree. How could it be that a guy could fly a plane into the Pentagon? How could it possibly be? I don't know. Here is Mike in New York. Hello, you're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK.
Don and Mike.
Hi.
I believe Channel 7 was reporting that when President Bush made the speech, he landed in a military facility in Louisiana, and they said that was briefly. Now he is back up on Air Force One. I just want to let you guys know that.
All right, thanks. We appreciate it. Hello, Mark in New Jersey. You're on with Don and Mike.
Hello.
Hi, and don't forget, this is, I mean, reaches far beyond D.C. and New York. There's no air travel today in America anywhere.
And everybody's affected by this. Everybody that has a television set is affected by this.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, Mark. You're on the air. Hi.
I'm in New Jersey.
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, I can see the smoke from the trade centers from my building.
Praise.
I have an opinion that this is a world problem right now.
Oh, yeah. I agree with
and the U.S. should put out messages to all the countries of the world that are now offering their condolences that they should help offer the solution.
I agree.
Which is for all of these so-called human, civilized countries of the world, all of the governments should get their act together, and anyone who supports this type of terrorist activity be eliminated from within. If we can identify, as Jerry said,
again,
follow the money.
Again, we've got to identify the people.
Got to identify it. I'll tell you one thing that talking to the people here, the world has changed forever as we know it today.
You know, I am blown away. I mean, I'm almost getting desensitized to the pictures of New York, and I've looked out on the window and seen the pictures in the street. To see the Pentagon, like with the ashes coming out of it and stuff.
Amazing.
I mean, that's
sickening.
That makes, right, it makes you feel sick.
It's a sick feeling.
Jesus Christ, how could someone do that? That's the Pentagon. Jesus Christ, the Pentagon is on fire.
You know.
Hello, Marie in Brooklyn. You're on with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Hey, Don and Mike, how are you?
Hi, Marie. Thank you for waiting.
No problem. I just had some updated information if anybody wants to donate blood in Brooklyn. Not all hospitals are accepting blood. They have deferred to 120 Lawrence Street. The phone number there is 246-1684, 1634, or 1912. It's again 120 Lawrence Street.
Wait, hold on, Buzz. What, are you going to correct her or?
No, she's doing fine.
Okay, great. All right.
Okay, those are just the extensions that I read.
I want to make sure we get it right.
All right, thank you, Marie. We appreciate it.
It's off of Fulton Avenue, near Metrotech. And also the Marriott on Adams Street is going to be setting up later to be accepting blood donations.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Okay.
Marie, thanks. I know you waited on the line a long time.
No problem.
Those
Appreciate
hospitals, that was good information. Those hospitals, if you do approach one and they say, we can't take it, they can certainly refer you to who can. We had a caller earlier who said he had no O negative and he'd donate a gallon if they needed it. O negative is, in fact, one of the types of blood they need most severely, O and O negative. And
you know what type of blood you have?
O-Town.
O-Town. I have no idea. I feel bad about it. A positive.
I forgot.
No, I thought yours was gravy, Rob.
Gravy. That's right.
Ragu.
And here's an 800 number for people in the New York area also to check on the ability to donate blood, and that's 1-800-933-2566. That's 800-933-2566.
I'm seeing a crawl on CNN that says the FBI says they have no idea.
Oh, great.
No idea who's done this. I mean, and you can't expect them to solve it.
Not immediately.
In 6 hours, for goodness sakes.
So many times when things like this happen, weeks drag on and months drag on, and we never hear, and I don't know. I'm just concerned about it.
Frustrating.
Don and Mike show, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, who's this?
This is Kevin from D.C.
Hi, Kevin. Hi.
We were roofing on a apartment building in Arlington at the time this happened, and there was a fighter plane following the jet plane. I think they could have shot it down, but it's a passenger plane, so how can you shoot it down?
I wonder if that's true.
Are we talking about the D.C. plane that we
that would be if they're in Arlington. That'd be the one that heading towards the Pentagon.
Right.
Right. We heard the fighter plane go by, and then we heard the explosion probably 2 minutes later, and there was another plane, a four-engine big gray, looked like a military plane.
Now, hold on. Let me just stop you for a second. Are you talking about the plane that ran into the Pentagon?
Yes, he's talking about because they were in Arlington. He's talking about seeing a military plane.
And there was a fighter that was following that plane?
And then he's saying a four-engine, what appeared to be a military plane.
I believe they knew about it, and they could have shot it down, but they had the issue of shooting down innocent passengers when you don't really know where it's going to land.
Yeah, that's a question too that arises too. You know, when do you know what's really happening? You know, and that's where the protocol for approaches and takeoffs from National Airport will probably have to be a little firmer.
All right, changes.
Thank you, my friend. Let's go to Anna from New York. You're on with Don and Mike on JFK and Eddie W. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, baby.
I was going to school in Oklahoma City during the bombing. I was only 15, and now I'm here in New York going to school. And I will definitely tell you this one takes the cake. And I have my uncle now in the Pentagon, and I don't know. I haven't heard any word from him. And somebody had called in talking of our people still going to visit New York, and our people. You know, no one ever knows when and where this is going to happen, and people aren't going to want to live in New York because now this is going to be the prime.
Right. What's your point?
Well, the point is nobody knew that the bombing was going to happen in Oklahoma. I mean, who's going to think, oh, there's going to ever be a bombing in Oklahoma?
No, you're right, and the point is you can't live afraid. You can't be afraid to live in D.C.
You can't live afraid, and also another point is right after that bombing happened, everyone was pointing fingers at terrorism, at the Arabic countries, or like they're doing right now. The evidence is really,
Yeah, we don't have any evidence yet.
Well, we don't have any evidence, but of course, we were pointing fingers at suspects that really could have matched up, and then look who did it. It was an American.
Right.
And what I'm saying is we cannot point fingers at all right now. We need to focus on
I agree with that.
our innocent lives and families.
Absolutely.
I tell you what, though, if it's an American who did this,
yes,
Jesus Christ, let's put it on Fox and let's finally do that televised. I mean, and an execution is too kind a word if it's an American.
But she was absolutely right as far as the reaction after the Oklahoma City tragedy. I mean, I remember getting the same kind of response from people about, hey, we ought to get them, and we have to find out as much information as we can get. But right now, the focus is on this tragedy.
What if it is a douchebag like Timothy McVeigh that's behind this?
You never know. You never know. I would say the scale of what happened today and the number of incidents today would probably push that possibility to the back.
A little more brain power, perhaps, than your average Tim McVeigh.
Yeah, a little more organized.
Yeah.
Huge operation.
Yeah, right.
Hello, she made a good point, but you notice this only happens in cities where she goes to school. So she could do us a favor and stay home.
Dave, you're on the air with Don and Mike on NEW and JFK. Hello.
Yeah, hi. I just had a brief thought. Although we may not know specifically who did this act, they have a pretty long list of organizations that have engaged in terrorism.
Right.
And if they haven't proved anything else by this, they've proved that they're not a nuisance. They're really dangerous. It might be well to think of starting at the beginning of that list and going down to the end of it and trying to stamp out these organizations before they get us.
Yeah, who knows?
Like having a dangerous snake in your living room.
All right, I got you. Thank you. Hello, here is Paul with Don and Mike on NEW. Oh, hold on, is this Giuliani? Hold on.
We're all undergoing right now.
There's Mayor Giuliani right now. This is live.
We've had nightmares about, probably thought wouldn't happen.
Hold on, Paul.
My heart goes out to all of the innocent victims of this horrible and vicious acts of terrorism. And our focus now
this is Mayor Giuliani.
Should be on saving as many lives as possible.
WNEW.
We have hundreds
WJFK.
of police officers and firefighters who are engaging in rescue efforts in Lower Manhattan. I want to thank Governor Pataghi for the incredible cooperation and coordination, including deploying the National Guard that will be available to relieve our police officers and firefighters and emergency workers in the next couple of hours. The governor and I just spoke to the President of the United States. The coordination with the federal government from the time of the first attack has been excellent, including closing off the airspace around Manhattan and doing everything that can possibly be done in the face of this barbaric act to make the city secure. And we will strive now very hard to save as many people as possible and to send a message that the city of New York and the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists, that our democracy, that our rule of law, that our strength and our willingness to defend ourselves will ultimately prevail. And I'd ask the people of New York City to do everything that they can to cooperate, not to be frightened, to go about their lives as normal. Everything is safe right now in the city, and the people who are doing the relief effort need all the help they can get. And then, Governor, thank you very, very much for your assistance and your help and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership through this crisis. This is a vicious attack upon New York. It's an attack upon America. It's an attack upon the whole concept of freedom and our way of life. And we cannot let these attacks succeed. The first step has to be to make sure we do everything in our power to protect the people and to save the lives of those whose lives are still at risk and to help those who have been injured. And I want to commend the Mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues from Connecticut, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and the federal government have all offered and made ready support to help us deal with this ongoing crisis. The people of New York are not only the freest and most diverse people in the world, we're also, I believe, the most capable of rising to meet the challenges of this type of attack. And right now we want New Yorkers to remain calm, to go about their business, to appreciate the fact that everything to provide for their safety is being done, to appreciate that everything that can be done to provide for the health and the needs of the people who are still at risk is being done, and that we will continue to work to make sure that we get through this as strongly and quickly as possible. I want to thank the federal administration. Secretary Thompson has been on the phone with me a number of times, as well as the President, for what they are offering and prepared to do. And we're just confident that, while this is a horrible attack and one that is despicable and really unthinkable in its magnitude, we will get through this, and we will continue to have a great and free country, state, and society.
Do we know the number of casualties at this point, sir?
I don't think we really want to speculate about that. The number of casualties will be more than any of us can bear ultimately, and I don't think we want to speculate on the number of casualties. The effort now has to be to save as many people as possible. And I don't think we will know the answer to that until sometime tomorrow or the next day.
Were there large numbers of firefighters?
There are a large number of firefighters and police officers who are in harm's way, and we don't know how many we've lost. But there's no doubt we've lost some firefighters and police officers.
Do you know anything about the cause of the explosions that brought the two buildings down yet? Was it caused by the planes or by something else?
We believe that it was caused by the after effects of the planes hitting the buildings. We don't know of an additional explosion.
What about the remaining four, and is there any possibility that there could be bombs on the ground planted by them?
We have no specific information to that effect. Obviously, the city is now closed. The airspace around the city is closed, and we are on heightened alert. But we have no specific information suggesting any further attack. I think to give the people of New York confidence, to show that the federal government is standing with us, and to just to make certain that nothing further happens. This has been a very, very difficult and traumatic day for the people of the United States and the people of the city. And I think that it's an act that shows that the federal government is going to do everything they can to support us and help us.
Do you have an idea of the extent of the rescue effort that's going on right now along the scope of this operation?
There are over 1,000 rescue workers, probably about 2,000 that are deployed, trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people. The governor and I spoke a couple of hours ago. The governor has deployed the National Guard to relieve them because our people are going to need reinforcements pretty soon. But right now they don't want to leave because they're searching for innocent citizens, and they're searching for some of their brothers and sisters.
Are you finding survivors?
Yes, we have some numbers that we can give you. We have 1,500 people at Liberty State Park who were evacuated, described as walking wounded. They were evacuated by ferry and other means. There are about 600, as of about 15 minutes ago, in local hospitals that we account for. 600 people are being treated in local hospitals, and there are 150 in particular that were critical that were moved by EMS. New York City has 170 hospitals. So we have a lot of hospitals, and we're utilizing all of them. Probably the one that was the hardest hit was St. Vincent's Hospital. And I would like to just single them out and commend them, because as I was rushing down there, after the first plane hit, before the second, they were already deploying people on the street. I could see the doctors and nurses outside getting ready to receive people. And that was before the second plane actually hit the World Trade Center.
What was your experience down there?
Also blood donations. We have several sites for blood donations. 153 East 53rd Street, 66 in Amsterdam, which is the Red Cross, and 310 East 67th Street. If people want to do something and they can donate blood, that's going to help not just today, but tomorrow and the next day. This relief effort is going to take some time.
Mr. Mayor, you were one of the first people down there. Can you describe the scene in your own words, what you saw down there?
I don't know that I'm really able to describe it. It was the most horrific scene I've ever seen in my whole life. We saw the World Trade Center in flames, a big gaping hole all the way on the top of it. We could see people jumping from the top of the building. And then we went into Barclay Street, 75 Barclay Street, I think it was, and we were there when the building collapsed. And it collapsed in part on 75 Barclay Street, so we were trapped in the building for maybe 10 or 15 minutes, trying to get out different exits. And we finally went through a basement and came out 100 Park Place.
Did you ever fear for your own safety, sir?
Sure, yeah.
There is Mayor Giuliani. That's live. That's what's happening. We are rapidly running out of time. Don and Mike on 102.7 WNEW New York, 106.7 WJFK Washington. Buzz, can you wind things up? Can you give us a final look at what's happened and where we stand now?
Things are quiet, and that's the best news that we can report right now. We understand that there are now 50 planes in American airspace, and the FAA reports no problems. I don't know what that means exactly, because all of the airports are still closed, and all transatlantic flights are still, at last report at least, being diverted to Canada.
Well, if it's transatlantic flights, Buzz, that means that perhaps some domestic planes are in the air.
Perhaps still in the air from previous launchings. Again, an amazing terrorist attack on the United States today, the devastation of which we will be feeling for some time, with a tremendous loss of life, starting with the crash of two separate planes into the two separate towers of the World Trade Center. Within an hour later, a commercial jet also crashed into the Pentagon. As we estimated earlier, a total of 381 airline passenger lives lost. We don't know how many thousands from the World Trade Center. No reports of fatalities yet from the Pentagon. We do know about 50 people were injured, and at least 7 of them are in critical condition. Your government officials are safe and in control. Colin Powell has returned to this country from Latin America. President Bush is returning to Washington from some plans he had in Florida. And the Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, is safely at the other end of the Pentagon from where the plane crashed into it today.
All right, Buzz, we want to thank everybody at WNEW, everybody back at JFK, and everybody up on the 10th floor at 1010 Winds.
I do want to say, if you get a chance sometime today, say a prayer for all the people that have been affected directly by this tragedy, and also all the rescue workers, the EMTs, the emergency personnel who are at this hour working to try to find survivors and help people out of this disaster.
We will be back tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to do a regular show, if we're going to do a hybrid show. We'll see what happens.
This the greatest tragedy in American history. I really do believe, and that will dictate what we do tomorrow.
We'll try to get back on track, but again, we'll see, and who knows what's going to happen tonight. It may seem jive, but I do feel that this is the appropriate song to play. We're going to play this now.
Do it.
Ray Charles, and we'll leave you. Opie and Anthony are next on 106.7 WJFK and 102.7 WNEW. We will see you tomorrow.
Beautiful, our heroes proved in liberating strife. Who more than self their country loved. And mercy more than life. ocean skies, our amber waves of grain, our purple mountain majesties.
The Don and Mike Show.